The candlelight flickers. A quill pen scratches across parchment. Shaltir pauses his writing. I am Shaltir von de Clapsley, the Prime Minister of the Anux Empire. I was once the king of vampires, yet I chose to become a loyal servant. Serving my lord is my greatest joy. I dare to record my lord's glorious achievements, an epic beyond the reach of mortals. One day, he appeared out of thin air from another world. Purple lightning tore through the night sky. Thunder boomed. A jet-black dragon materialized amidst the flashes of lightning. The dragon did not swell. Energy surged. Its scales turned crimson. The dragon let out a heaven-shaking roar. He conquered the entire Anux continent. Skeleton soldiers looked up blankly. With a wave of his hand, a purple-black energy instantly devoured them. The energy converged, forming a giant, crimson dragon head. It slammed heavily onto the ground. The earth shattered, and dust flew into the air. Li Kongjun stood with his back to the wreckage, his red cape rustling. The Legion raised their weapons, erupting in cheers like a tsunami. Long live his majesty. May the glory of the Anux Empire last forever. Long live. Shaltir walked through the submissive army, bowing deeply. Congratulations on another great victory, my lord. His eyes were filled with hot tears. Now all dimensions have submitted to you. I, Clapsley, am overjoyed. All dimensions. Li Kongjun gazed at the twilight skyline. In the end, still no one knows about my hometown. Shaltir sensed his disappointment. My lord, from his appearance to the conquest of this continent, only 50 years had passed. No titles were more fitting for him than these. My lord, Li Kongjun. He could command 1,000,000 undead with a single thought. A single sharp blade could cleave mountains and seas. He is the emperor of the Anux Empire, the flame calamity from the winged realm, the immortal one, the king of the undead who rules the living. Countless beings knelt before his overwhelming power. Those who resisted were turned into undead creatures, swearing eternal loyalty. The great dragons that once ravaged the continent, the demon king of the underworld and the 7 grand dukes, the leader of the demonic cult and the chief of the martial arts alliance, the elven king who guarded the world tree. No one and nothing could match him. Naturally, all dimensions connected to Anux submitted to his rule, but he still couldn't find the path to the one place he longed for, to go home, back to Earth. This was his only wish. He conquered all realms, but could never find the way home. Finally, he summoned all the lords. Li Kongjun ascended to the throne, turned to face his subjects. My subjects. He slowly sat on the throne. I am tired. I only wish for eternal rest. The assembled subjects were shocked to hear this. My lord, what do you mean? Clapsley urgently stepped forward. We will continue to search for the way home for you. Even if I go back, what is waiting for me? Li Kongjun's voice was hollow and distant. Almost 300 years have passed. My beloved family and friends have long since grown old and died or been buried. I have lived for too long. The subjects were grief-stricken. My lord, Li Kongjun stood up abruptly, his cape billowing. So from this day forward, you need only find a way for me to sleep eternally. He stood up abruptly, his figure towering. His cape swept over the steps, kicking up a cloud of dust. His voice was cold and hard, like a final judgment. He turned and walked down the steps, his back resolute. My lord, the palace was filled with cries of sorrow, yet no one dared to defy his command. In the end, the court's chief sorcerers created a magic circle, an annihilation circle that could devour all things. I can finally see them again. Li Kongjun whispered. He left only these words and walked towards the magic circle alone. He uttered those words in a low, flat voice, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the crowd for a moment. Then he took a firm step towards the magic circle. Clapsley cried out heart-wrenchingly, My lord, Clapsley, I will serve you until the end of death. He spread his arms and leaped into the magic circle. Li Kongjun stepped into the magic circle. The light of the circle engulfed him. He gave Clapsley one last look and disappeared into the light. And so, all things came to an end. At least, that's what I thought. A beam of light pierced the darkness. A voice rang out. Hey, why are you sitting in the dark? Clapsley woke up with a start. Li Kongjun was standing at the door, holding Li Colra. He turned on the room light. I told you not to run around in the house. Turn on the lights. Clapsley covered his eyes. My deepest apologies. It's just that on a dreadful night like this, you shine brighter than the sun. Li Kongjun looked at him helplessly. You're talking back again, aren't you? I am truly sorry. Then stop talking back. Clapsley suddenly prostrated himself, bowing his head to the floor. Please kill me. Li Kongjun frowned. Keep your voice down. A sharp cry pierced the room. Wah! Lee Seolara burst into tears. Lee Kong-jun and Clapsley froze simultaneously. Lee Kang-yun glared at him. You made her cry. You comfort her. Clapsley bowed. My deepest apologies. But she might be hungry. I just fed her. Then should we check her diaper, my lord? No need. It's perfectly clean. Clapsley apologized again. Forgive my foolishness. My shallow knowledge is insufficient to determine the cause. You're useless. Lee Seolara cried even louder. Clapsley trembled where he stood. He picked up a quill pen and wrote something in his notebook. Ah, an emergency. Clapsley turned his head. What emergency? Lee Kong-jun said. The late-night snack I ordered for us. Clapsley's eyes filled with confusion. A late-night snack. It's fried chicken. Clapsley shot out of the room like a bolt of lightning. The papers were lifted by his speed, fluttering in the air. The notebook lay open, the ink not yet dry. And so, due to the failure of the magic circle, my lord finally returned to the home he had longed for day and night. However, in this world, he had no wife and no lover. Awaiting him was an existence he had never imagined. A red ribbon hair tie lay quietly on the floor. Princess. The chicken box opened, steaming hot. Clapsley picked up a drumstick. This fried chicken is always so delicious. Lee Kong-jun, holding Lee Seolara with one arm, also picked up a drumstick. Lee Soo-bin watched them gently. Eat up, sir. She wiped the grease from the corner of Lee Seolara's mouth. I can hold Seolara and feed her. Kong-jun, you can relax too. You stayed home and rested well today, right? You must still be very confused. Lee Kong-jun chewed on the fried chicken. I'm fine now. Yes, I'm home. There's nothing to be confused about. Lee Soo-bin's eyes softened. No, you must be confused after going through something like that. Lee Kong-jun tried to reassure her. No, really, I'm fine. Her eyes welled up with tears. Kong-jun, you don't have to pretend to be strong. I'm just so glad you're alive. Lee Kong-jun's thoughts drifted to the past. The first gate incident. You disappeared. How many years has it been? You were trapped in the gate for so many years and just came home. It would be strange if you were fine right away. Lee Kang-yun interrupted her. I've told you many times. I wasn't trapped in the gate. I was suddenly summoned to a place called the Anux continent. Lee Sobin Wavit headhunt impatiently. Yes. Here you go again. You were the mighty emperor of that continent, right? Lee Kong-jun's gaze was firm. Because that is the truth. Lee Kong-jun, emperor of Anux, gate returning, unemployed. Lee Soo-bin looked at Clapsley. Okay. And the old gentleman over there is. Clapsley answered respectfully. I'm Shaitia von de Clapsley. Zobin S. Mom. Lee Kang-yun explained. In short, he is my loyal subject. He assists me with state affairs and manages all administrative matters on my behalf. Clapsley. The emperor's confidant, gate returning, unemployed. Lee Soo-bin looked blank. I see. Lee Zobin, Lee Kong-jun's older sister, a 3-shift factory worker. Lee Zobinzite. Most gate returnees have severe post-traumatic stress disorder or even aphasia. You two just have mild delusions. You're already very lucky. Lee Kang-yun looks displeased. Even if you're my only sister, this is too impudent. Treating me like a madman. Lee Soo-bin gently patted his back. It's okay, Kang-yun. You disappeared for 3 years and came back. It's hard to adapt to society right away. But you have Seolara. You're still young and have a bright future. Just focus on recovering. No, on adapting. I'll support you with all my might. She turned to Clapsley. Sir, until you can contact your family, please feel at ease living here. Clapsley bowed deeply. Zobin S. Mom, I'm endlessly grateful. Lee Seolara, in Lee Kong-jun's arms, suddenly reached out her small hand and grabbed a piece of fried chicken. Daddy. Lee Seolara, Lee Kong-jun's daughter, infant unemployed. She held up the fried chicken, looking at it thoughtfully. Lee Kong-jun picked up a chicken bone. Using a napkin, I'll help you tie it on. In the past, I personally tied the executioner's noose on traitors and felons. Lee Seolara tilted her head. Yexi, Katayon. Lee Kong-jun's eyes were cold. That's right. Watch closely. He tightened the napkin. Tie the knot like this, and you can snap the neck in an instant. The napkin was suddenly torn. Lee Soo-bin stood up in horror, shouting, Hey, Lee Kang-yun, what on earth are you telling a child? Lee Kang-yun looked innocent. No, I was just trying to educate her as part of my fatherly duties. Lee Soo-bin snatched the napkin. Here, wipe Seolara's hands quickly. Stop telling her scary stories. Lee Kong-jun took the napkin. So hard to understand. Lee Kong-jun used the napkin to gently wipe Lee Seolara's cheek. He held his daughter in his arms. Lee Seolara snuggled comfortably, her small hands clutching his clothes. Lee Zobin smiled. It seems she really likes her daddy's touch. I'll go put her in her room. He walked into the room. Sunlight streamed in through the window. The room was filled with toys and teddy bears. Li Kongjun knelt beside the mat, carefully laying Li Xiolare down and covering her with a blanket. My daughter. She was born while I was gone. Her name is Li Xiolare. Li Subin stood at the door, holding an urn in her arms. While you were missing, her mother passed away during childbirth. Do you remember? Li Kangyun Luxtist. That was about 300 years ago. Li Subin held her daughter. Oh, right. I see. But she is your daughter, after all. You have to take good care of her. Li Kongjun sat on the mat, watching the sleeping Li Xiolare. It shouldn't be too bad. He fell into deep thought. A memory flashes back to the Anux continent. Clapsley's voice rings out. My lord, if you were to return to your homeland, what would be your wish? Li Kongjun, clad in heavy armor, stood shoulder to shoulder with Clapsley, gazing at the golden waves of grain. If I could go back, then I would just want to enjoy a peaceful and ordinary life. Li Kangyun continued. Raising my child, living together like that is also one of the most ordinary ways of life. Li Seondas Flepis Sao Li. Li Kongjun tucked her in, a hint of peace in his eyes. He slowly got up. He turned around. His gaze fell on a pile of documents on the table. Overdue rent notice. He picked up a demand notice. He fell silent. Li Kongjun's expression turned grave. It seems we have encountered a serious obstacle. Clapsley looked at him in confusion. Li Kongjun was feeding Li Xiolare. An obsta, my lord. Li Kongjun leaned down to look at his daughter. That's right. Is it yummy? Li Seonda answer indistin. Yummy. Clapsley was in disbelief. The Supreme Lord would actually utter the word obstacle. Li Kongjun pointed to the pile of documents on the table. Read those documents out loud. Clapsley picked up a bill. His expression tightened. Notice of collection for overdue communication fees. Next one. Notice of water suspension due to overdue payment. Next. Notice of electricity suspension due to continued arrears. Notice of overdue city gas fees and service termination. That's enough. Li Kongjun cut him off. This is... Clapsley adjusted his monocle. Forgive my presumption. Are these perhaps documents demanding payment of debts? Li Kongjun gave his daughter some water. Just as you suspected. My sister didn't tell me, but the family's financial situation seems to have collapsed. Clapsley's expression was serious. I do not know who is so bold as to demand wealth from a member of the royal family, but we could temporarily raise the tax rate and levy a progressive tax on the nobles and lords. Li Kongjun burst out laughing. He clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Ha, raise the tax rate. Progressive tax. Ha ha. Clapsley looked stunned. My lord. Li Kongjun wiped away tears of laughter. You are gravely mistaken. If we were to convert our current social status to the class system of the Anux continent, a pyramid diagram appears. At the very bottom is Li Kongjun's family. Above them are dirt spoons, silver spoons, and gold spoons. At the top is a diamond. We are no different from slaves or commoners. Li Kongjun held up a finger. We must sell our labor in exchange for a few coins given as charity by the ruling class. To survive in this world. Clapsley looked as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen on the spot. Clapsley's memories resurfaced. I am a pure-blooded royal vampire. I was once the vampire lord who led the entire clan. For my glorious achievements in serving his majesty, I was granted the title of Grand Duke, and now I've become a slave in this world. Clapsley collapsed to his knees, clutching his head and letting out a silent scream. The demand notices scattered from his hands. He shuddered. Calm down. A truly loyal subject must show even greater loyalty in times of crisis. I will devote my all. Clapsley knelt on one knee, swearing a solemn oath. To allow your empire to rise again. To allow you to reclaim your throne. Whatever you want. Anyway, Li Kongjun picked up Li Xiolare, his expression resolute. We need to start earning money now. Li Kongjun held a bowl of baby food. Xiolare, open your mouth. Li Xiolare kept her mouth tightly shut. Li Kongjun patiently coaxed her. Just a little more. Li Xiolare turned her head to the side. No. Li Subin looked at him. I specially made black sesame baby food. It seems she doesn't like it. Li Kongjun put a hand to his forehead. The contents of a parenting book flashed through his mind. When a child refuses to eat, you must never force them. You have to turn mealtime into a fun game. He took a deep breath. All right, then let's play a game. Li Kongjun held up a finger. Both Li Xiolare and Li Subin looked at him curiously. A competitive fire lit up in his eyes. Let's see who can eat faster and better. If you win, I'll play whatever you want with you today. Do you accept the challenge? A flame ignited in Li Xiolare's eyes too. Li Subin smiled as she fed her. That's a good girl. Let's eat well and beat daddy, okay? Li Colra took a big bite. A shadow fell over Li Kongjun's face. A cold smile played on his lips. Haha, too slow. Li Kongjun's thoughts returned to the past, back to the Inuk's continent, overrun with monsters. In the middle of that hellish land, I eventually rose to become an absolute being, because I held a conviction to go all out, even when catching a single rabbit. He recalled a confrontation with a pair of rabbits. She held Colra's small hand, her thumb rubbing back and forth over the knuckles. The sound was suppressed in his throat, almost inaudible. He grabbed a crab leg and crushed it directly with his teeth. Sorry. He picked up a shaker cup and shook it frantically. At that speed of yours. He raised a spoon, his eyes full of challenge. You'll never beat your dad. Li Colra sat stunned in her high chair, as if struck by lightning. Li Colra's eyes filled with tears, her lips quivered, and she trembled with grievance. Li Subin snatched up her daughter and roared at Li Kongjun. Li Kongjun, why did you make her cry? Li Kongjun looked innocent. I didn't mean to make her cry. You looked like you were trying to make her cry. He looked at the daughter in Li Subin's arms. Seonza, if you think it's unfair, then get stronger. Li Subin looked at him speechlessly. Li Colra let out a wail and burst into tears. Li Subin sighed, gently patting her daughter's back. Clapsley was writing furiously in his notebook on the side. This morning, His Majesty issued an eating challenge to the Imperial Princess. Facing an opponent of 3 years, His Majesty still gave his all and ultimately achieved victory. This is concerning for the future of the Empire. The sun was shining brightly outside the apartment building. Li Subin was wiping the table. Li Kangyun asked, "Sister, can I go out for a bit today?" Li Kangyun hit Li Suwa. "I'm stepping out for a bit." Li Subin was a little worried. Where are you going all of a sudden?" She wiped her hands. "I'm off today, so I can look after Colra, but you still shouldn't go out alone." Clapsley's voice came. "Haha, don't worry." He was wearing a blue tracksuit, patting his chest confidently. "I will personally accompany him." Li Subin looked stunned. "What, you're going too?" The bus stopped in the lush green suburbs. Li Kongjun sat by the window, gazing into the distance. Li Subin looked at him. "Money?" She lowered her eyes. "To be honest, I don't have a single penny. The rent is cheap here because it's a dangerous area, but the security deposit is almost used up too." Li Kongjun interrupted her. "Sister, how much do you need?" Li Subin forced a smile. "Don't worry about me. I can always figure something out. I just hope the lottery ticket I bought this week wins $1 billion. She lowered her eyes. "Then we could move to a safe place. I could also focus on taking care of Colra until I find a job. Colra is at an age where she needs a lot of love and attention." Li Kongjun and Clapsley sat on the bus. He was lost in thought. A problem that can be solved is not a problem at all. "I've been thinking. To better integrate here, you need a new name and identity." Clapsley was confused. "A new name? Your Majesty." Li Kongjun looked at him. "I've already thought of one. A name suitable for this world. From now on, you will no longer be Shaltir von Clapsley." Clapsley held his breath, clasping his hands excitedly. To be personally granted a name by His Majesty. What an honor. Li Kongjun announced, word by word. "Chue, Suk, Chiol." Clapsley looked stunned. "Chue Suk Chiol. Although I haven't been in this world for long, I know that this name sounds a bit." Li Kongjun raised an eyebrow. "What, you don't like it?" Clapsley immediately shook his head frantically. No, that's not what I meant." Li Kongjun looked at his reaction. "Then why that expression?" The name Sukchiol is bestowed upon the highest-ranking vassals. It symbolizes indestructible loyalty and strength. But if you really don't like it, Clapsley immediately straightened up, his eyes shining. "How could I dare question a name personally bestowed by Your Majesty?" Li Kangyun nodded. "Good, as long as you like it. To be honest, it's already better than my first idea." Kim Matong. His gaze swept up and down. He was holding a faded application form. His breath was calm, his gaze secretive. Clapsley got off the bus. "Today we are going to." Li Kangyun announced calmly. "The gate." Clapsley's face paled. "The gate? That's a nest of brutal monsters." But he immediately broke into a fawning smile. What a wise and bold decision." Li Kongjun tilted his head. "Why are you so excited?" An ominous black aura appeared behind Chue Sukchiol. "Even the sharpest sword will grow dull and rusty if it is not unsheathed." He grinned, a red light flashing in his eyes. He exuded a strong fighting spirit. It's been too long since I've stretched my limbs. I've already forgotten what it feels like to step onto a battlefield of flesh and blood. Lee Kongjun interrupted him expressionlessly. You're overthinking it. There won't be any scenes like that today. We're just going to be porters. Clapsley looked blank. Excuse me, porters? Lee Kongjun put his hands in his pockets and explained. Yeah, you need a special license to interrogate and kill monsters. The license fee is 1,000,001 per person. Clapsley was thunderstruck. Your Majesty, you cannot lower yourself to be a mere porter. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his head. I implore you to allow this subordinate to handle all economic activities until the family's finances are stable. Lee Kongjun looked at Clapsley kneeling on the ground. Passers-by were staring. Hey, get up. This is too embarrassing. People are watching. Even if it costs me my life, I will not allow your Majesty to perform the lowly work of a porter. Lee Kongjun's face darkened. You really don't plan on getting up? He leaned down, his voice icy. Do you want to die that badly? Clapsley's body trembled. If I defy him now, I'll end up like that old demon lord from the central continent, turned into a pile of ash. Clapsley immediately got up and stood ramrod straight. Ahem, please forgive me, your Majesty. Lee Kongjun put a hand on his shoulder. All right, I know you're loyal. Don't worry. A porter can earn 300,000 a day. Once we pay off the bills and get our licenses, we won't have to do this for long. Lee Kongjun looked ahead. Excuse me. He spoke to a man. Are you in need of porters? The man looked at Lee Kongjun doubtfully. He was wearing a brown jacket and fingerless gloves. Are you the ones who came to apply for the D-rank gate porter job today? A giant purple rift tore through the city sky. Soldiers had set up a blockade on the street, standing by. Even though the gate was open, pedestrians on the street walked by as if nothing was happening. Lee Kongjun watched all this. People are acting like nothing's happening. What a crazy world. The man in the brown jacket introduced them. These are the new porters joining us this time. Hanta Kim Bongu Fudang. A bald, burly man looked them up and down, scoffing. You gotta be kidding me. Letting an old man and a scrawny kid be porters? Hunter Lee Byung-chul, C-rank. Clapsley smiled. Although I am old, I have no problem carrying some cargo. He held out his hand. Nice to meet you. My name is Chue Sukcheol. The bald, burly man cut him off. Hey, old man. This job is something even young, strong guys can't handle. What's a wrinkly old geezer and a kid as skinny as a bamboo pole doing here? Clapsley's face darkened. He whispered in Lee Kongjun's ear. Your Majesty, please forgive my rudeness. Lee Kongjun responded expressionlessly. What is it now? A murderous glint flashed in Clapsley's eyes. Shall I kill them? Lee Kongjun pressed his shoulder. Not yet. For the next 3 or 4 days, we'll work as porters first and earn money for our awakener licenses. Clapsley came to a sudden realization. All right, your Majesty is indeed far-sighted. I almost made a grave mistake. Lee Kongjun looked around. Who is the leader of this team? Kim Bongu raised his hand. That's me. I'm the team leader. Lee Kongjun put his hands in his pockets. You're hesitating to hire us because we look unreliable, aren't you? Kim Bongu was a bit awkward. I guess so. Lee Kongjun looked him straight in the eye. Don't look down on us. We're confident in our stamina. I guarantee we won't get tired before you do, and we won't slow you down. Kim Bongu was lost in thought. What should I do? He thought of his mother and younger brother lying in the hospital. I'm in desperate need of money this week. He made up his mind. I can't miss this gate. I think we should take them. What do you guys think? Lee Byung-chul looked at him in disbelief. Are you serious? Kim Bongu et lai. Yes, it's just a D-rank gate. It shouldn't be a big problem. The two of us can handle it. He sighed. To be honest, this week I have to pay for my mom's hospital bills, my brother's tuition, and his school trip fees. Lee Byung-chul patted his shoulder. Oh, right. I see. Kim Bongu, thanks for understanding. Don't mention it. All right, since it's just a D-rank gate. We just need to be careful. He looked at Lee Kongjun. But speaking of which, that D-rank hunter is with us too. He's useless in a fight anyway. He can just share the luggage with the porters. Lee Byung-chul waved his hand. Hey you, you're finally back. 3 men in orange tops ran over, panting. Sorry. Lee Byung-chul looked impatient. Are low-rank hunters this unreliable? I just asked you to buy a cup of coffee. Li Kongjun watched all this. Earth and the dog-eat-dog continent of Anux. They don't seem very different. A sense of bitterness rose in his heart. Li Byung-chul threw the luggage on the ground. What is everyone doing? Aren't you getting ready for tomorrow's departure? He pointed at the man in orange. Donc, you stay in the back and carry the luggage. Do you really think that old man and the skinny guy can carry the luggage properly? The man in orange said nothing. What? No matter what, this is too much. Li Byung-chul turned to him. We're only letting you tag along out of pity. How dare a good-for-nothing like you talk back? To be honest, if you rush to the front, you'll just get in the way. The man in orange lowered his head. That I understand. Li Byung-chul turned to Li Kongjun again. And you, the unemployed bum. Yes, you kid. He took a step closer. Let me warn you. Once we're inside, no one will have time to care if you live or die. Don't hold us back. He turned and glared at Clapsley. You too, old man. Clapsley was burning with rage. How dare this insolent fellow be so rude? The man in orange stepped forward voluntarily. I'll take the heaviest luggage. Although I'm F rank, I'm still an awakened. I might not be helpful in a fight, but at least I can easily carry a bag. Li Kongjun waved his hand impatiently. All right. The man in orange suddenly walked up to Li Kongjun. What is it? Li Kongjun asked in a low voice. A piece of advice. I have to get paid today, so I don't want any trouble. The man in orange was confused. Huh? What do you mean by that? Li Kongjun's eyes turned cold. Just play your part to the end today. Keep acting clumsy and weak. What? Li Kongjun's voice was barely a whisper. Just carry the luggage quietly and then go back. That's all. A blue light flashed in his eyes. That's not a difficult request, is it? Li Kongjun gave the order. Let's go. Clapsley bowed in response. Yes, Your Majesty. The group walked towards a checkpoint in front of the gate. Li Kongjun looked up. So this is the so-called entry procedure. An official wearing glasses looked at a tablet. Party leader Kim Bongu, C rank, and 4 others. Your reservation for the Giro Digital Complex gate is confirmed. You may enter immediately, but the official pushed up his glasses, his expression grave. Although it's just a D-rank gate, there have been a series of fatal incidents here recently. Kim Bongu's expression changed. Fatal incidents? The official nodded. Yes, the Bureau is investigating. The difficulty is said to be low, but the cause is unknown. Please be extremely careful. Kim Bongu lowered his head. Yes, thank you. A purple energy curtain enveloped the street. The group walked into it, their figures swallowed by the light. As Kim Bongu stepped into the light curtain, his figure was devoured by the purple energy and disappeared. The man in orange and another person followed closely, also walking into the gate. Li Kongjun turned his head to Clapsley. Let's go in too. Clapsley bowed in response. Yes, Your Majesty. In the darkness, a stream of blue data flashed by. Retrieving player information. Analyzing players' gate abilities. Reading player achievements. 10. Players' physical stats exceed standard limits. Unable to measure accurately. Player information registration successful. In a gloomy forest of dead trees, the atmosphere was eerie. Li Byung-chul walked in front. Something feels off about this gate. There are probably undead-type monsters here. Kim Bongu followed behind him. You're right. Let's stay alert and finish this quickly. Li Kongjun stood still, his brow slightly furrowed. A blue panel appeared before his eyes. Player name, Li Kongjun, Necromancer. Level 1. Title, Ultimate Necromancer SS Class. Player level is too low to summon contracted servants. Li Kongjun looked at the panel. What is this? Level 1 is absolute nonsense. Even I can't fully measure my own power. How dare it quantify me like this? And what the hell is this holy power? But these titles are quite interesting. Ultimate Necromancer. I probably got that when I reached the 9th circle of dark magic. Dimensional Invader. That must be from when I was searching for the way back to Earth and accidentally turned a few dimensions upside down. Demon Slayer. I can't remember clearly, but the demons I've slaughtered with my own hands probably number in the millions. The Kangyun Likot. Dragon Slayer. I must have gotten that from killing that dragon back then. World Tree Plunderer. I just thought the Imperial Palace Garden was too empty and casually transplanted one. Does that even count? He looked at the panel. Summon contract die. So there's this function too. As long as I level up, I can summon those guys I have contracts with. Not just Clapsley, but also the Knight Commander, the Palace Administrator, and the Treasury Keeper. If I can summon them all to Earth, it would be much more convenient. Li Byung-chul suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey kid, are you on a picnic? This is a place where you can die at any moment. What are you spacing out for? Li Kongjun looked at him expressionlessly, then turned and walked forward. Let's go. The group walked towards the depths of the gloomy forest, their figures gradually swallowed by the mist. Li Byung-chul looked around. Damn, this place gives me the creeps. He urged, let's finish this quickly and go back. Kim Bongu nodded in agreement. Right? Li Kongjun watched them walk away. Oh, we just need to follow them, right? Clapsley came to Li Kongjun's side. Your Majesty, it's surprisingly comfortable here. It's as if my tired body and mind are being healed. Clapsley looked blissful. Li Kongjun's lips curled up slightly. Not bad. A thought flashed through his mind. Aren't undead-type monsters supposed to appear here? Li Kongjun looked at the blood-red sky. This place is very similar to the Forbidden Zone on the Inux continent, the land of the dead. He took a deep breath. It's been a while since I felt this refreshed. Li Byung-chul suddenly raised his hand. Wait, everyone stop. Time to get to work. A ball of blue magic power appeared in Kim Bongu's palm. As you command, the camera pulls back. The party is stopped in front of a desolate cemetery. A broken stone archway stood in the dead forest, exuding an ominous aura. Between the tombstones, soldiers holding swords and shields awoke from their slumber. Kim Bongu's fists clenched slightly, a vein on his temple throbbing. He was the first to step onto the path in the woods. An ice spear turned into a blue streak of light, accurately piercing the skull of a skeleton soldier. The skeleton shattered on impact, scattering across the ground. Li Kongjun watched this scene. Oh, Kim Bongu gathered magic power in his hands again. Two more ice spears whistled out, instantly shattering two other skeletons. He landed steadily, his posture composed, completely unlike his clumsy appearance from before. Li Kongjun crossed his arms, watching Kim Bongu's performance. A little interesting. Li Byung-chul swung his shield, smashing it forcefully into a skeleton. Good form, but too weak. Kim Bongu looked at the scattered bones. Phew, that's all of them here. He bent down and picked up a magic stone from the ground. Let's collect the magic stones first, then move on. The group collected their spoils in the cemetery. Kim Bongu looked into the distance. Damn it, here they come again. This is the third wave already. Li Byung-chul blocked with his shield. An ice spear grazed past the shield. You little, he roared, brandishing his sword. That's enough, you bastards. Li Kongjun called out a warning. Baldy, be careful this time. Li Kongjun replied calmly. Their archers mixed in this time. Li Byung-chul was confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Several black arrows cut through the air, whistling towards the bald, burly man. His face changed drastically. Crap. Li Byung-chul quickly raised his shield horizontally. The arrows slammed violently against the shield's surface, sending sparks flying. Li Byung-chul and Kim Bongu exclaimed at the same time. What? A black arrow tore through the air, heading straight for the space between Li Kongjun's eyebrows. Li Kongjun's pupils contracted, but his body remained motionless. He raised his hand. In a flash, he caught the arrow shaft firmly between two fingers. Li Kongjun looked at the arrow between his fingers. Damn it, what is this thing? Kim Bongu and Li Byung-chul were dumbfounded. How? How is that possible? Li Byung-chul couldn't believe his eyes. He just got lucky. Li Kongjun stuck the arrow in the ground by his feet and turned to glare at the others. Hey, you idiots, get your act together. You almost got me killed. He was furious. My God, I just want to earn some living expenses. Why is it so hard and so scary? Kim Bongu looked at him. You really almost died just now. Kim Bongu shook his head. More importantly, was it really luck? He looked down at the arrow on the ground, his mind filled with doubt. In the darkness, an army of skeletons shrieked as they charged, letting out terrifying screams. Kim Bongu looked at the swarming skeletons. The priority now is to get rid of these guys first. He gathered cold magic power in his hands, which glowed brightly. Let's take them out. Li Byung-chul slammed his shield. With a bang, he deflected an ice spear. Clapsley clutched his head, groaning in pain. Ugh, your majesty. Li Kongjun, let's play another round. I'm planning to throw rock this time. Maybe I'll change my mind. Clapsley pleaded. Please, no more. Two pairs of hands gestured quickly in the air. One formed a fist, the other extended two fingers. Clapsley's eyes held a smile. The man in orange watched them, speechless. He thought to himself, that guy's been annoying from the very beginning. For today, I'll just play along with his act. He thought, this guy acts so self-important. Could he be someone sent by the Bureau? Clapsley and Li Kongjun were talking in the forest. Hey, what are you going to throw this round? Your Majesty, please be fair. Are you saying I'm going to cheat? No, that's not what I meant. Whatever, I've decided on rock. Then I'll throw scissors. The man in orange had his back to them, speechless. The Bureau would never send a lunatic like this. Li Kongjun looked down. Almost there. In the depths of the gloomy cemetery, an ice spear exploded, kicking up a cloud of dirt. Li Byung-chul let out a breath, his shield resting beside him. Looks like that was the last one. A magic stone shattered in a flash of light. It's finally over. Kim Bongu wiped his sweat and said with a smile, "Good work, everyone. Let's head back now." The man in orange's expression suddenly changed. Wait, he pointed forward in terror. There, in the depths of the mist, the silhouette of a magnificent Gothic cathedral emerged, carrying an ominous silence. The full view of the cathedral was revealed. It was solemn and majestic, yet deathly still, like three giant mausoleums. Li Kongjun turned his head. A blue light screen unfolded in front of him. Hidden dungeon, monastery of the demon worshippers. Unlocked. This is a place where you can get rich overnight. High-value items, magic books, all sorts of rare treasures. Kim Bongu looked at the blue light screen before him. A hidden dungeon. There might even be elixirs from another world, the elixir of life. If I'm lucky, I might find what I've been looking for. The only medicine that can cure his comatose mother. The elixir of life. Kim Bongu's gaze fell on a glowing potion bottle. Below it was an image of his mother, lying in a hospital bed. The ones at the auction house are ridiculously expensive. I can't afford them at all, but if I can find it here, this is my chance. He clenched his fists. I really want to try. But the others. Li Byung-chul stared at the light screen. It's a hidden dungeon. What should we do? He muttered to himself. This is the first time I've seen one in person. If we report it to the Bureau, as per regulations, we'll only get a small reward and lose the right to clear it. Kim Bongu suggested, how about we clear it ourselves? Li Byung-chul asked him in a low voice. Do you think our team can do it? To be honest, the only ones with real combat power are the two of us. But maybe it's possible. Kim Bongu spread his hands optimistically. After all, it's just a hidden dungeon inside a D-rank gate. Li Byung-chul was thoughtful. That's true. If it's D-rank, it's not too bad. If we succeed, we can earn enough to retire. Li Byung-chul turned around. What about you guys? The air froze in that moment. Gazes shifted back and forth between them. Li Kongjun and Clapsley stood to the side like two outsiders. Li Kongjun spoke up. Overtime. Is there overtime pay? He looked serious. Li Byung-chul grinned. 5 times the pay. Li Byung-chul held out his palm. I'll pay you 5 times the price. But he warned, think carefully before you decide. The risk is also 5 times greater. Illusions of a calculator and banknotes flashed in Li Kongjun's eyes. 5 times. Our usual daily wage is 300,000. 300,000 times 5 is 1.5 million won. That's 3 million for the two of us. He agreed immediately. We're in. Clapsley, sitting on the ground, looked at Li Kongjun's back. Then I'm in too. Li Byung-chul nodded. Then it's settled. We'll start the raid immediately. He raised his shield. Let's go. The group stepped into the depths of the cemetery, where a gloomy mist hung in the air. The man in orange walked in the group, a strange smile on his face. Behind this smile was an indescribable greed and malice. The group looked up at the cathedral. This gate is truly terrifying. Kim Bongu turned to the others. All right, let's go in. The heavy stone door opened slowly, making a loud, creaking sound. Clapsley stood alone at the door. It's so dark inside. The group walked into the shadows cast by a pillar of light. Li Byung-chul agreed. Yeah, let's just go in and see. Suddenly, the stone door behind them slammed shut with a deafening boom. Kim Bongu turned back in terror. Wait, the door closed by itself. Li Byung-chul's face changed drastically. Are we trapped? In the depths of the dark corridor, an ominous purple light glowed, accompanied by eerie whispers. Everyone stared ahead in astonishment. What is that? Li Byung-chul rushed to the door and slammed it with his shield. Damn it, let's see if we can open the door first. He slammed it again and again, but the door didn't budge. Damn it, it won't open. He panted heavily. It seems we can't get out without clearing this. Kim Bongu turned to the others. We were planning to go all the way anyway, right? Let's keep moving forward. Li Kongjun and Clapsley followed behind. Clapsley whispered, worst case scenario, it's just a barrier spell. If it really comes to it, we could just force our way through. Something feels wrong. This dungeon, how come there isn't a single monster? Not even a rat. Kim Bongu muttered to himself. Yeah, Kim Bongu stopped in his tracks. Huh. Kim Bongu and Lee Byung-chul also stopped, their faces filled with horror. What is that? Oh my god, this can't be. Inside the cathedral hall, bodies were strewn everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Kim Bongu looked around. It looks like a huge battle happened here. It seems like both sides were wiped out. The man in orange pointed ahead. Look over there. At the head of the hall, a giant stone statue squatted on a high platform. Its bat-like wings were spread, and beneath it were countless twisted corpses. Lee Byung-chul froze. Is that a demon? Lee Kong-jun looked at the statue. He didn't speak. He looked at the stone tablet in front of him. He felt like he had seen it somewhere before. There was writing carved on the tablet. Kim Bongu moved closer to examine it. This seems to be the language of another world. Lee Kong-jun commanded, "Go and decipher it." Clapsley responded immediately. "As you command, Your Majesty." Clapsley took a step forward. "Let me see. This is the language of the demon world." Lee Byung-chul urged. "Old man, can you read it?" Clapsley adjusted his monocle. "I'll summarize the contents. First, prove your minimum qualifications by passing the trial." Lee Byung-chul was puzzled. "Trial?" Clapsley looked at the bodies on the floor. "It probably refers to fighting the monsters here. Since they're all dead, it means the trial is already over. Third, offer 10 living people as sacrifices to prove your loyalty and faith." Lee Byung-chul flew into a rage. "What the hell is this nonsense? It's insane." Clapsley's eyes were grave. "And then, the Guardian of the Abyss will descend." Clapsley continued reading the tablet. "And the Guardian of the Abyss." The statue of the wolf-headed demon glared with wide eyes. "That will descend. Kneel before him and beg for his forgiveness. Only with his permission can you leave alive." Clapsley looked at the blood-stained altar and chuckled softly. "How interesting. This is an altar inscribed with a demon-summoning spell. And for a high-level demon, at that." "You senile old fool," Lee Byung-chul roared. "What the hell are you talking about?" Clapsley pointed at the candles on the altar. "Look at those. They're called hellfire. They are flames that never extinguish. They use life force as fuel to channel dark magic, and are usually used as a catalyst for summoning demons." Lee Byung-chul's face darkened. "What? Judging by the size of the flames, each one has consumed a person's life force. Out of 10 candles, 9 have already been lit. That means 9 people have already been sacrificed. One more sacrifice, and the demon will appear. Once the demon is summoned, we'll have to kneel and beg to get out alive." Lee Byung-chul was incredulous. "You don't actually believe this crap, do you?" The man in orange shrugged. "Let's decide who will be the 10th sacrifice," he said with a smile. "We can't all be trapped here to die, can we?" Lee Byung-chul. "What?" The man in orange suddenly covered his face and started to sob. "It's so scary. I don't want to die here." He trembled like a frightened little animal. I don't want to die." Lee Byung-chul frowned. "Hey, you." Suddenly, the man in orange lifted his head, a crazed smile on his face. "Ha ha. You're insane," Lee Byung-chul roared. "How can you still laugh at a time like this?" The man in orange spread his arms. My apologies. It's just that your stiff expressions are so pathetic. I couldn't help myself." His smile didn't fade. "After all, the 10th sacrifice was decided from the beginning, wasn't it? Among us, who is the most useless one? Kim Bongu Falati Zerfa. If we search carefully, there must be a way for everyone to survive." Lee Kong-jun and Clapsley stood silently. Lee Byung-chul's eyes shifted. "Damn it, that guy might be crazy. But if someone really has to die, it should be the one who has lived the longest." Clapsley flinched slightly. He felt 2 gazes fall on him. "Why is everyone looking at me? Live the longest. Are they referring to me? Wait, I'm not even human." Clapsley's heart tightened. "Oh, then they must mean my lord, who is over 300 years old in Earth years." Clapsley Ipotitli Kangyun. "Your Majesty, forgive my bluntness, but those insolent fools seem to be targeting you. You are the one who has lived the longest." Lee Kong-jun's eyes were cold. "It's you." Clapsley was stunned. "What?" Lee Kong-jun repeated. "I'm talking about you." Kim Bongu tried to mediate. "Wait, let's not jump to conclusions. We can find a way for everyone to." Lee Byung-chul angrily interrupted him. "You bastard. Are you still trying to act like a saint at a time like this? What I said isn't wrong. If this goes on, we'll all die here. If it weren't for you bringing us to this godforsaken place." Kim Bongu held up his hands. "Calm down. Blaming each other now won't change anything." Lee Byung-chul turned to Kim Bongu, his expression dark. "Whatever. If you want to be a gentleman to the end, then you can die in their place." Kim Bongu fro the... "What?" Lee Byung-chul stared at Kim Bongu. What? You don't like that idea? The man in orange let out a low laugh. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with a strange light. This is so interesting. He rested his chin on his hand, as if watching a play. When people are pushed to their limits, they reveal their ugly, true nature, don't they? Li Byung-chul turned and glared. You bastard. What'd you just say? The man in orange watched coolly. He spoke calmly. There's no need for infighting. Let's end it here, because from the very beginning, I planned to kill all of you. He grinned, revealing a completely crazed smile, his disguise completely torn away. The man in orange stretched out his hand, an ominous purple energy gathering in his palm. The magic power erupted instantly as he chanted an ancient spell. The purple energy transformed into countless tentacles, sweeping across the entire hall. The energy pierced through the bodies on the floor, extracting all their life force. From the piles of corpses, unsettling groans echoed. Under the control of the purple magic, they twisted their bodies and slowly stood up. Kim Bongu and Li Byung-chul's faces turned pale. Could it be a necromancer? You bastard. You're not F-rank. The man in orange's smile grew even more crazed. You finally figured it out. Yes, I am a hunter-killer from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. He looked down on them, his eyes like he was looking at insects. I am not F-rank. This means I am a great being, fundamentally different from you bugs. Li Byung-chul stammered. The Anti-Bureau Alliance? Li Byung-chul's eyes filled with terror. The Anti-Bureau Alliance. A bunch of lunatics who oppose the Hunter Bureau. They believe that people with special abilities should have all the wealth and power. That means he's a killer who specifically hunts Bureau hunters. Li Byung-chul looked at the massive army of the undead and fell to the ground in despair. Damn it, 20 or 30 of them. And I have to face an A-rank killer. There's no chance of winning. It's over. We're dead. Kim Bongu looked at the despairing Li Byung-chul. What are you doing? We have to at least try to fight back. What an admirable attitude, the man in orange sneered. Just accept your fate and become sacrifices for a great cause. Li Kangyun suddenly spoke up. Wait, killing them now would be a bit inconvenient. The man responded, what? Li Kangjun looked at the man. They still owe me money. And didn't I warn you? It's best if you just keep playing your part today. The man's eyes sharpened. Are you from the Bureau? Li Kangyun insulted. No. The man pressed. Then who are you? Li Kangjun said expressionlessly. I live in Silimdong. The man clicked his tongue impatiently. It seems you have no intention of revealing your identity. Fine, I'll ask a different question. How exactly did you get here? Li Kangyun looked nonchalant. By bus, of course. I took the express from Silim Station. The man completely lost his patience. We can't talk like this at all. You're answering the questions, but it's just making me angrier. Li Kangjun crossed his arms. By the way, what do you plan to do by summoning a demon? He took a step forward. The demonic energy surged. The being I intend to summon is one of the 73 pillars who rule the demon world. The Great Duke, Malbus. Li Kangjun looked at him. Malbus. The man's face twisted. To pledge loyalty to Lord Malbus and form a familiar contract with him. Li Kangjun had a realization. So that's it. He tilted his head, together with the members of the Alliance, to borrow his immense power and rebuild the world order. I thought so from the beginning. That name sounded a bit familiar. In the demon world I once invaded, the 73 pillar demons there. I think I killed almost all of them with my own hands. Atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the monsters wailed. Li Kangjun stood amidst it all, like a king. Was he one of the lucky ones who escaped back then? In any case, the demonic energy around the man boiled. For our great cause, he laughed maniacally. You must die. The army of the dead roared, surging towards them like a tide. Li Byung-chul grabbed his hair. Damn it, to die so meaninglessly like this. Kim Bongu fell to his knees, his face covered in blood and grime. I'm sorry, everyone. This is all because of my greed. Li Kangjun's voice rang out. You will die one day. But he looked down at the young man. But not today. Kim Bongu looked up blankly. Huh? Li Kangyun toned. If you're going to die, you'll die by my hand. Li Kangjun raised his hand. First, give me today's pay. Kim Bongu was stunned by the sudden demand. What? An even more powerful purple demonic energy erupted from Li Kangjun. The energy formed sharp tentacles. The energy swept forward. Kim Bongu was pushed back repeatedly by this force. What is this? The man barely steadied himself. How could he use black magic? He looked at Li Kangjun. It's clearly the same black magic as mine, but the level is completely different. The man's eyes were filled with shock. This power, it's on a completely different dimension from mine. A glint flashed in his eyes. His pupils reflected a vortex of purple, demonic energy. He let out a pain groan. His body was being torn apart by an invisible force. The figure under the hood emerged. That's the Grim Reaper, the man thought. Please. He fell to the ground. I have to escape. Clapsley. Lee Kongjun's figure distorted in the demonic energy, becoming pitch black. His eyes emitted an eerie white light. He slowly stood still, surrounded by pure destructive energy. Clapsley bowed his head to receive the order. As you command, your majesty. Lee Kongjun's voice was as cold as iron. Make them pay their respects. Clapsley suddenly raised his head. His eyes were crimson. He spread his arms. His voice echoed through the hall. An immeasurable calamity. The king who rules over the dead and the living. The great immortal one. To his majesty, the emperor. Pay your respects. At Clapsley's command, all the undead knelt in an instant. The ground trembled. Lee Kongjun stood quietly, like a king judging all. The kneeling undead around him were a symbol of his power. Bongu looked up in terror. What? The man knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Please, spare me. Lee Kongjun looked down at him, his expression indifferent. Honestly, I've had enough. I just want to live a normal life, not attracting attention, not making a scene, just living quietly. Lee Kongjun slowly squatted down, meeting the man's gaze. And because of this little mess, you're already starting to act all high and mighty. He suddenly reached out, grabbing the man's chin, and forced his head up. The man's pupils instantly turned scarlet. Demon Eye. Clapsley's pupil shrank behind his monocle. His Majesty used the Demon Eye, a high-level illusion technique. Those who meet his gaze will witness extreme terror. The man clutched his head, his face twisted in extreme fear. The greater the power gap, the more horrific the hell they see. In the illusion, countless souls tore him to shreds. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. In reality, the man's body convulsed violently. Blood poured from his mouth and nose. Then he collapsed heavily. Bongu stared at the scene. What on earth just happened? The man writhed in agony on the ground, as if enduring endless torture. Bongu looked at Lee Kongjun's back. That person, who is he really? There was a hint of approval in Lee Kongjun's tone. Oh, you actually didn't pass out. Not bad. Lee Kongjun's expression was cold. This is the best way to deal with this kind of trash. Bongu looked nervous. I don't know. Clapsley bowed and inquired. Your Majesty, forgive my impertinence, but wouldn't it be better to just kill him to silence him? Lee Kongjun shot him a warning glance. Watch your mouth. Bongu's face paled at his words. Lee Kongjun's tone was flat. There's no need. I've already placed a binding curse on him. He turned to look into the depths of the hall. Now we can summon the demon and find a way out of here. Clapsley nodded. Understood. Lee Kongjun added. If we really can't negotiate, just kill it and find a way ourselves. He waved his hand. Get rid of those corpses. At Lee Kongjun's command, the undead moved immediately, dragging the bodies away. Now, summon it. One of the undead raised a long sword. The tip of the sword shot out a beam of purple demonic light, straight into the sky. The pillar of light dissipated. Dark energy gathered in the center of the hall, forming an ominous vortex. Within the vortex, two scarlet points of light slowly lit up, like burning embers. The two scarlet dots, like flower stamens, trembled slightly. A heat wave distorted the surrounding air. Thin lines of shadow crept silently toward the center. The scarlet points of light gradually grew larger. The shadows formed a rough silhouette in the light. Dust fell from the tops of the stone pillars. A low resonance echoed from the depths. A huge figure emerged from the darkness. Skin of stone, giant bat-like wings, and the head of a beast. It crouched atop a tall stone pillar, looking down on those below. It was the demon, Malbus. Lee Kongjun looked up. Quite a flashy entrance. A voice rang out from the darkness, filled with bone-deep hatred. For hundreds of years, I have not forgotten the humiliation of that day. That day, I could only watch as my brothers were slaughtered. After I barely escaped, the surviving brothers also scattered. After that battle, I lost my power, became weak, and wandered through countless dimensions. The voice continued, but I desperately held on, just for the day I could have my revenge on him. Now I have finally recovered some of my power. Answering your summons, I came to this strange dimension. Who dares to propose a deal? To me, one of the 73 pillars of the demon world. The gatekeeper of hell, Malbus. You have provided me with an excellent place, a perfect place to gather my strength and plot my revenge. Therefore, I am happy to accept your deal. Malbus let out a roar. He suddenly stopped. I remember now. This voice. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. A playful smile appeared on Li Kongjun's face. You were the first one to run away back then, right? Malbus froze completely. The immortal one. Li Kongjun put his hands in his pockets. Live long enough, and you'll see everything. What a coincidence. To run into you here. Malbus was covered in a cold sweat. His pupils contracted in fear. Long time no see. I'm so happy to see you. Why? Why are you in a dump like this? Li Kongjun replied faintly. Oh, because this is my home. Malbus's attitude did a complete 180. Ahem. On closer inspection, this is truly a wonderful dimension. He wailed internally. I'm done for. Last time I at least had a chance to escape. On that damn battlefield. I once made a vow. On that battlefield, the 72 pillar demons joined forces and still ended up like this. As I am now, I'm no match for the immortal one. I must escape from here, while he's attacking somewhere else. I can only find my scatter brothers first, and then plan my revenge. It can't end like this. Malbus suddenly raised his head, a determined light flashing in his eyes. He stomped heavily, and his figure vanished in an instant. Malbus's figure reappeared, already kneeling on the ground, his head bowed low. Oh, great lord of death, I beg you to spare my life. Li Kongjun looked at him. Oh, Malbus's voice was full of flattery. I was only brought here forcibly by the summoning spell. I swear, I had no intention of offending you, Lord Immortal One. Malbus continued to kowtow. If you show mercy this one time, I swear I will never appear before you again. I will lock myself away in a distant dimension and spend the rest of my life in repentance. Li Kongjun cut him off. All right, I get it. Malbus froze. What? Li Kongjun's tone was flat. I'll let you go. He waved his hand casually. Your sister is probably still waiting for you. Go home. Malbus was moved to tears of gratitude. I will never forget your great kindness. He turned into a black shadow and vanished on the spot. Li Kongjun turned around. Wait, I just remembered something. He took a book out from his pocket. A guide to children's emotional development. The book said, pets are beneficial for a child's emotional development. Children who grow up with pets, compared to children without pets, have higher emotional intelligence and are more empathetic. Li Kongjun looked at the disappearing Malbus. Hey, wait a minute. The black shadow that was Malbus stopped in midair. Yes, Li Kongjun commended. Bark. Malbus's form reappeared, his expression confused. What? Li Kongjun repeated the command. I said, bark. Malbus was instantly enraged. Immortal One, how dare you treat me like this? Malbus roared. You dare to subject me to such great humiliation. The corner of Li Kongjun's lip curled up. Try harder. Malbus let out an indignant growl. He roared in humiliation. I will never forget this day's shame. Li Kongjun crossed his arms. His tone held a hint of approval. That was a good bark. Malbus's voice trembled. It's an honor. Li Kongjun corrected him. No, I mean what you just did. It really sounded like a dog. Clapsley chuckled in agreement from the side. He indeed. Li Kongjun continued. You imitated the form of a dog so vividly. It's truly impressive. Fury burned in Malbus's eyes. I am one of the 72 pillar demons, a former ruler. To have fallen to this. Li Kongjun interrupted his inner monologue. You passed. In that case, you can turn into other forms too, right? Malbus was stunned. Huh? Turn into what? A meaningful smile played on Li Kongjun's lips. What do you think? Li Kongjun mused. A 3-year-old girl. What kind of puppy would she like? Malbus shuddered. I am a great demon, known for tyranny and depravity. The gatekeeper of hell. Once ruled the demon world with my 72 brothers. A flash of golden light. A corgi appeared on the spot, its tail wagging happily. It barked ingratiatingly. Woof woof. Will this do? Li Kongjun looked at the corgi. It's cute, but I feel like something's missing. Clapsley asked humbly. Forgive my impertinence, but is a pet like this not enough? Li Kongjun stroked his chin. The legs are a bit short. Its mobility might be affected, and it looks too weak. Clapsley continued to advise. Since the essence is the same, isn't Her Highness's preference the most important thing? The corgi incarnation of Malbus glared. You lowly mortals, how dare you judge me like this? I will never forget today's humiliation. One day, I will have my revenge. Li Kongjun said expressionlessly. Change. The corgi froze. It bowed its head in submission. A flash of light. A Pomeranian appeared. Li Kongjun Odeldeken. Next, another flash of light. A Yorkshire Terrier appeared. Kongjun was still not satisfied. Next, a poodle appeared. Li Kongjun still shook his head. Next, a dachshund appeared. Li Kongjun crossed his arms, staring down at the demon before him. Any objections? Malbus's voice came from the darkness. No, how would I dare? Li Kongjun's gaze was icy. Next, with a soft pop, a chihuahua appeared out of thin air. Glimmering, Li Kangyun squatted down and stroked the chihuahua's head. Malbus roared internally. How dare you? I was once one of the world's strongest. Now I'm being petted like a puppy. He felt the stroking on his head. This sensation, what are you doing to me? This feeling is surprisingly pleasant. I think. I'll wag my tail. Clapsley bowed and said, "What do you think, Your Highness? This form incorporates your preferences, and Her Highness the Princess will surely like it too." Li Kangyun stood up, cradling the little chihuahua in his hands. He looked at Kim Bongu. "What do you think?" Kim Bongu was startled. He stammered in reply, "I think it's great." Li Kangjun turned around. "Good. It's time to go back." Li Kangjun looked at the chihuahua in his hands. Malbus was filled with humiliation. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Kim Bongu hesitated to speak. Professor. Li Kangjun looked at him. "What is it?" Kim Bongu pointed at the body on the ground. "For proper handling, shouldn't we retrieve the body before we leave?" Li Kangjun asked back. "Handling. Kim Bongu et lai." This is a magic-related case involving the Bureau. They will definitely investigate it thoroughly. Li Kangyun frowned slightly. "I hate getting into trouble, and I don't want to be the center of attention." Kim Bongu looked at him. "Your performance just now was amazing. You saved my life. I'm not even a hunter. You stepped forward and easily subdued that vicious criminal." Kim Bongu's eyes shone. "You don't remember?" Li Kangjun patted his shoulder, looking innocent. "Yes, I did it." A cold sweat ran down Kim Bongu's back. He quickly waved his hands. "No, not at all. I just did what I was supposed to do." Cold sweat dripped from his temple. His palms trembled nonstop. His voice seemed to be stuck in his throat. His eyes darted around, seeking confirmation. Li Kangjun patted his shoulder. "You're smart. I like that." A portal opened in the pool of blood, leading to the bustling city. Li Kangyun spoke. "Let's go." Paramedics pushed Li Byung-chul onto a stretcher. Outside the police tape, a crowd was stirring. Kim Bongu stood on the street, recalling the recent thunderbolt. "It was a great fortune. Everyone survived." A Bureau agent reported. "The identity of the body has been confirmed. He's a wanted criminal from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. The Bureau's Portal Special Investigation Division will form a task force to investigate. After the investigation is over, this incident will be reported through the media." Kim Bongu's expression changed. "Re-reported?" He watched the paramedics wheel the body away. "If it weren't for Mr. Li Kangjun, we'd be cold corpses right now, too." The agent continued. "Also, Mr. Kim Bongu, have you had a second awakening recently?" Kim Bongu looked at him, confused. "What?" The agent looked down at the report. The report states, "You single-handedly subdued a member of the Anti-Bureau Alliance." Kim Bongu scratched his cheek and laughed awkwardly. "I guess I was just lucky." The agent looked at Kim Bongu. "Sometimes being too modest isn't a good thing. That guy we were just talking about, he had a bounty on him." Kim Bongu asked in astonishment. A bounty?" The agent explained. "Yes, the bounty on that guy alone was in the hundreds of millions. The Bureau will likely issue the reward." The agent smiled. "After the case is reported, the major guilds will also contact you. You're going to be famous overnight." Kim Bongu was dumbfounded. "Me?" The agent's eyes gleamed. C-rank rookie and national hero, Kim Bongu, single-handedly subdued an A-rank criminal from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. "Haven't you seen the headlines yet?" Kim Bongu lowered his head in thought. Things seemed to have gotten too big, but he raised his head again, his gaze firm. "But..." He looked at Li Kangjun by the street food stall. "He really did save our lives." Clapsley spat out a mouthful of spicy rice cakes. Is it really this spicy?" Li Kangyun eats calmly. "I can't taste anything." "Don't force yourself." Kim Bongu looked at his back. "That person, who is he really?" Clapsley ate the rice cakes, praising them in agony. "My hand just won't stop. This must have been made by a demon. Otherwise, how could I be unable to stop amidst the pain?" Kim Bongu was shaken internally. He subdued an A-rank killer without breaking a sweat. The agent calmly asked, "Did you really do this?" Kim Bongu came back to his senses. "How is that possible?" He looked at the chihuahua in Li Kangjun's arms. That monster of a leader was clearly begging for his life in the most pathetic way. Why would someone like that pretend to be a porter? Could he be a fugitive from the Bureau? No, if that were the case, he would have killed me long ago. Clapsley, beside Li Kangjun, was still savoring the food. "I never thought there could be food more delicious than this demonic cuisine." Li Kangjun's chihuahua wagged its tail discontentedly in his arms. Kim Bongu looked at Li Kangyun. "He's at least an S-rank powerhouse." Kim Bongu clenched his fists. "Although I still can't guess that person's true identity. I must become stronger than I am now. I must find a way to become his disciple, to obtain that legendary elixir. On the bustling city street, people came and went. Li Ganjun's Top Kim Bongu. Hey, you gave me the wrong amount. This is more than you promised. Kim Bongu scratched his head. Well, after all, you saved my life. Li Kongjun took the envelope. I'll put it to good use. See you around. Clapsley bowed. As you wish, master. Kim Bongu hurried forward. Excuse me, could I take a moment of your time? I'd like to treat you to a meal. Li Kongjun waved his hand. Next time, my family is waiting for me. Kim Bongu watched his retreating back. I must seize this chance. He mustered his courage and chased after him. Sir, Kim Bongu Polit, please have a glass of soju with me. 1 hour. No, just 30 minutes will do. Li Kangyun stopped and turned around to ask. You said, soju. Is it the soju I'm thinking of? An image of a soju bottle shimmered in the air. The cap popped open. Kim Bongu answered, a little uncertain. Maybe. Li Kangyun is gaisical profound. Yes, that's right. Earth has soju. When I still ruled the Inux Empire, I tasted all the famous liquors in the world, but not a single one could compare to the unique flavor of soju. I tried countless times to replicate that taste. Li Kongjun, clad in heavy armor, mused on his throne. The cup in his hand was crushed, wine splashing everywhere, but it was beyond my abilities. Li Kangyun looked at Kim Bongu. All right, let's go have some soju. A small, brightly lit shop named Grandma's Hangover Soup. The three clinked their glasses, making a crisp sound. Li Kongjun tilted his head back and downed the drink in one go. He put down the glass. His eyes lit up. This is the taste. Li Kongjun took a sip of the hot soup. The taste of ice and fire mingled in his mouth. He closed his eyes and let out a satisfied sigh. This is the feeling. Clapsley was sweating profusely. It's so spicy yet so good. It's as painful as being burned by lava. But for the Vampire King, this is like long-awaited fresh blood. Kim Bongu watched the two men wolfing down their food. They looked like they hadn't had a drink in 10 years. These two, they must have a story. Kim Bongu was confused. What on earth is he talking about? Kim Bongu raised his hand. Grandma, another bottle of soju and another soup, please. The elderly owner came over. Coming right up, Clapsley stopped her. Excuse me, ma'am. He looked at her sincerely. Thank you for your sacrifice. But what in the world is more important than health? Please take care of yourself. Take your time. The old woman was stunned. Her cheeks flushed. Sir, do you know me? She waved her hands in a fluster. Stop playing around. Just eat your food. Clapsley gazed at the old woman's back. This precious food contains the old woman's noble sacrifice. I will not waste it lightly. Clapsley's expression was solemn. To think she could use her own blood to make such wonderful food and still maintain such a calm demeanor. That woman is practically a saint incarnate. Kim Bongu looked at Clapsley. Is he crying? He must have had a hard life. Li Kongjun asked while eating and drinking. Bongsi, why aren't you eating? Kim Bongu answer zet servili. Sir, I'm eating slowly. Also, my name is Bongu. Li Kongjun put down his glass. Don't call me sir. Call me Hyung. Kim Bongu was a bit overwhelmed. Yes, Hyung. He mustered his courage. Hyung. Kim Bongu stood up and bowed deeply. Will you take me as your disciple? Li Kongjun was drinking his soju. A disciple? He put down his glass. No, Kim Bongu sighed. As expected, he picked up his glass and downed it. His eyes became determined. Kim Bongu spoke again. Actually, I'm an F-rank hunter. Li Kongjun picked up his soup bowl. I hate sob stories the most. He looked at him with interest. Oh, is that so? Kim Bongu's gaze was firm. Even so, I will never give up being a hunter. My sister's tuition and living expenses. My mother's hospital bills. There's no other job with a higher income. To cure my mother, I need an elixir. A panacea that can cure all illnesses. Li Kangyunis Moon's Post. An elixir. An image of 3 purple elixirs appeared, glimmering in a magnificent treasury. Li Kangyun mused. In the treasury of the Inux Empire, I think there are still 10 bottles left. Kim Bongu gave a bitter smile. I know, it sounds like a fairy tale. The elixir is priceless, so rare that it's traded for hundreds of billions. It's not something I can buy with money. Li Kongjun suddenly picked up his soup bowl and drank all the soup, a puzzled expression on his face. He wiped his mouth. I really should have brought a bottle. I usually like to carry around miscellaneous things. I really should have grabbed one. Kim Bongu didn't hear clearly. What? Li Kongjun waved his hand. It's nothing, so? Anyway, I can only rely on myself to earn it, so I have no choice but to keep challenging portals. Li Kongjun poured him a full glass. With that frail body of yours, you've also been bedridden for months due to serious injuries. Li Kongjun looked at Kim Bongu. Your story sounds like a novel. Kim Bongu lowered his head. Yes, before the gates appeared, my family was happy. A torn family photo, the time that has passed. So before I die, I must find that happiness again. Kim Bongu's tears fell on the table. I must keep struggling. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He wiped his tears with the back of his hand, sobbing uncontrollably. Lee Kongjun watched him quietly. Kim Bongu looked up with teary eyes. I must get stronger quickly, because my mother, she might not have much time left. Kim Bongu pleaded again. As long as you take me as your disciple, I'll do anything. He slammed his head on the table. Please give me a chance. Li Kang Yun Faunu. Bongu, a grown man, crying like this. What kind of sight is that? Kim Bongu choked out. I'm sorry. Li Kang Yun sighed. Sigh. First, wipe your tears and puff out your chest. Kim Bongu looked up abruptly. Hope rekindled in his eyes. Li Kang Yun stared at him. But Bongu, are you really confident? You'll do anything I ask. Kim Bongu didn't hesitate. Yes, of course. I'll do anything. That won't be easy. A glint of cunning flashed in Lee Kongjun's eyes. Doing laundry, cooking, babysitting, walking the dog. Kim Bongu was taken aback. It sounded a bit strange, but he still nodded firmly. Yes, I can do all of that. Lee Kongjun smiled faintly. Very good. This way, my sister can have an easier time. She works hard every day. Also, can I borrow your identity? Kim Bongu was confused. What identity? Lee Kongjun flicked his finger. An illusion of a hunter license appeared. You know, a hunter license. This way I can save on the cost of getting one. Use his name to book gates. I'll just accompany him as a porter and take care of the monsters myself. This way, I can solve the problem and avoid the trouble that comes with fame. After all, Bongu can become famous in my place. The corners of Lee Kongjun's mouth turned up. So, can you do it? Two girls were drawn to a small dog. Wow, so cute. One girl leaned in. Hey, little guy, where's your owner? Malbus raised his head. Insolent mortals. How dare you treat this king as a mere dog? You have no idea who I am. I really want to pet it. One girl asked curiously. Aren't Dobermans supposed to be fierce? The other girl crouched down. No way, it looks so gentle. Can I pet it? Ridiculous. The girl's hand gently stroked Malbus. Wow, so fluffy and soft. The other girl joined in. It's true. Look how happy it is being petted. Malbus's eyes were closed. His tail wagged uncontrollably. Damn it, what a great humiliation. The girl took a bone-shaped treat from her bag. This was originally for my dog. I'll give you one. She placed the treat on the ground and turned to leave. Bye-bye. Malbus sat alone on the road, staring at the bone-shaped treat. Malbus looked at the bone with disdain. Junk food. For the sake of this human's offering, this king will reluctantly partake. He imagined a grand feast. He took a bite. Malbus's pupils dilated. He drooled. Flames ignited behind him. Delicious. He gnawed frantically at the bone, his tail wagging wildly. This feeling of falling. Lee Kongjun interrupted him. Hey, what are you doing? Malbus froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Lee Kongjun stood before him, looking at the bone in his mouth. Never mind, carry on. Lee Kongjun gritted his teeth. That idiot really can't hold his liquor. He's completely passed out. Clapsley hoisted the unconscious Kim Bongu onto his back. Master, this man is useless. Should we kill him? Without looking back, Lee Kongjun said, take him home. Clapsley, Lady Seolara, I definitely won't be happy. But we can't just leave him on the street. Kim Bongu's eyes were shut tight, his brow furrowed, seemingly having a nightmare. A hint of killing intent flashed in Clapsley's eyes. Perhaps I should grant him eternal rest. Don't. Lee Kongjun's voice came. He's a nuisance. But if it's just to let him see some happy memories. A faint light glowed at Lee Kongjun's fingertip. Daojing Kim Bongu She forehead. That's not dream magic. It's the black magic of a succubus. I just adjusted it a little. His real life is already a mess. You should at least have a good dream. Kim Bongu's brow smoothed out. A smile appeared on his lips, sinking into a peaceful dream. Specks of light scattered like fireflies, as if taking all the pain away. A pebble skipped across the water's surface. Ripples spread out in circles, returning to calm. Kim Bongu stood by a stream, casting his fishing rod. What? I've turned into a child. That's right, that's how it is. A warm hand rested on his head. A little more, and you'll surpass your dad. Dad. His father smiled. My Bongu has grown so much. But your dad is already. Bongu, if dad is gone, you'll be the man of the house. His father's hand gently stroked his hair. Why? Dad, why can't you stay? When that time comes, you must bravely protect your mother and sister. Okay, Dad believes in you. The phantom of the adult Kim Bongu appeared. Dad, I don't think I can do it. I'm sorry. It's too hard for me. Don't go, Dad. I'll never complain about going to the bathhouse too early again. I'll never say fishing is boring. And I'll never ask you to carry me when we go hiking. He tightly gripped his father's pant leg. A woman's voice came from the distance. Dinner's ready. Everyone come and eat. He looked up. The sunlight was warm. Nothing had changed yet. Kim Bongu stai bo lang li. This is nice. The family was having a picnic by a campfire. Do you want a man too? His mother said with a smile. Yes, the children look happy too. His father raised a beer can. This is great. We should come out and play more often. Want a beer too? Bongu, what are you doing? Come over and cry with us. Kim Bongu's eyes welled up. Mom, Dad, his father asked with concern. Bongu, what's wrong? It's your favorite curry rice. Isn't it good? Tears streamed down Kim Bongu's face. It's not just the food. He ate heartily, tears flowing uncontrollably. This is so good. He looked at everything before him. Mom, Kim Bongu sat before the campfire. He gazed at the dancing flames. Don't worry about anything anymore. Trust me. He looked up. A new fire lit in his eyes. I'm a man of the house now, right? A determined smile appeared on his face. I can do it. Make everyone happy again. Kim Bongu sat alone by the campfire, surrounded by endless darkness. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Bongu, wake up. Big sister made you some pollock soup. Kim Bongu woke with a start. Clapsley's voice came again. Master, should we just kill him? Let him sleep forever. Li Kangyun looks at Clapsley. Why are you always in such a hurry to kill people? When he wakes up, we'll eat together. Kim Bongu walked alone towards the campfire. One step. By the way, my name is Bongu. Li Ciolare was holding a doll. Li Kangyun extiensely. Princess, have you eaten? Yes. He gently poked her cheek. Good princess. Kim Bongu's eyes flew open, filled with terror. What? What is this situation? Am I still asleep? Where am I? This is Kong Junhyung's house. That child. Li Kongjun said to the child in his arms. Peekaboo, how is our princess so cute? Li Ciolare had her finger in her mouth. Daddy, Li Kongjun's face softened. Yes, our princess is so cute. Of course, she takes after her daddy. He looked up. You're awake. Kim Bongu was on the floor. Li Kongjun asked calmly. Hey, you saw that, right? Yes. Li Kongjun continued to ask, for where did you start watching? Cold sweat dripped down Kim Bongu's back. From when the princess appeared. To where? To, because she takes after her daddy. Li Kongjun's expression instantly darkened. Killing intent overflowed. What a shame. Looks like I'll have to silence you. Li Ciolare reached out her small hand. Daddy. Li Kongjun's face changed in an instant. He's just shy. Kim Bongu shrank back into the blankets in fear. No matter how shy he is, you can't kill someone just to silence them. He really looks like he's going to do it. Kim Bongu Chemba. Reeking of alcohol, Li Subin's voice came. The sun is already high in the sky. You just woke up. Kim Bongu sat up abruptly. I'm still alive. Li Subin walked over with food. You must be feeling awful. I made some pollock soup. Come have some. Kim Bongu was moved to tears. Thank you. You saved my life. The table was filled with a lavish spread of dishes. Li Subin asked, your name is Bongchong, right? Kim Bongu deeply. It's Bongu. Oh, sorry. Kim Bongu took a sip. This is a good chance to redeem my drunkard image. Sister-in-law, your cooking is amazing. No wonder Big Brother looks forward to your meals every day. He turned to Li Kongjun. Right, Big Brother. Li Kongjun's face darkened. Hey, she's my sister. What? His biological sister. Li Kongjun stared at him coldly. Eat. Kim Bongu lowered his head. Yes, Big Brother. Damn it, I shouldn't have run my mouth. Li Zobin smiled. Mr. Bongu, you and Kongjun are friends as close as brothers. Yes. Is that what Big Brother said? Li Subin's expression was earnest. I'm sorry to ask this so suddenly, but could I ask you to look after Kongjun? Kim Bongu was dumbfounded. The soup in his spoon spilled out. What? Look after him. The man who dared to confront an A-rank Hunter Association official. The man who treats a high-ranking demon lord like a dog. She want me to look after that monster. Kim Bongu chewed his food. What on earth does she mean? Li Zobin explained. Actually, Kongjun was once trapped inside a gate. He's been home for less than a month. Kim Bongu Shapupin Gunjat. Wait, that gate survivor from the news is Big Brother the Gate Ritter Ni from the news. Those top overseas hunters who gained mysterious powers behind the gate. Kim Bongu was in disbelief. Could it be? Big Brother is one of them too. Li Kongjun, while chewing his food, mumbled. Hey, I already told you we weren't trapped in a gate. Li Zobin was unconvinced. Yes. You also said you were the king of some continent, right? Right? Kim Bongu was thunderstruck. His pupils instantly dilated. A king. Li Kongjun. I wasn't a king. I was an emperor. Kings weren't even qualified to look up at me. Li Zobin was confused. A king and an emperor. Aren't they the same? Li Kongjun put down his spoon. Completely different. Clapsley's voice echoed in his mind. Master, do you remember the former king of the Marathon Kingdom? Li Kongjun was bewildered. What? Elder Drews wasn't an ordinary person, was he? A flash of contempt appeared in Clapsley's eyes. The man who dared to look directly at the master, and even started a rebellion, and was ultimately beheaded. Li Kongjun. It was him. Kim Bongu sutta violenti. His utensils clattered to the floor. Li Subin looked at him. Just think of it as him experiencing some kind of after effect, while trying to readjust to society. Kim Bongu looked at Li Kongjun. I see. No wonder. Kim Bongu's eyes lit up. Big brother is so strong and so majestic. So he was an emperor. Then Elder Drews must have been a prince, right? He excitedly clenched his fists. Then I'm a scholar. Li Subin's eyes were suspicious. Bongu, you're just trying to go along with the mood and talk nonsense, aren't you? She looked at Kim Bongu again. Anyway, could I ask you, Mr. Bongu, to help Kongjun readjust to society? Kim Bongu instantly straightened his back. Yes, I will do my utmost. Li Subin turned to Clapsley. Thank you very much. But Elder, would you like to try a part-time job? Clapsley responded humbly. Forgive my impertinence, Your Highness the Princess. What is this part-time job you speak of? Li Zobin explained. The convenience store near our house that I often go to. The owner is hiring part-timers. So I mentioned your situation, Elder. He wants you to at least go for an interview. Clapsley crossed his hands over his chest. Forgive my impertinence, Your Highness the Princess. I am charged with the mission of assisting the master. I cannot leave his side for a single moment. Li Kangyun interrupted calmly. Just go get the part-time job. I'm tired from working. Coming home to see your idle face will make me even more tired. Li Kongjun's brain worked rapidly. Make him work at the convenience store. Let him receive the secret judgment of justice. He can also make a real contribution to the store. Clapsley looked at Li Kongjun in shock. Master, but Li Kongjun, didn't you clearly promise to rebuild the empire on Earth? Clapsley admitted frankly. Yes, very clearly. Li Kongjun crossed his arms. To do that, don't you need to infiltrate this dimension's culture and the lives of its people? I'm not telling you to neglect your duties. I am ordering you, as a strategist, to be at the convenience store near our house. Clapsley was as if struck by lightning. His body went rigid. He shot to his feet. The master is testing my loyalty. Clapsley fell heavily to his knees, his forehead touching the ground. Master, please take my life. Please give me your word. Here we go again. Calm down first. Clapsley's voice was tinged with tears. I have once again failed to grasp the master's profound meaning. I no longer have the face to see your holy countenance. Li Kongjun's face was calm. Yes, yes. Clapsley continued to shout. Your subordinate will shatter his body and grind his bones to dust, to do his utmost to complete this investigation. Li Kongjun looked at Li Subin. Sis, you see, he's going to the interview. Shaitsia von de Clapsley decided to accept the second career challenge of his life. Li Subin looked at the kitchen. Kongjun, even if he's a guest, you can't make him do the dishes. Li Kongjun answered Li. He said he'd do it himself. Told me to rest easy. Li Subin was a little unsure. Really, he's actually quite good at washing dishes. Li Kongjun stared at the TV. The news anchor's voice sounded. The more densely populated an area is, the higher the probability of a gate appearing. Li Kongjun raised an eyebrow. The news continued. That is to say, the frequency of gate appearances in Seoul and the surrounding areas is very high. Yes, residents living in these volatile areas are advised to remain vigilant at all times. A newly appeared gate will immediately suck in all living creatures within a 1 to 2 kilometer radius. Academia predicts the area south of the Han River in Seoul is highly likely. Li Subin covered her mouth. Oh my god, our house is also in the Gangnam district. What if a gate appears? Li Kongjun's calm voice came. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He was silent for a moment. A childish voice rang out. Daddy. Li Solare was hugging a small dog. Smiling happily, Li Solare hugged the small dog tightly. Kissy kissy. Li Kongjun's expression darkened. Princess, you can't. That dog is filthy. Even if you wash it 100 times, it's still filthy. Killing intent appeared in Li Kongjun's eyes. I did not order this kind of danger. Should I dispose of it now? Li Solare tilted her head. A bath. The small dog was terrified. No kissy kissy, and no bath. Li Zobin gasped. You can't harm a small animal in front of your daughter. Li Kongjun was speechless. That thing counts as an animal. He pinched the back of his neck. Since the child thinks that way, I guess I have no choice. Li Colra picked up the small dog. Doggy, I'll give you a bath. Li Colra stroked the small dog. Li Kongjun watched quietly. She's so pretty. Li Colra happily hugged the small dog. Goo! She stretched out her arms. Daddy, Li Kongjun is hot clinchel. I can't let this kind of thing happen. This dangerous world is not suitable for my child. Li Kongjun hit Li Sula. She tightly gripped his clothes. I have no intention of playing the hero. But he looked down at his daughter and wanted to change this world just a little. The third day, Li Kongjun held out an envelope. Sis, take this and use it. Li Subin opened the envelope. Kongjun, this. How much is this? 5 million won. She was shocked. How do you suddenly have so much money? I checked my bank account. It was in there. It seems to be money I'd saved up before I disappeared. Li Subin's eyes welled up. Kongjun, actually, I've been really tight on money lately. I didn't say anything because I was afraid you'd worry. Thank you. I can finally breathe a little. Really? She clutched the envelope excitedly. I didn't know. That's wonderful. I'll make you a nice meal tonight. Is there anything you want to eat? Li Kongjun's expression was calm. Anything. Then let's go to the supermarket later. We can eat out while we're at it. And take Colra to a kid's cafe or an amusement park. Li Kongjun declined. Sis, I think I'll just rest at home today. I'm a bit tired. Li Subin, with Li Colra and Clapsley, got ready to leave. I'm off. Rest well. Li Kongjun watched them leave. When he was alone, a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. Very good. He got into a taxi. That place. I wanted to go for a long time. Now I can finally go in comfort. In all the years I was gone, a new volume of that manhwa must have come out. The taxi stopped in front of a building. The sign read, Campus Manhwa Book Cafe. 300 years. I finally see you again. Meanwhile, in a supermarket called Come Plus, Clapsley held 3 toothpicks with samples and said excitedly to Li Colra, Your Highness the Princess, I have discovered another free food item. He was entranced. You can enjoy endless delicacies without paying. This place called the Sample Corner is no different from heaven. Li Subin looked at Clapsley. Elder, come on, princess, open your mouth. Li Colra sat in the shopping cart. She took a bite. A look of bliss. Li Subin watched this scene and sighed in resignation. Clapsley said happily to Li Colra, going to the supermarket together as a family is truly wonderful. He was deeply captivated by the charm of the supermarket's sample corner, a paradise of free food. He was about to take another dumpling when the employee at the sample station stared at him coldly. Li Subin clenched her fists and walked forward. Ma'am, I'll take a bag of dumplings, please. Suddenly, the supermarket's broadcast blared. A piercing alarm cut through the noise. Attention all shoppers. The clerk said, the new volume of the manhwa isn't out yet. Li Kongjun was confused. No, that's not what I was asking. Then what's going on? The clerk explained with a laugh. Haha, to be honest, when I enlisted 3 years ago, I thought I'd definitely be able to see it when I got discharged. I can't believe it's still not out. It's already been 3 years. Fury ignited in Li Kongjun's eyes. Only 3 years. I've waited 300 years. The clerk was stunned by his intensity. Wow, you've been waiting a long time. He quickly returned to normal. Please wait a moment. I'll recommend the hottest series right now. It's so popular it even has a physical special edition. Li Kongjun took the book, sat on the sofa, and opened it. The book's cover came into view. The world's weakest becomes an SSS class hunter. Isn't this Bongu's story? Weak and sickly. Poor family background. A growth story. A little interesting. What's this? The image on the page. A man fighting fiercely with a black-robed figure. Li Kongjun crossed his arms. A look of disdain. The 9-circle necromancer was defeated just like that. He used to be as weak as Bongu. No matter how strong he gets, it's impossible for him to be strong enough to overpower a 9-circle necromancer. Li Kongjun closed the book and threw it on the table with a slap. He leaned back on the sofa. I should have just gone to the supermarket with them. What a waste of time and effort. He closed his eyes. Speaking of which, how long has it been since I last slept? As soon as I fall asleep, that damn nightmare will come for me. I've been so sleepy lately. It seems it's time to get some sleep. In the end, I still couldn't break that ancient nightmare curse. What a pity. If the succubus queen Ireel were here, at least she could lessen the pain of the nightmare. I wonder if my subordinates are all doing well. Supermarket shelter. Broadcast voice. A large gate has appeared near Silam Crossroads. All customers please proceed immediately to the underground shelter. A commotion spread through the crowd. My friend lives there. What? Li Subin was filled with anxiety. Kongjun, you should be home alone right now. Clapsley turned to Li Subin. Madam Subin, forgive my impertinence, but you need not worry. The master will be fine. Li Subin was filled with anxiety. Will he really be okay? Clapsley smiled confidently. The master has long since reached a state of near immortality. Ordinary weapons cannot harm him in the slightest. His tone paused. It's truly remarkable. The Empire's scholars spent 100 years researching how to grant the master eternal rest. To no avail. In a flashback, Li Kongjun sat on his throne. From this day forward, all of you will research a way for me to find eternal rest. Clapsley recalled. After the master gave the order, the scholars proposed various methods. I remember the first one was jumping off a cliff. Li Kongjun leaped from the top of the world tree. The result was just the roots being smashed. He then tried to have himself devoured by the fires of the earth. The result was him meditating in the river Styx for a month. He complained of boredom and walked out. I also remember him drinking potent poison every day. A single drop of that poison could kill a giant. He only grew healthier. Clapsley burst out laughing. No matter how the master tried, he could not obtain eternal rest. Isn't that the definition of immortality? Li Subin looked helpless. Honestly, our house is quite far from Silham Crossroads. As long as he didn't go out, he should be fine, right? Clapsley bowed. Yes, madam. He recalled the scene before Li Kongjun left. I'll sneak out later. Tell my sister I've come home. Clapsley thought to himself. The master must be safe at home now. A new announcement came over the broadcast. The gate has reportedly been classified as disaster level. Li Subin's face paled. Disaster level. Isn't that the highest danger level? Murmurs spread through the crowd. The Administration Bureau has already deployed a large number of hunters to suppress it. Disaster level. That's a gate capable of destroying an entire country. Just like the one that appeared 3 years ago. Li Subin Huget Li Seonza. Seonza. Donbe Afzai. It's okay. Everything will be okay. Her words drifted in the air, turning into a scene of cold snow. A sudden blizzard swept across the entire world. Li Kongjun opened his eyes to a world of ice and snow. Is this a dream? What a terrible dream. A blue screen unfolded before him. Alert! You have entered the dimensional gate. Jotun's sanctuary. Li Kongjun was stunned. I'm inside a gate. He looked around at the blizzard. It seems a gate opened near the Manhwa Cafe. He thought of his sister and Cora. Clapsley is with them, so I shouldn't have to worry. He stretched. This is good too. I saved on the gate usage fee. Heavy footsteps came from the snow. An army of frost giants appeared. Li Kongjun looked at the approaching monsters. This is what they call good things happening even when you're asleep. He clenched his fists, a glint of excitement in his eyes. That's right. I can enjoy to my heart's content. An infinite, the newly formed gate. 3 hours later, in the blizzard, people fought fiercely with giant monsters. Blood stained the snow red. Kim Bongu Bantet Hivi Li. Blue energy gathered in his hand. A-rank hunter, ranked 10th, Gale, sword Ju Jidong. He looked at the frost giant before him. That thing can actually keep up with. Is this really an ordinary monster? The frost giant let out a roar. Its giant axe, carrying wind and snow, swung down. Yu Yidong, dogged nimbly. Another hunter exclaimed, Mr. Ju Jidong is amazing. Is that what an S-rank hunter is like? Ju Jidong's sword blade whipped up a storm, slashing fiercely at the frost giant. As expected of the Gale sword, Ju Jidong's companion, Yak Zhongdu, said, he's not S-rank, just a top-tier A-rank hunter. He staggered back, dropping to one knee. He plunged the tip of his sword into the snow to support himself. Mr. Ju Ji-hoon seems to be injured. Kim Bongu looked around the field, a look of despair on his face. There are at least 10 monsters left. Even if a miracle happens, and we clear out all the minions, can we really defeat the boss of this gate? If we fail, an illusion of the city in ruins flashed through his mind. It would be just like 3 years ago. Suddenly, the army of frost giants collapsed all at once, crashing into the snow with a tremendous thud. A blue screen appeared. All giants on the snowy plain have been defeated. Ju Ji-hoon stared at the scene in astonishment. How did they all suddenly collapse? A massive figure emerged from the blizzard. The boss monster is coming. The screen lit up again. The guardian of the Jotun's sanctuary. The frost giant Hrungnir has appeared. On the snowfield, the surviving hunters stood on high alert. A tall figure stood before them. The dark shadow gradually dissipated. He declared, I am the guardian of this land, Nibelheim, and the apostle of the god whom all giants serve. Hrungnir let out a deafening roar. The entire snowfield trembled. He grabbed Ju Ji-hoon's head and slammed it hard into the snow. Zhu Ji-hoon let out a pained grunt. Hrungnir's voice was as cold as frost. The one I'm looking for is the person who entered the sanctuary with you. Where is he? Zhu Ji-hoon struggled to lift his head. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. What is it saying? Hrungnir's giant palm rose abruptly. Before I execute you intruders, I'll ask just one thing. Hrungnir roared. Stop hiding like a coward. Get out here, just as you did to my subordinates. I will slaughter your kin as well. Countless people were torn apart by an invisible force, thrown into the air. A mist of blood filled the air. Bongu watched in horror as his comrades died. How could this be? It killed 6 hunters of Mr. Ju's level in a single blow. He fell to the ground, in despair. It's all over. I don't want to die. He closed his eyes. I just saw a glimmer of hope. A dark shadow flashed by. A figure charged violently toward Hrungnir. No, I can't die like this. He let out a final roar. I'm begging you. Hrungnir looked down at Bongu, who had collapsed on the ground. Arrogant mortal. Bongu gapet intevo. Hrungnir's voice was like ice. A pity. The guardian of Nibelheim spares no prey. Bongu looked up at the giant monster. I can't die like this. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. A purple light erupted in front of Hrungnir. He's finally appeared. Bongu looked up in shock. Huh? He was surrounded by an army of werewolves, each one radiating an ominous purple aura. Bongu stared blankly at the scene before him. What is that? He muttered to himself. Could it be? Are those all magical beasts? He saw a familiar figure. Bongu. Bongu was completely shaken. Huh? What the hell? It's really Bongu. Bongu sat on the snow. He looked up blankly. Hyung, what are you doing here? Lee Kongjun sat cross-legged on the head of a magical beast, with a relaxed expression. Well, things just turned out this way. Bongu looked at Lee Kongjun. In any case, I'm glad to see you. Bongu suddenly realized something. Wait, was it you who defeated those monsters? Tears streamed from Hrungnir's eyes. He looked at the werewolf army behind Lee Kongjun. Brothers. An ominous red light glinted in the werewolf's eyes. They stared intently at Hrungnir. What does that look? Why are you glaring at your patriarch with such killing intent? Hrungnir roared. God of all giants, I am the apostle of the Sewn-mouthed giant. How dare you harbor ill intentions toward me, you villain, using crude sorcery to rob my brothers of their eternal rest. Bongu looked at him. He's finally appeared. The one that monster was looking for. He couldn't believe it. Could it be? An astonishing aura erupted from his entire body. Bongu was so overwhelmed he could barely breathe. Such immense pressure. Hrungnir let out a final roar. I will never forgive you. He charged violently toward Lee Kongjun. The snow exploded beneath his feet. Bongu sautet in tevo. Hyung. That guy instantly killed an S-rank hunter. Lee Kongjun leaped gracefully from the head of the magical beast. His expression was calm. Why run? This is a perfect chance to enjoy ourselves. Bongu stared blankly at him. Hrungnir's giant fist, crackling with purple lightning, smashed down toward Lee Kongjun. Lee Kongjun didn't move an inch. He caught the attack with one hand. Lee Kongjun raised his head, a playful look in his eyes. A villain, you say? Not a title I'm fond of, but it's interesting that you know that name. He asked in return, do you know who I am? Hrungnir roared. How could I not know who you are? A burst of purple energy erupted, instantly engulfing and tearing Hrungnir apart. All giants worship that Sewn-mouthed giant. Even his gaze has always been fixed on you. Bongu witnessed everything and let out a pained groan. He looked at Lee Kongjun. Even though he's my Hyung, this situation right now. Lee Kongjun slowly uttered a single word. Lee Kongjun stood silently, memories flooding his mind. When did it start? As I watched the so-called supreme beings, across countless worlds, fall so easily before me, one after another, I grew weary of this near-immortal life. So I prayed, over and over again, praying for the existence of a god. That's not all. Hrungnir's voice echoed in the blizzard. He continued to roar. All the gods are watching you. The one who dares to usurp the name. You dare speak so arrogantly to the apostle of the Sewn-mouthed giant. Do you really think there's a god stronger than me? Yes, then deliver a message to your god for me. Determination solidified in his eyes. If we ever meet, he will surely die. Purple energy gathered at his fingertips and instantly erupted, sweeping over everything. Hrungnir's body was pierced by the energy, torn to shreds, and dissipated in the blizzard. A single piece of the remains was enveloped in purple energy and began to twist and reassemble Kim Bongu Shapupin Gunjat, he whispered in terror. What? What the hell? Within the purple energy, a more demonic, more ferocious form was taking shape. Bones grew explosively. Musculus tora. Kim Bongu looked up at the terrifying sight. What is this? An even larger monster let out a heaven-shaking roar. Hrungnir's remains slammed onto the ground, kicking up waves of snow. He struggled to lift his head. How? How is this possible? Li Kongjun looked down at him, his tone calm. So, do you still think your god is stronger than me? Hrungnir's body began to disintegrate. How can anyone possess this kind of power? Li Kongjun's voice rang out again, with unquestionable authority. I'm asking you, do you still think that piece of trash is stronger than me? Kim Bongu watched the scene and whispered, trembling, Is he dead? Li Kongjun hurriedly stopped him. Don't say that. It's bad luck to say such things in a place like this. Kim Bongu Sudenli Zilit. That's right. Hyung just used that resurrection spell, the kind that plants a flag. Kim Bongu looked at Hrungnir's corpse, still shaken. At this rate, that guy will probably turn into a pile of mush. Li Kongjun crossed his arms, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It's like playing with slime. Kim Bongu was confused. Slime? Li Kongyun explained. It's a sensory game. It develops a baby's sense of touch and creativity. I just used a slightly different method. Li Xiolare was happily playing with slime. She thoroughly mixed the materials from the giant core and kneaded it with magic. Let solidify a bit, then mold it into a desired shape. And it's done. Li Kongyun est proudly. Bongu, Ohat Bongu. What do you think? I got inspired by that game and made a stitch golem. How does it look? Kim Bongu looked at the terrifying sight. Li Kongjun urged him. Come on, give a score. Kim Bongu Setam. Well, it has a certain antique feel. Not Renaissance or Baroque. More like avant-garde art, maybe with a touch of Nordic flair. Li Kongjun said delightedly. Wow, Bongu, Ohat Bongu. You really have a good eye. Did you study art? Kim Bongu Gomlai Internali. To think you could defeat that monster so easily. It's true that the weak are the most talkative. He looked at Li Kongjun. You really didn't even break a sweat. Kim Bongu clenched his fists, shaken to the core. Hyung, you're really. Kim Bongu looks at Li Kongjun, his eyes full of admiration. You're truly an amazing emperor. No wonder you can wipe out hunters with a wave of your hand. Kongjun, you have defeated the guardian of the giant's sanctuary, the frost giant Hrungnir. Ding. The gate, giant's sanctuary, will disappear in 1 hour. Ding. Achievement unlocked. A rank, the one feared by all giants. Ding. The stone-mouthed giant has taken an interest in you. Ding. All gods of Asgard have taken an interest in you. Ding. Your presence has grown stronger. Li Kongjun looked at the system messages flashing before him. Interest. If they're that interested, just let them come and find me. He suddenly froze. Wait. The summoning conditions for the contract familiar, Ireel, have been met. Ding. You can now summon your contract familiar, Ireel. A glint flashed in Li Kongjun's eyes. Ireel. I can summon her now. He stretched out his hand, his voice low and powerful. Empress of the Abyss. Ireel. Answer my call. A powerful purple energy erupted from beneath him. The ground cracked. A huge magic circle unfolded, radiating light. A figure slowly rose from the center of the circle. Kim Bongu looked at the purple energy splitting the ground and asked in confusion, Hyung, what is this? In the light, an elegant figure slowly appeared. She wore a long black dress, had 2 horns on her head, and demonic wings spread from her back. She was surrounded by powerful purple lightning. She looked at Li Kongjun, her eyes filled with excitement and disbelief. It's really you, my master. Kim Bongu was stunned. He muttered to himself, so beautiful. Li Kongjun smiled and gestured to her. Ireel, have you been well? Ireel dropped to one knee, her high heel clicking crisply on the ground. She lowered her head, her voice devout and joyful. My master. Li Kongjun pulled Ireel into his arms. She hugged him tightly, burying her head in his chest. Ireel's eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Li Kongjun in disbelief. My master, how is this possible? She continued. We all thought that you had entered eternal rest for the past 10 years. Li Kongjun smiled faintly. Yeah, I thought so too, but it just happened. Ireel suddenly moved closer, her expression tense. Master, is something wrong with your body? Your eyes and lips seem to have lost their luster. I'm very worried. Li Kongjun leaned back slightly. I'm Fine. Can you back up a little? Ireel immediately scrambled backward. My deepest apologies. She knelt on one knee again. The magnificent seal of the Minister of Internal Affairs appeared behind her. I am Ireel, the Minister of Internal Affairs. I pay my respects to my master. Li Kongjun waved his hand. You may rise. How have you been all these years? Ireel looked up, her gaze firm. After you and the Grand Duke entered eternal slumber, everyone has remained at their posts, maintaining things as they were. She continued her report. The former Minister of Military Affairs, Malbus, has taken over the state affairs you left behind. Li Kongjun nodded. Good. It seems everyone has done well. He suddenly remembered something. Since Clapsley came to Earth with me, he turned to look at the people behind him. Then who is managing the finances now? Ireel's eyes were devout. The Nazgul is indeed the most fitting title for the Emperor. But Master, please forgive my impertinence. The Grand Duke who entered slumber with you. How is he? Ireel looked confused. Li Kongjun explained. He went to the supermarket with my sister. Anyway, he's doing fine. I'll explain in detail when I get back. Ireel bowed her head respectfully. My master. Li Kongjun turned to Kim Bongu. Well then, my one and only disciple. He called out affectionately. My dear Bongu. Kim Bongu Felintet. What is he going to say? Li Kongjun's tone was urgent. I snuck out. I have to get back before my sister returns. I'm leaving this place to you. Bongu, Bongu. I'm disappearing now. Kim Bongu was flustered. Hyung, wait. Li Kongjun's figure turned into a flash of light and vanished instantly. He stood there stunned, watching the snow fall from the sky. I wonder if I can clean this up as well as last time. Near Silam Crossroad Station, Special Forces had cordoned off the streets. Bureau Director CO Duchiol asked, First, I want to confirm the hunter list for the first assault team. A subordinate hurried forward. Director, CO Duchiol took the list. The first group I sent and were all top-tier hunters. The subordinate handed over a folder. A total of 20 hunters were dispatched. CO Duchiol flipped through the document. Best des Hunter Yu Yihon. Are there any other noteworthy members? The subordinate began to report. The first assault team was led by S-rank hunter Ju Ji-hoon, ranked 10th. Next is A-rank hunter Un Rang-ha, ranked, and A-rank hunter Sa Ju-hai, ranked 19th. CO Duchiol was silent in thought. Finally, the first assault team also included a newly promoted C-rank rookie. CO Duchiol raised an eyebrow. C-rank? The subordinate explained. He's a newly promoted hunter. Recently, at the Giro Digital Complex Gate, he subdued an A-rank murderer. CO Duchiol turned around. That guy. What was his name again? He scoffed. I thought he had a lot of potential. What a shame. He looked at the ominous gate in the distance. Due to an inadequate danger assessment of the gate, their formation wasn't properly balanced. He gazed at the swirling crimson energy within the gate. For the sake of those who bought us time with their sacrifice, we must prevent any further casualties. CO Duchiol's voice was weary. How much longer must I watch young lives be sacrificed? I've had enough. The crimson vortex of the gate began to shrink, twist, and then completely dissipated. CO Duchiol watched the scene. Wait, the gate disappeared. Could it be? They succeeded? Suddenly, a wave of energy fluctuated. The figures of the hunters appeared out of thin air and fell heavily onto the asphalt road. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Oh my God, it's the hunters. They're back. The disaster level gate has been cleared. Kim Bongu lay on the ground and struggled to lift his head. Ugh! A subordinate spotted him and shouted, Over here, there's a survivor who's still conscious. CO Duchiol strode forward. He looked at the young man. You are. Kim Bongu held his head. Ugh, I'm Fine. A subordinate recognized him. Director, it's that rising C-rank star. The filial son hunter, Kim Bongu. Around 4 p.m. today, the disaster-level Giants Sanctuary. The gate was officially rated as S-rank. Bureau Director CO Duchiol stated, the success of this raid was achieved through the heroic sacrifice of the hunters for the peace and safety of the citizens. Li Kongjun walked into the kitchen. Sister, is dinner ready? Li Su-bin, with her back to him, replied. Almost. Li Kongjun leaned against the doorframe. So hungry. Li Zobin responded. It's almost ready. Just a little longer. Li Kongjun replied softly. Okay. How much longer will this go on? CORA held out her small hand. One more time. Daddy, you don't like it? Daddy likes it too. The giant cashier game. Of all the toys, why did you have to pick that damn one? Oh creator, the toy you made is unprofitable. Do you know how much suffering it has brought to mankind? Li Colra knelt on the carpet, bowing and welcome. Welcome. Li Kangyun sat down cooperatively. Hello. Li Colra presented various toys. Fui, and a milk carton. Li Kongjun picked up a toy milk carton. I'll have this, please. Li Colra immediately quoted a price. Okay, customer. The milk is 20 off right now. It's just one carton of milk. Li Colra held out her hand. Okay, customer. Thank you for your patronage. Li Kangyun looked to her. Princess, pursuing profit is a good thing, but overcharging is not right. He gently suggested, how about we adjust the price a little? Li Colra puffed up her cheeks and shouted huffily, Daddy. She waved her little hand. 20 off. Li Kongjun sighed in resignation. All right. Li Kongjun handed the toy to Li Colra. Thank you. Please come again. Li Seonda Lauet Happy Li. Daddy. One more time. Princess, you've been playing for 3 hours straight. Li Kongjun's face was ashen. He had repeated the same purchase and refund hundreds of times. Ugh. Clapsley and Ireel sat on the sofa, watching. Countess Ireel, this sight is truly terrifying. Ireel's face was expressionless. I never imagined such a cruel game that tests one's patience could exist. I'm at a loss for words. Clapsley added, what's more terrifying is, once the princess takes an interest in something, she'll play until she collapses. Her persistence is just like her mother's. Malbus lay on the sofa. As a descendant of an immortal bloodline, the little princess's patience and cruelty are truly worthy of her reputation. Do you know how long I have to play with her? Every day? Clapsley whispered. In that sense, this game could be called eternal calculation. He looked at Ireel and Malbus. What do you think? Ireel looked disdainful. Grand Duke, don't lump me in with an old geezer like you. That's a pretty good choice. Malbus looked at Li Kangyun. We could face the same fate at any moment, so we must always remain vigilant. Li Kongjun's voice came from behind the sofa. I heard that. Ireel and Clapsley froze simultaneously, breaking out in a cold sweat. Li Subin walked into the living room. Everyone, dinner is ready. Li Kongjun shot up instantly. Li Colra sat on the floor. No, I want to play more. Li Kangyun urtit. No, you have to eat. Li Colra turned her head away. No, one more time. Li Subin put her hands on her hips. Seonda. Are you really going to keep this up? Li Kongjun immediately chimed in. Sister, Li Zobinzite. Goodness, she said gently to Li Colra. Then tell Daddy. We'll play again after dinner, okay? Li Kangyun is body tremble. Sister, Li Colra looked up, her big, watery eyes looking at Kongjun Daddy. She asked in a small voice, can we play again after dinner? Li Kongjun clutched his chest. An arrow shot through his heart. Princess, he surrendered completely. I lose. Daddy. Li Kongjun knelt in front of Li Colra, his eyes full of affection. Okay, we'll play after we eat. The dining table was filled with sumptuous dishes. Wow, it's a feast. Li Zobin smiled. I did my best. Eat up. She looked at Ireel. By the way, who is this young lady? Ireel responded. She stood up. Your Majesty, please allow me to formally introduce myself again. Ireel gracefully smoothed her hair. I am Ireel. I formerly served as the Minister of Internal Affairs at the Imperial Palace, assisting my master, Li Zobin Visperet, Kangyun. He doesn't seem to have fully recovered yet. His body looks fine, but mentally, Li Kangyun immediately retorted. I'm fine. Li Subin turned to Ireel. By the way, Mississippi, she asked curiously, how did you contact Kongjun and find your way here? Ireel explained. That's because my master. I happened to run into him today. Luckily, he came back before he transformed. She continued. I told him to transform ahead of time. So I told him to transform ahead of time. Li Subin whipped her head toward Li Kongjun. Kongjun, didn't you say you didn't go out on this cold day? Li Kangyun stiffnul. I just happened to go to the nearby convenience store. Li Subin's tone was stern. Kangyun, do you know how dangerous it was outside today because of that disaster-level gate? Even if it was nearby, how could you go out so carelessly? Li Kongjun lowered his head. I'm sorry. The atmosphere at the table grew heavy. Li Kongjun silently shoveled rice into his mouth. Clapsley began to ramble on. At today's banquet, His Majesty's sister, Ms. Subin, reprimanded His Majesty, asking if he had gone out without permission. Clapsley grew more and more excited. His Majesty was like a scolded child, saying in a faint voice, I'm sorry. Li Kongjun's face turned completely dark. He gripped his spoon. How old are you this year? Clapsley was taken aback. 1,300. Li Kongjun's tone was icy. Wow, you've lived for a damn long time. Clapsley shrank his neck. Indeed, Lee Subin finally spoke up. That's enough, you two. She turned to Ireel. Mississippi, where are you living now? Ireel stammered. Ooh, Lee Subin Piresit. Oh my goodness. Don't tell me you don't even have a place to live? Ireel lowered her head and reported respectfully. I have not yet found a place to live. In Lee Subin's mind, a tragic image appeared of Ireel sleeping in a pile of garbage. This won't do. She couldn't accept it. In this dangerous world, a young, beautiful lady. For now, Ireel immediately refused. Madam, how could I possibly live in the royal residence? Lee Subin cut her off. Do you want to be homeless in this dangerous world? Ireel answered in a low voice. Yes. Lee Subin suggested. For now, you can stay with us. Mississippi. This is. Lee Subin puffed out her chest, her expression solemn. I am. This is a royal command. Ireel abruptly dropped to her knees. Yes, I will obey your command. Lee Subin was a little embarrassed. All right, get up quickly. Lee Kongjun covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. A command. Puffed. Lee Subin glared at him. Don't you dare laugh. Lee Kongjun's face turned red from holding it in. Hee, nice one. Lee Subin kilirit hertrot. The gate has disappeared, right? She covered her mouth with her hand. I was so shocked to hear a disaster-level gate appear today. On the TV news, the anchor was reporting 16 hunters sacrificed in today's disaster-level gate. Among the 6 survivors, 5 are in critical condition. However, for it to be suppressed so quickly is a blessing in disguise. Lee Subin watched the news, lost in thought. This is the 3rd time a disaster-level gate has appeared in the country. To be able to pacify it safely with minimal losses is highly significant. A trace of fear showed in her eyes. Seoul could have been reduced to ashes, and countless lives would have been lost. Lee Kongjun picked up a piece of food and replied calmly, that won't happen. Don't worry. His tone was firm. I will protect you and COLRA. The TV screen changed. Kim Bongu was surrounded by reporters. Lee Subin pointed excitedly at the TV. Wow, even Bongu is on the news now. He's famous. That's the same Bongu who came to our house recently, right? Lee Subin asked in confusion. Bongu is a hunter? Lee Kongjun replied. Yes. Lee Subin was a little displeased. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Lee Kongjun said flatly. You never asked. Lee Subin was at a loss for words. Okay. I'm sorry, brother. Lee Kongjun continued eating nonchalantly. It's fine. Lee COLRA's voice rang out. Daddy, finish all your food. Lee COLRA held up her empty bowl, her smile radiant. Let's play with COLRA one more time. Lee Kongjun's face instantly stiffened. His expression went blank. He put down his bowl and chopsticks. It was time to give the order. Clapsley immediately sat up straight. Yes, master. Please give your command. Lee Kongjun picked up a napkin and wiped his mouth. Bring a person here. Clapsley was puzzled. A person. Lee Kongjun's eyes turned cold. Bring me the inventor of that damn toy cashier. The main culprit who spread it. The one who dragged the nation's elders into suffering and chaos. Clapsley shot to his feet. His body trembled. As you command, master. Lee Subin tried to placate Clapsley. Sir, please don't mind what Kongjun said. Lee Kongjun stood up expressionless. Welcome, esteemed customer. He asked listlessly, what can I do for you today? Lee Subin was humming a song in the kitchen. I'm so tired of waiting. Mom, alone tonight. Ireel appeared silently behind her. Mother. Lee Subin jumped. She spun around. You scared me to death. What did you get here? Ireel held a tray. To me, cleaning be entrusted like washing dishes and with a respectful expression. Mother, I implore you, from now on, please entrust all chores like washing dishes and cleaning to me. Lee Subin wavit headhunt. It's okay. You must be confused since you just arrived. Rest first. Ireel insisted. Lee Subin said gently, all right, if it's really inconvenient for you, how about you keep me company while I wash the dishes? Ireel immediately agreed. Mother, my master treats his subjects, just as you do, without standing on ceremony. Lee Subin scrubbed the dishes. Really? Ireel continued. I've always wondered how he could do that. It seems to stem from the royal lineage. Lee Subin thought to herself, how? This young lady is completely immersed, this girl is completely immersed in role-playing. It must have been tough in the portal. Ireel's eyes shone with reverence. My master is worthy of the name Wise King. Without a single flaw, my lord's very existence is the order and law of the entire world. He transcends any religion and stands above all gods. Lee Subin watched the scene in the living room. Li Xiolare held out her small hand. Princess, that will be 80 million won. Li Kongjun took the toy. Thank you. Li Zobin watched. Kongjun, an absolute being. She turned to Ireel. Perhaps because I raised him since he was little. It's hard for me to feel the kind of divinity you're talking about. Ireel asked. Some people must have been praying to him constantly, right? Is that so? Ireel nodded. Writes. To him constantly. Yes. Li Subin continued to speculate. Then there must be countless statues built for him. Or temples. Ireel's eyes lit up. You have such a discerning eye. Just as you said, countless people offer prayers and worship to my lord. A giant stone statue of a god stood in a temple. Believers prostrated themselves and knelt. Ireel's voice rang out across the entire continent. The temples built to honor my lord. Number over several hundred. The magnificent temples are built into the mountains. Truly spectacular. Li Zobin Mavilet. Wow, that's incredible. Was the inspiration from Josian? She asked curiously. So, in that empire, were there no other religions? Ireel answered, there were, but they all disappeared. Li Zobin Presit. Did Kongjun eliminate them? Ireel shook her head. No, my lord has never suppressed any religion. The people just naturally stopped worshipping other gods. Why? An illusion of a temple reflected in Ireel's eyes. No god could directly grant salvation. They only demanded of their followers to offer limitless loyalty and faith. Isn't that a common trait of all religions? But my master granted salvation with his own hands. Clad in black armor, he stood atop a mountain peak and ended the seemingly endless war. He repelled foreign enemies time and again, protecting the entire continent. He ruled as emperor for hundreds of years. His achievements brilliant. So the people began to worship my master instead of any god. Old statues of gods were toppled one by one, turning to ruins. People built new statues, praising him endlessly until his name became eternal. Li Kongjun floated in the center of a purple magic circle, clad in armor and a scarlet cape, like a god. At that time, my master had reached the 9th circle of necromancy. Li Subin asked, then wouldn't Kongjun be hated to the bone by everyone? Ireel asked back, by whom? Li Zobin explained, the gods who lost their believers and followers. Ireel nodded. They must have been filled with intense jealousy and resentment toward my lord. Ireel crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth turning up. Of course. That was only when the gods still existed. Li Subin opened the refrigerator. Want some fruit? The phone on the dining table suddenly rang. Its ringtone urgent. The screen lit up. The caller ID showed convenience store owner. Li Subin looked at the phone. It's so late. Why would the manager? She answered the phone. Tomorrow. I'll let him know if anything changes. She hung up the phone. Yes, thank you for your concern. Clapsley sensed something was wrong. Mother, what happened? Li Subin held her phone. Her expression flustered. Oh dear, what should I do? Li Subin turned to Clapsley. Sir, can you go for an interview at the convenience store tomorrow? It's the part-time job I mentioned before. They scheduled it for 3 in the afternoon. Clapsley's pupils contracted. A part-time job. The convenience store manager looked at the resume. So, your name is Mr. Choi Do-soo. I've run this store for 10 years and interviewed hundreds of people, but I've never seen an applicant like this. The manager looked at Clapsley, who was sitting ramrod straight. Sir, Clapsley was covered in sweat. The manager asked cautiously, aren't you hot? Clapsley immediately replied, I am perfectly fine. The manager tried to ease the atmosphere. You don't have to be so nervous. This is just a convenience store part-time job interview. Clapsley straightened his back. No, not at all. The manager continued to explain. First, I'm sorry for arranging the interview on such short notice. Actually, because of what happened yesterday, all the current part-timers quit. To be frank, I heard about your situation from Subin. Ever since the portals appeared, you've had symptoms of amnesia. Clapsley jolted. That's right. The manager was a bit helpless. Sir, you can relax now. But why does he look so uncomfortable? Clapsley calmed himself internally. This is my first mission in this dimension. I must succeed no matter what, because my current status is merely that of slave. The manager scratched his head. Even if you get this job, the morning shift is pretty quiet, so it won't be particularly difficult or tiring. The job involves things like customer service, stocking shelves, and cleaning. Clapsley suddenly stood up. If you give me this opportunity, I swear to be eternally loyal to you. My master, the convenience store manager. Clapsley bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, his voice echoing through the store. I will devote myself completely until death. The manager was stunned, speechless. Wow. He bowed deeply again. Please give me a chance. Clapsley's voice was tinged with tears. Working at a convenience store has been my lifelong dream. A dream I must fulfill. He stammered out an announcement. Okay, you're hired. The manager put his hands together, as if he'd seen a savior. Yes, please start tomorrow. Clapsley fell into deep thought. Wait, how should I address this ruling class human? My status is merely that of a slave, and that human is a ruler above me. Then, Clapsley bowed again. I am eternally grateful. Clapsley shouted, Master. Kim Bongu sat on the hospital bed, a dazed look on his face. What on earth happened? He recalled the chaotic scene, being surrounded by reporters, being taken to the hospital for a checkup. His mind was a complete blank. He looked around the luxurious hospital room. It's called a hospital room, but it's much nicer than my house. How much does this room cost per day? A voice came from the doorway. About 3 million won. Kim Bongu looked toward the voice. CEO Duchiol walked in, carrying a fruit basket. CEO Duchiol put down the basket and added, depending on the length of your stay, there might be a discount, but the discount amount isn't much. He looked at Kim Bongu. May I sit for a moment? We meet again. I apologize for visiting so suddenly. Kim Bongu quickly waved his hands. And no, it's fine. By the way, what brings you here? CEO Duchiol sat down. I came to ask a few questions about the Calamity class portal that appeared today, and to convey a few things as well. I came to see you in person as I have a few things to ask about the calamity that came today. First, on behalf of the nation, I thank you for your efforts in protecting the safety of our citizens. Kim Bongu clasped his hands and quickly shook his head. No, I really didn't do much to help. CEO Duchiol held a pen and notebook. As you know, besides you, Mr. Kim Bongu, the other survivors are still unconscious. So for now, we can only rely on your testimony. Kim Bongu lowered his head. Yes. CEO Duchiol asked, can you briefly summarize what happened inside the Calamity class portal? Kim Bongu Vikan. The mobs inside the portal were all very strong. Even the great Ju Ji-hoon had a hard time dealing with them. As for the boss monster, that frost giant, the powerful Ju Ji-hoon, he gripped the bed sheets tightly with both hands. I have to tell the truth, but I can't reveal my brother's identity. CEO Duchiol jotted down in his notebook. A frost giant. If even the mobs were that strong, the boss monster must have been a despair class entity. This is similar to the information we gathered from Mr. Ju Ji-hoon. Resistance was impossible. Kim Bongu looked up. Mr. Ju Ji-hoon. He's awake? Bloody images flashed through his mind. CEO Duchiol shook his head. We only reached that conclusion by analyzing the wounds on his body. It seems he was instantly crushed by immense pressure, with no time to resist. CEO Duchiol's gaze sharpened. Then, here's the question. We can't figure it out. Who exactly, and by what method, subdued such a powerful boss monster? Kim Bongu lowered his eyelids. I lost consciousness and fainted around that time. We're already grateful that you returned safely. Thank you for your cooperation as well. CEO Duchiol stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Kim Bongu, you may know this, but this is the first time in history that a Calamity class portal has been successfully suppressed, with so few casualties. Because of that, many countries have shown great interest in this incident, although we couldn't learn the details, which is somewhat puzzling. Kim Bongu agreed. Yes. CEO Duchiol changed the subject. In any case, I didn't just come today to take your testimony. I also came to bring some good news. Kim Bongu leaned forward. Good news? CEO Duchiol continued. Mr. Kim Bongu, you recently survived a dystopian survival game at Giro Digital Complex Station, correct? Kim Bongu quickly waved his hands. That was just luck. CEO Duchiol looked at him, and this time, you once again made a huge contribution to suppressing a Calamity class portal. This can no longer be explained by luck. Kim Bongu looked dazed. I was just lucky, but the Bureau has prepared some rewards for you. Mr. Kim Bongu, CEO Duchiol announced the first reward. First, your mother, who suffers from a mysterious, incurable disease, can use the VIP room at the Awakened Hospital for free until she makes a full recovery. Kim Bongu se pupin gunjat. Oh my God. CEO Duchiol continued. Of course, You and the other civilian-class hunters will also receive medals, prize money, and various benefits. The medal ceremony will be held at the same time as the memorial service for the victims. Among these rewards, the most practical one for you is probably Co Duel spread his arms. Your immediate family members will be exempt from all tuition fees for life. In Kim Bongu's eyes, his brother's figure was bathed in holy light, transforming into a savior and benefactor. Brother, thank you so much, Co Duel announced. Finally, I am officially informing you that Hunter Kim Bongu has been selected as a candidate for A-rank reevaluation. Kim Bongu sat buntu bayin sok. A-rank reevaluation candidate. Co Duel affirme. Yes, due to your recent outstanding performance, we are granting you the qualification to participate in the year-end rank reevaluation test. I hope you can be promoted to a rank that matches your abilities. Mr. Bongu. Kim Bongu hurriedly waved his hands. I think I'm still just a C rank. Co Duel Sudani. Bovid. Also, even after your promotion, I hope you will continue to fight for the survival of the nation and its people. Tirelessly, Kim Bongu looked at him. This is a big problem. Co Duel straightened up. Well then, I'll see you on the day of the memorial service. He turned to leave. Kim Bongu responded in a low voice. Igriagis. A glowing fly circled around, landing silently on a finger. In the darkness, the owner of the hands looked at the fly. I have obtained the necessary information. Two figures sat on a rooftop railing. One of them asked, "Is that so?" What did they say? The other person jumped down from the railing. In a few days, there will be a memorial and medal ceremony for this calamity-class portal incident. And then, I think that day will be the perfect time to execute our grand plan under the watch of countless people. The hooded figure rubbed their hands excitedly. I see. We kidnap the target and reveal the true face of that incompetent bureau to the whole world, right? Then we persuade the kidnapped target to join our anti-bureau alliance. If persuasion fails, we'll have to kill them. Kim Bongu opened the door to his home and froze. We meet again. Kim Bongu looked at the woman at the door. It's that young lady from before. Ireel held a toilet brush and a rag and whispered viciously, "Shut up." Kim Bongu was suddenly choked by a force. What's happening? Clapsley peeked out from behind the door, a confused look on his face. No, but why? Kim Bongu, holding a shopping bag, looked at the old man. Lady Ireel does not converse with the weak. Don't take it to heart. Kim Bongu's gaze fell on the other man. Sir, by the way, where did you get that convenience store vest? Clapsley laughed. Ha, you're very sharp, just as you guessed. Lee Kongjun's guess blurted out. You picked it out of a clothing recycling bin, didn't you? Clapsley looked as if he'd been shot through the heart. NGH. He suddenly bowed. Welcome to Gugu Convenience Store. Kim Bongu was stunned. Huh? Clapsley asked enthusiastically. What are you looking for? He straightened his back. Allow me to introduce myself. As of today, I have been appointed to the position of weekday morning part-time employee at the nearby Gugu Convenience Store. Kim Bongu Zetponde Bolangli. Congratulations. He suddenly remembered. He did say he was going for a convenience store interview. But can he really do this job? Anyway, Kim Bongu looked toward the balcony. Brother, why are you outside? Lee Kongjun stood on the balcony, with his arms crossed. It's a long story. I'm trapped here. Lee Seolara said. Uncle, Daddy went to jail because he's a thief. Kim Bongu said. Oh, so you're playing cops and robbers with Daddy. Lee Seonda Sautet. But Uncle is a thief too, so he has to go to jail. Lee Kongjun was blocked by the balcony door. What are you doing? Let me in. Welcome to your first time in jail. Can people even live in here? Don't worry. Kim Bongu looked confused. You're really into character. Have you been locked up for long? Lee Kongjun asked back. What time is it now? Probably around 4 in the afternoon. I was locked up after lunch, so it's been about 3 hours. Kim Bongu et Gelim. My God, 3 hours. I need to go to the bathroom. She at least let me go to the bathroom. Kim Bongu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It seems she's quite lenient. By the way, why did you come today? Kim Bongu et Lai. I came to give you a report. I was hospitalized yesterday, so I only just got here. Lee Kongjun asked with concern. Hospitalized? Are you okay? Were you injured? Kim Bongu waved his hand. No, it was something else. I think there's a huge misunderstanding, but it should be resolvable. After hearing the story, Lee Kongjun said, I see. You've had it rough. Kim Bongu's gaze swept over the clothes drying rack on the balcony. After listening, Lee Kongjun summarized. So you have to take the rank promotion test at the end of the year, and you're worried you'll perform poorly, right? Kim Bongu sudenli bao et. Yes, brother. So please help me. Lee Kongjun looked at him. Help how? By cheering you on? Kim Bongu looked up. Not that. I was thinking if you could train me during this time. Maybe I could achieve something. Lee Kong-jun cut him off. Listen, Bongu, use your head. Kim Bongu lowered his head. Igriagis. Lee Kong-yun quistint. Can someone who scores a 0 get 100 just by cramming at the last minute? Kim Bongu was speechless. Lee Kong-jun stroked his chin. However, raising your score by about 10 points might be possible. Kim Bongu's head shot up. 10 points? 10 points? Lee Kang-yun edit. Not this time, but that guy we met before. He's worth about 10 points. Kim Bongu asked, trembling. Could it be the one you defeated last time? The necromancer from the Anti-Bureau Alliance? Lee Kang-yun affirmed. That's right. He smiled confidently. That many points is possible. For you, that's more than enough. A glimmer of hope shone in Kim Bongu's eyes. Enough? No, it's more than enough. Kim Bongu bowed deeply. Big brother, thank you. Lee Kong-jun crossed his arms. Really? Then starting tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Come to my house. Kim Bongu bowed again. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, before my promotion test, there's going to be a large-scale memorial and medal ceremony. Lee Kang-yun asks, a memorial and medal ceremony? That's to commemorate those who died in the portal, and to award medals to the civilian-class hunters who contributed. Kim Bongu's eyes were filled with gratitude. This is all thanks to you, brother. If I get the prize money, I'll give it all to you. Kim Bongu hestita. Brother. On that day, Clapsley's voice came from behind the door. Young Master Bongu, it seems you are finally on the path to success. I sincerely congratulate you. You are about to receive a medal for your service. Is this not success? Lee Kang-yun looks at Kim Bongu. Remember to take lots of commemorative photos with your family then, to show your mom when she wakes up. Kim Bongu lowered his head. I'll probably have to go alone. My sister's college entrance exams are soon. She insisted on coming, but I told her to focus on her studies. Mom would definitely rather see my sister get into a good university than see pictures of the medal ceremony. Lee Kang-yun asks, so you're going alone? Lee Kang-yun asks, is that so? His thoughts drifted to the past. At his graduation ceremony, all his classmates took pictures with their families. Only he was all alone. I used to always be alone too. My sister was the pillar of our family, always so busy and tired. I didn't even dare to ask her to come to my graduation ceremony. Lee Kong-jun's gaze became determined. I'll go with you. Kim Bongu was stunned. Lee Kang-yun nodded. Being alone on such a good day will be lonely. Kim Bongu's eyes welled up. Thank you so much. Lee Kong-jun looked at him. If you're grateful, don't just say it. Show it with some action. Kim Bongu put his hands together. Right? On the day of the ceremony, Kim Bongu's words were interrupted by a childish voice. Princess Sophia. It's Seol's favorite, Princess Sophia. She held up a toy box. Uncle bought it for Seol. Kim Bongu gaojet dao and took out a shopping bag. Then let's play together. Lee Sun-da zumpet up et siten Lee. Okay. Lee Kong-jun stood behind the door, watching the two play. Princess, what about me? Lee Seol wobbled as she climbed onto the small sofa and sat down firmly. Crossing her arms, she announced sternly, no, thieves have to go to jail. Lee Kong-jun was trapped on the balcony by an invisible force. I didn't even steal anything. You cowardly villain. A dark aura emanated from Lee Kong-jun. Are you trying to bribe the prison guard? Kim Bongu's You call it bribe? If you please, call it bail money. Lee Kong-jun pressed his hands against the glass. What? Kim Bongu lifted the shopping bag. Then I'll see you on the day you get out of jail. Whenever that may be. Lee Kang-yun bold. Yamtot. He suddenly felt something was off. A fly was circling by his ear, buzzing. Lee Kong-jun swatted at the fly. What is this thing? He felt a faint trace of magic. Although it's very faint, the remains of the fly turned to ash on his fingertips. Where did this come from? His vision suddenly went dark, then returned to normal. On a park bench, a man put down his phone. Damn it, the connection was cut. A white-haired girl licked an ice cream cone. What? The scout fly I sent was taken out. It seems the target noticed the surveillance. That C-rank hunter named Kim Bongu is no simpleton. Even though he's just a C-rank, he defeated a necromancer without a scratch, without even using the guild. If we can persuade him to join us, he'll become a powerful asset. The 9th member of the Anti-Bureau Alliance, former S-rank hunter Kim Dudong. Lee Hee-jin looked full of anticipation. I hope the target resists to the very end. It would be even better if he's a heroic type. That way we can have fun toying with him and kill him when we get bored. She is the 12th member of the Anti-Bureau Alliance, former S-rank hunter. Torture technician Lee Hee-jin. Kim Do-dong closed his newspaper. In any case, we underestimated the target. To be able to detect a scout fly with almost no magic. This means Kim Jong sa fit taiten, Kim Bombusing Madi Perceptino is at least S-rank. His physical stats and combat abilities have probably reached the level of an A-rank hunter as well. Kim Do-dong turned around. Let's head back first. Lee Hee-jin followed. The two stepped into a portal and disappeared from the park. Day 3. Lee Kong-jun handed Kim Bongu a set of weighted gear. From now on, wear this in your daily life. Kim Bongu looked bewildered. What is this? Lee Kong-jun crossed his arms. You can't even tell what it is? Read some books. Bongu. Haven't you seen Dragon Ball? Goku always wears extremely heavy training clothes, and when he takes them off in a crisis, he becomes incredibly fast. Kim Bongu was skeptical, but is this cliché training method really effective? Fighting with weights on, then suddenly taking them off to get stronger when you're about to lose. That trope is everywhere. Before that happens, my joints will probably fall apart. Besides, I'm a magic type. Lee Kong-jun turned away. Forget it. If you don't want it, then don't take it. I spent tens of millions to buy it, and you're not even grateful. Kim Bongu quickly reached for it. No, brother, that's not what I meant. A moment later, Kim Bongu was wearing the heavy wrist and leg guards. They felt even heavier than he imagined. Each one must be at least 10 kilograms. Lee Kong-jun crossed his arms. All right, go play with Seal. If you dare make her cry, you're dead. Kim Bongu bendao. My back hurts. Seal wants to play with Uncle. Lee seon da zet bunde et siten Lee. I'd love to. Kim Bongu squat dao. It felt even heavier. What does Seal want to play? Lee Seol pointed at the toy cash register on the floor. Seal wants to play with this. Kim Bongu looked at the toy. Is this that Elders Eternal checkout game? All right. Kim Bongu knelt on the floor, feeling his body tremble. It's too heavy. It's this hard just to lift my hand while sitting. Lee Seol sat in front of the toy cash register. Beep. Cutscene. 80 million. Kim Bongu picked up a small toy milk carton. My arm is about to break. So this is an 80 million won store. I'll take this, please. Am I really this weak? With such a weak body, how can I support my family? Or find the elixir for Mom? Get a grip. If I can't even endure this, I won't be able to accomplish anything. 2 hours later, Lee Seol announced, Seal doesn't want to play anymore. Kim Bongu bantet. Then Uncle can rest now. Lee Seol made a new request. Seal wants to play a different game now. Kim Bongu for the magical girl suffering game begins. Lee Seol waved her toy magic wand and uttered a cute spell. Fall down. Kim Bongu lay on the floor, panting heavily. Lee Seon-da uget. Villain, get up quickly. Let's fight again. Kim Bongu polit. Please. Lee Seol continued casting spells, uttering cute incantations. Kim Bongu struggled to his feet, lifted Lee Seol high up, and started spinning. This is the terrifying airplane that even dragons fear. Lee Seon-da lauget et siten Lee. Kim Bongu carried Lee Seol on his shoulders. This is the wooden horse that terrifies even Cerberus. Lee Seon-da lauget happy Lee. Kim Bongu tossed Lee Seol into the air again, spinning her around. Lee Seol let out an excited shriek. The devil's centrifuge. Next up is housework training after childcare. Lee Seol had already fallen asleep. Lee Kong-jun gave the orders. Wipe the oil stains from the range hood. Not much. Then do the laundry. Take out the trash too. Finally, clean the room. Kim Bongu ansue saki Lee. Day after day, Kim Bongu held Lee Seol while wiping the windows, knelt on the floor to scrub it, and cleaned with the vacuum cleaner. Another day passed. He held the child while vacuuming. Then he held the child while taking out the trash. A week later, Kim Bongu looked at his trembling hands. My body seems to be getting weaker by the day, not stronger. Could his Hyung be a demon? Is he testing my patience and perseverance? No, something feels strange. No matter how I think about it, something is wrong. I suddenly remembered Master Kim. He only prepared his own ingredients. And that apprentice who only peeled onions for a year. A true master never easily imparts their secret techniques. That's it. A flash of realization crossed Kim Bongu's eyes. So Hyung is testing my limits. Another week later, Kim Bongu sat on the floor, looking at the scattered weight training gear. It's the end of the month. Lee Kong-jun held a piece of paper. Bongu, when is your rank up evaluation again? Kim Bongu looked up. Early December. There are about 2 months left. Lee Kong-jun was thoughtful. A month has already been wasted. It's time to start the real training. Lee Kong-jun put down the paper. What about the memorial service and the award ceremony? Kim Bongu flipped through his calendar. October 1st. That's tomorrow. Tomorrow. Li Kangyun nodded. All right, then tomorrow we'll go to the awards ceremony first. Then we'll start the official training. Kim Bongu looked up excitedly. Does this mean I passed the test? Li Kangjun was taken aback. What? Kim Bongu lowered his head. I'm the kind of man who can survive even after losing all 5 senses. Li Kangjun was expressionless. Oh, I actually already knew that. Kim Bongu's lips curled into a smug smile. You were testing my patience and perseverance these past 2 weeks, weren't you? Li Kangyun shocked. I guess so. I just thought it was fun. He patted Kim Bongu's shoulder. Anyway, you've worked hard during this time. Starting tomorrow. Be prepared. Malbus sat on his cushion, his eyes filled with contempt. This demonic immortal. Meanwhile, Anseong City, Gyeonggi Province. In a dimly lit bar, the grand plan was close at hand. Lee Hee-jin looked at Kim Do-dong excitedly. You're excited too, right, brother? Kim Do-dong held his wine glass, his expression serious. The target is strong. Lee Hee-jin's smile grew wider. I know. That's why I'm even more excited. She leaned closer to Kim Do-dong. Right? Kim Do-dong swirled his wine glass. Tomorrow, we'll wait until the awards ceremony begins. The moment that filial son, Kim Bongu, steps onto the awards stage, we'll create chaos, kidnap the target, and then disappear. On the day of the awards ceremony, Lee Kangjun was wearing a sharp suit. He pulled at the collar of his trench coat. This outfit is so uncomfortable. Lee Zobin smiled. Why? You look very handsome. She walked forward and carefully adjusted Lee Kangjun's collar. You're taking the little one by yourself? Lee Kangyun nodded. Yeah, Clapsley has to work his part-time job at the convenience store. Lee Subin said softly. Then remember to congratulate Mr. Bongu for me. Got it. Lee Kangjun turned around. All right, let's go. Ireel bowed. My master. A childish shout came from outside the door. Daddy, Lee Seolare, wearing a cute yellow dress, bowed deeply. Be careful on your way. Lee Kangjun's heart skipped a beat. So cute. Lee Subin crouched down and patted Lee Seolare's head. Seolare is such a good girl, she explained with a smile. The children's show this morning happened to teach greeting etiquette. It's that kind of show from Ding Ding Zue Kindergarten. Lee Subin looks at Lee Kangyun. You loved watching it when you were little too. Lee Kangyun looks blank. Me? Lee Subin continued. You even wrote and sent them a letter. Don't you remember? Lee Kangjun tried hard to remember. Is that so? Yeah, Daddy's leaving now. Lee Kangjun gently patted his daughter's head. Have a pleasant journey. So, has it always been this warm? The ceremony hall. Crowds of people. So many. A boy held his mother's hand. Mommy, we don't have to hide anymore, right? The mother answered with a smile. Of course not. The brave hunters have already defeated the scary monsters. The boy shouted excitedly. Wow, then I want to be a hunter too and defeat monsters. Lee Kangjun watched this scene. A peaceful scene. Lee Kangjun's gaze swept over the crowd. At first, I thought they were just numb and careless. But the truth is, they're just praying that the misfortunes in the news won't befall them, pretending to believe the hunters will protect them, acting out a peace that was stolen long ago. What a damn rotten world. Kim Bongu was drinking water. What? Lee Kangjun was expressionless. Nothing. There are so many people here. It seems to be a grand event. Kim Bongu said, of course, the suppression of this disaster-grade portal is a historic achievement for humanity. I heard many famous people will be attending. This is the first time in history that a disaster-grade portal has been suppressed with such minimal losses. He looked at the reporters not far away. Because of this, even other countries are paying attention. Lee Kangjun's gaze swept over the hunter-gathering area. So those are the hunters. A bunch of rabble. At most, a few of them are decent. He turned to Kim Bongu. You look pale, are you okay? Kim Bongu covered his mouth with his hand. Actually, I was chosen as the representative of the returnees. I have to go on stage today. Lee Kangyun asked, by yourself? Kim Bongu lowered his eyes. The others are still in a coma or can't attend due to severe injuries. The memorial service and award ceremony are about to begin. A security guard walked over. Please take your designated seat. Kim Bongu note that. Okay. He turned to Lee Kangjun. Then, I'll go ahead. Please take your seat as well. Lee Kangjun watched his departing back. Do well. A long time has passed since the portals first appeared. The speaker on stage was passionate. Our bureau will continue to protect the peace of this nation. Lee Kangyun Yaono. TSK. Hurry up and finish the awards. It's not like anyone really believes it anyway. The host's voice rang out. And now, please welcome the representative of the returnees, the filial hunter Kim Bongu. He will deliver a eulogy for those who were sacrificed in the suppression operation. Thunderous applause. It's finally Bongu's turn. Kim Bongu walked towards the stage, his steps stiff like a robot. Lee Kongjun's lips curled up slightly. Suddenly, a wave of killing intent washed over. Lee Kongjun's eyes sharpened. Killing intent. Ireel reminded him in a low voice. My master, it seems someone is plotting something. Lee Kongjun edit. Yes, it seems so. He was thoughtful. They plan to make a move here. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest. Hearing those words again really pisses me off. Lee Kongjun closed his eyes. They're the type to take what they want by force. The target is also obvious, but it has nothing to do with me. His daughter's clear voice rang out. Daddy, have a safe trip. I really don't like this. Me, playing the hero. If something really happens, the hunters will step in. But at least until tonight's family dinner. I want to see CLRA smile. Lee Kongjun's eyes snapped open. I really can't just sit by and watch. He stood up. Whispers erupted around him. What is he doing? Hey, you're blocking the view. Sit down. Lee Kongjun odo diri. Starting now. Intercept the masterminds. Lee Kongjun edit. Except for the leader, kill them all. Leave the leader alive for interrogation. Ireel replied respectfully. My master. Lee Kongjun's eyes were cold. Go all out. On the rooftop, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Bodies littered the ground. A man stood in the middle of the bodies, looking around in horror. The sound of gunfire and screams intertwined, finally fading into dead silence. A figure walked out. Kim Do-dong smiled into the communicator. Rooftop secured. He looked down. 3 bodies lay in pools of blood. Kim Do-dong kicked a body aside. He continued to give orders into the communicator. Infiltration team, report. The bomb squad has planted explosives at all 8 target points. Machine room team reports full control. Yes, we're also ready. Kim Do-dong's gaze was locked on the stage. The moment the target, Kim Bongu, steps onto the podium, the operation begins. The outside of the building will explode in an instant. Flames will erupt. 8 bombs will detonate simultaneously. Screaming people will scatter and flee. The elite assault team will storm the venue and carry out a large-scale massacre. Then, they'll kidnap the target. At the same time, I will use snipers infected with mana parasites to block reinforcements. On the rooftop, behind Kim Do-dong, 3 snipers with glowing red eyes aimed motionlessly into the distance. Kim Do-dong's confidence was palpable. After hundreds of simulations, there is no possibility of this plan failing. A voice came from the communicator. The target is walking onto the stage. A cold smile formed on Kim Do-dong's lips. Then it begins. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from the communicator. Who's there? Identify yourself. What's going on? Was the infiltration team discovered? Help me. Machine room team, report. Only piercing screams were left on the communicator. Aya. No, run. Kim Do-dong roared into the walkie-talkie. Machine room team, report. After a burst of static, a strange voice spoke. The bomb squad is almost completely wiped out. All bombs have been dismantled. Kim Do-dong was in disbelief. He grabbed his hair, his expression twisted. The elite team I handpicked for this mission wiped out or lost contact in less than a minute. What the hell? What happened? The first to be taken down were the bait agents disguised as venue staff. Kim Do-dong's mind raced. This building is about 20,000 pyong per floor. From the hall to the machine room, it's at least a few minutes' journey. A covert operation would only be slower. Could it be the Bureau? Kim Do-dong dismissed the thought. This isn't their style. The Bureau prioritizes capture. Even if they discovered the plan, they wouldn't respond so violently. Then, Lee Hee-jin's voice came from behind. Brother, it seems we have an uninvited guest too. She asked excitedly. Brother, can I kill this woman? Another voice came from the communicator. A woman. There's a woman in the tunnel. Lee Hee-jin's smile grew wider. Yeah, a woman so pretty I want to play with her for a long time. The voice on the communicator suddenly became terrified. Oh, wait a minute. She's ridiculously strong, isn't she? I'll take care of her first and then report back. Over. Kim Do-dong asked anxiously into the communicator. Hey, wait, how many of them are there? Just one person. For now. Kim Do-dong's face darkened. The tunnel in the underground aquarium has also been lost. One person took out the tunnel team and Lee Hee-jin. Who the hell is this? He hesitated. I have to go support them. Kim Do-dong picked up the communicator. Hey, static hey. A strange voice came through the static. Great. You can hear me. Kim Zodong Questin Lao Li. Who the hell are you? The strange voice replied leisurely. If I must introduce myself, 3rd Dan in Taekwondo, 1st Dan in Hapkido, 9th Dan in housekeeping, 100th Dan in intuition, riding a 21-speed bicycle my sister gave me. My favorite basketball player is Michael Jordan. Kim Do-dong, cut him off. I'll only warn you once. State your identity and affiliation now, and I'll give you a quick death. A cold voice pierced through. A quick death? Granted by you? An indescribable terror seized his throat. The figure of Lee Kong-jun emerged from the darkness on the other end of the communicator, surrounded by countless fallen shadows. Then, Lee Kong-jun showed a cold smile. Come and try. Lee Hee-jin was stunned. Hey, she looked at Ireel's back. At her feet were the bodies of the special forces. This woman is ridiculously strong. To do this much, all by herself. Brother, I'll deal with her first and then request backup. I've taken care of one for now. Lee Hee-jin stared at Ireel. Who the hell are you? Ireel tidied her hair. Let me introduce myself. I am the Minister of Internal Affairs, Ireel. Thanks to your recklessness, I am able to serve my master once again. Her eyes glowed red, her smile widening. As a token of my gratitude, I will remember your name. Ireel, a name I've never heard. Are you a foreigner? She asked coldly. What's your name? Blue electricity sparked around Lee Hee-jin's arm. I'll scare you to death if I say it. She raised her dagger, her lips splitting into a grin. I'm a torture specialist, Lee Hee-jin. Ever heard of me? Ireel's lips curled up slightly. Torture? I'm quite good at that myself. Lee Hee-jin's pupils shrank. Electricity sparked in Ireel's hand. But you are too rude. It seems you need a lesson in etiquette. I will teach you myself. She stomped on the ground, and blue electricity exploded. Lee Hee-jin's face twisted. She laughed maniacally and charged forward. Mississippi, you better not think you'll get a quick death. The dagger cut through the air with a piercing whistle. Ireel dodged, and the dagger grazed her shoulder. Lee Hee-jin's laughter grew more frantic. Just like you said, I'm a bad girl. Ireel's fingertips precisely pinched her wrist. As expected, she brandished her dagger, stabbing straight at Ireel. Lee Hee-jin was ecstatic. A whip user isn't good at close combat. I have the advantage. Ireel's gaze was icy. She whispered, Royal etiquette, first form. She raised her hand, electricity gathering in her palm. Silence. Ireel's voice was devoid of any warmth. Do not make a loud noise. Lee Hee-jin's dagger was instantly repelled by an invisible force. She let out a muffled grunt. She had never thought she would fail. Lee Hee-jin gritted her teeth. It hurts. It really hurts. In Ireel's hand, blue energy formed into an invisible whip. Royal etiquette, second form. Prepare for the audience. Ireel looked around. Where are you going? Lee Hee-jin's daggers flew from all directions. She stared at her weapons in a daze. What? Ireel's voice came from above. If you wish to see His Majesty, you must tidy your appearance. Blood spurted from Lee Hee-jin's mouth. Her wrist was severed by an invisible force. Ireel continued, and be completely disarmed. Lee Hee-jin looked at her severed wrist in horror. The daggers fell to the ground. Ireel's figure was as fast as a ghost, appearing in front of Lee Hee-jin in an instant. Zulfust, royal etiquette, third form. Kneel. Touch your head to the ground. Ireel stomped on and shattered Lee Hee-jin's kneecap. She fell to her knees with a grunt. Lee Hee-jin collapsed on the ground, her face full of fear. Please, please, I'm sorry. Forgive me, please. Ireel looked down at the kneeling Lee Hee-jin. The way you're begging now is much cuter. She grabbed Lee Hee-jin's hair, forcing her to look up. Lee Hee-jin trembled all over, tears and snot mixing on her face. So scary. Ireel's voice was cold. Didn't I tell you to be quiet? Lee Hee-jin begged in a low voice. Please, please, spare me. Ireel raised her hand, electricity flickering in her palm. Now, you're finally ready for an audience with His Majesty. Royal etiquette, Rule 3. When in the presence of His Majesty, one must not look above his knees. Ireel's figure slowly rose amidst the blue light. Child, it is your honor to accompany my master. Ireel slowly coiled up her long hair. If the one by my master's side had been Grand Duke Clapsley, what would have happened? Clapsley would smile and show a potion. If you had followed me, you wouldn't be closing your eyes so easily. Lee Kong-jun loosened his tie, revealing a brilliant smile. Hey, come and kill me. Red mist spread from Kim Du-dong's hands. It seems you ignore my warning. He looked down at the soldiers controlled by the parasite worms. From now on, regret is useless. Lee Kong-jun's figure appeared behind a shattered wall. All around were fallen soldiers. Screams rose and fell. A bug. I'm being controlled by a bug. Lee Kong-jun looked at Kim Du-dong. Bugs. Bugs. So is you who sent bugs to my house. Why? Kim Du-dong's eyes were grim. So it was you who killed the mana worms. Kim Du-dong turned his back, red energy gathering behind his hands. It doesn't matter. You'll understand after you die once. He looked down from above. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Then just die like this. Gunshots suddenly rang out, continuous and unending. Dust and smoke filled the air. The wall was blasted to pieces. Kim Du-dong looked around in alarm. Where'd he go? Lee Kong-jun's figure dissolved in a black mist, then reformed behind Kim Du-dong. He raised his head. His leather shoes tapped lightly on the ground. Weren't you going to kill me? What are you waiting for? Kim Du-dong retreated in fear. What's going on? A red light flashed in Lee Kong-jun's eyes. I will take these bodies and put them to good use. He put his hands in his pockets. His figure was swallowed by swirling red and black energy. I don't actually like getting my own hands dirty. The energy instantly exploded, turning into countless black shadows that tore the surrounding soldiers to pieces. Kim Du-dong felt a warmth in his nose as blood dripped out. Damn it, this mana. The parasites I spread were instantly purged. He was enveloped by massive red energy. Damn, this person's mana capacity. The ground beneath him was rendered blood red. A strange red world unfolded beneath Kim Du-dong. The earth cracked open. Energy poured down like a waterfall. What on earth is happening here? Skeletons. In the darkness, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up. Lee Kong-jun walked over, a cold smile on his lips. Skeletons. Countless skeletons emerged from the blood-red energy, holding sharp blades, their presence menacing. These aren't just ordinary skeletons. They are beings of a completely different dimension. To be able to control skeletons of this level, he is a top tier. No, the highest tier necromancer. The gap is too wide. Resistance is meaningless. Kim Du-dong's face twisted in fear. But a necromancer, how can he have such physical skills and speed? And that overwhelming, suffocating mana. It's terrifying, isn't it? Don't you think it would be better to be dead? His legs went weak, and his whole body trembled. It's over. Kim Du-dong collapsed to the ground, shivering uncontrollably. Lee Kong-jun looked down at him. TT, sorry. I won't let you die that easily. Kim Du-dong asked, trembling. Then, Lee Kong-jun's smile grew colder. Until I get all the answers, I will bring you back again and again. Seeing is believing. Let me give you a taste first. Kim Zong Saitet et Lodet. Blood spurted out. He let out a piercing scream. Lee Kong-jun's voice was cold. See you later. Kim Du-dong collapsed on the ground, his consciousness gradually fading. Lee Kong-jun's voice rang out again. Hey, open your eyes. Kim Du-dong woke up with a start, letting out a short scream. WH, what happened? But I was already. Lee Kong-jun's voice came from above. How does it feel to have died once? Not great taste, is it? The bodies you sent me must have felt the same way. So, don't you want to just confess everything and be released easily? Kim Du-dong looked at him in terror. But I. A red light flashed in Lee Kong-jun's eyes. It seems once isn't enough. All right, you want to keep dying until you talk. Don't worry, I'll keep reviving you. Lee Kong-jun looked down at the city, the so-called anti-bureau alliance. The target is Bongu. He stood in a pool of blood, a body lying there. Based on what that guy said, they are quite cunning. If the beloved new hero joins the villain's camp, people will fall into fear and unease. And if Bongu refuses their offer and is brutally murdered, the Bureau's competence and efficiency will be questioned. The world where the princess lives should only have meadows full of flowers. I can't let those bastards run rampant. To deal with people like that, you just need to take out the leader and they'll easily collapse. In the darkness, a voice spoke. Congratulations on your 15th revival. This is the last time. Tell me your boss's location and everything else. Kim Du-dong woke with a start. Is this some kind of binding oath? Lee Kong-jun's voice was cold. If you die from breaking the restriction, I won't revive you again. Feel free to try. There were no ripples in his eyes. I have no hobby of repeating meaningless actions. A hint of determination flashed in Kim Du-dong's eyes. I thank you. The truth is, before he could finish, his body suddenly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. An ominous energy spread out, devouring the surrounding skeletons. Lee Kong-jun clicked his tongue. I see, and it can't be helped. From now on, I'll kill them on sight. My master. Li Kongjun loosened his tie. All taken care of. Ireel bowed slightly. You've worked hard. Li Kongjun put his hands back in his pockets. Let's go. We're heading back. Ireel asked. My master, what about the cleanup? Li Kongjun toned. He rested his hands behind his head. I don't know. They'll take care of it. Let's go. We should at least go congratulate Bongu. Take a commemorative photo or something. Ireel agreed. Meanwhile, at the awards ceremony, an official was pinning a medal on Bongu. Everyone has worked hard. Bongu was a little flustered. Thank you. In the audience, a man stroked his chin. They call him the new hero. He doesn't look that amazing. No need to recruit him for now. The guild master of the Lone Guild, S-rank hunter, ranked 5th, Black Wolf Kong, Song Hyen. Beside him, a muscular man crossed his arms. Really? I think he looks thin and weak. Not an ounce of manliness. The vice master of the Lone Guild, S-rank hunter, ranked 6th, Iron Man Go Munyeol. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. A moment later, Kong Song Hyen and Go Munyeol simultaneously looked to the side. Uninvited guests have arrived. Go Munyeol responded in a low voice. That's right. The two arrived at the back door of the award ceremony. Here. What happened? The ground was stained with blood. Bodies lay everywhere. A total mess. Go Munyeol looked down at a body. Hey, look at these bodies. This outfit and style, isn't it those guys? Kong Song Hyen crouched down to examine another headless body. You're right. Look, they still have their tattoos below the neck. Executive-level assassins from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. Putty so miserably. Go Munyeol looked at him. Who on earth? In Kong Song Hyen's pocket, a small device emitted a faint vibration and light. An urgent report came from the other end of the line. Dozens of bodies have been found in the building. All of them are assassins from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. Kong Song Hyen answered the call, his expression instantly turning grave. What? Especially in the underground aquarium, the number of bodies is the highest. One of them is suspected to be the executive-level interrogator, Lee Hyok-jae. Go Munyeol's expression changed. Not only 10 Alliance members, but even an S-rank level executive. Kong Song Hyen lowered his voice. So secretly, he looked up at the sky. Damn it, what the hell happened? Go Munyeol said in a heavy voice. We'd better report to the director. The two returned to the empty audience seats. I'm afraid we're already too late. Ireel spoke up. I think so too. Li Kongjun looked at the people still making small talk on stage. We're busy, but let's wait anyway. Ireel nodded. Yes. Li Kongjun's gaze was fixed on Kim Bongu. You bastard. You have marijuana. The Anti-Bureau Alliance has its eyes on you. I can't protect you forever. At the same time, Bongu, holding the documents, had a sudden realization. Come to think of it, did poor Bongu get into trouble because of me? Li Kongjun shook his head. I will make you stronger. The rest is up to fate. He crossed his arms, his expression resolute. Starting tomorrow, I'm going to train you hard. Bongu naively waved his hand. Of course. I thought I was going to die. He smiled brightly. This is better than actually dying. The news was playing on the TV. The stray cat NPCs in the alley are getting by today by stealing fish again. A man stood on the roadside, watching a pair of small black cats run past. Little guys. Various delicacies appeared in Malbus's mind. After she comes back from shopping, I just want a special meal she makes. I wonder what grilled ribs taste like. She takes me for a walk every day. When I get dirty, she even gives me a thorough bath. Malbus lay down, content. A pet's life isn't so different from an emperor's life. The immortal, the sworn enemy who slaughtered my demon clan and banished me to another dimension. At first, I thought about revenge, but compared to the endless power struggles with my brothers, this life is much better. There was just one problem. Lee Seolare called out in a childish voice. Kissy woof woof. Li Kongjun revealed a sinister smile. If you kiss him, the princess will get hurt. No, the immortal will kill me. That immortal's cub. She's so persistent. Speaking of which, why hasn't she asked me for kisses anymore? Is she tired of me? A little sad. No, it's actually a relief. But she's quite cute. Let's just leave it at that for now. Malbus laid down with a clear conscience, enjoying a moment of peace. A voice came from outside the door. My treat tonight. Sis, you bought meat today. Let's buy a Hanwoo set next time. Li Kongjun turned his head at the sound. He saw Malbus sitting by the door. What are you doing here? Malbus wagged his tail. Of course, I was waiting for you to come back, master. Li Kongjun looked at him. How have you become more and more like a dog lately? Li Kongjun est kesuri. Where are my sister and Seolare? Malbus wagged his tail. They went to the supermarket. You were the one who ordered me to act like a real dog. Remember, Kim Bongu watched him. He really is becoming more and more like a dog. Malbus raised his head. Master, a terrible tragedy occurred today. Li Kongjun raised an eyebrow. What tragedy? The immortal's cub almost fell off the sofa, but I was quick to stop her. If it weren't for me, the cub might have been seriously injured. Li Kongjun took a sip of water. Good job. Malbus was stunned. That's it? Li Kongjun put down the cup. What? Do you want me to reward you? Malbus felt a little wronged. Not really. Li Kongjun pondered for a moment. All right, then I'll give you a new name. I was originally going to give it to Crabslay. This is perfect. Malbus's eyes lit up. A new name. Ireel also showed a curious expression. Li Kongjun announced, from today on, your name is dog shit. Kim Bongu was aghast. No matter what kind of demon king he is, dog shit is too much. Malbus's eyes shone. I've been acknowledged as the Emperor's right-hand man. He wagged his tail excitedly. Kim Bongu was in disbelief. He's actually happy about it. When I first met him, he was so majestic. Now he's just an ordinary dog. You like it? Malbus wagged his tail, approaching Li Kongjun. Is my honor. Ireel fell into deep thought. Dog shit. What an admirable name. Kim Bongu was completely speechless. What's so good about that name? This lady is strange too. Kim Bongu turned to Li Kongjun. Hyung, I'll go do the chores now. Li Kongjun stopped him. Go home and rest. Come over at 8 tomorrow morning. We're going to start training. Kim Bongu stay up at Sitan Li. The training is finally starting. Master, I will do my absolute best. Li Kongjun pointed behind him. Oh, not me. Ireel will be in charge of your special training. Kim Bongu was bewildered. What? Li Kongjun's voice came through. Don't worry. For old time's sake, if you die, I'll be responsible for resurrecting you. Kim Bongu asked in terror. Why? Li Kongjun's voice carried a hint of amusement. Sometimes these things happen. If I resurrect you, you'll become a great headless horseman. Kim Bongu broke out in a cold sweat. Headless? Monster, why would you say something so ominous? Ireel interjected coldly. Because you're ugly. She pointed at Kim Bongu. To date, the master has only resurrected ugly guys as headless horsemen. So you just have to open your mouth and give the order. Kim Bongu was dumbfounded. He didn't know at the time, but if he had really died, he might have become a headless horseman. An hour later, Li Siolare opened her arms, calling out in a childish voice. Food. Li Subin said with a smile. Siolare has been waiting for you. Kongjun. Li Kongjun showed a doting smile. Yes. Malbus watched them. Seeing the immortal's cub, he also lost his reason. This cute child. She's really my daughter. Li Kongjun hooked Li Siolare. My princess, what did you play with today that was fun? Li Siolare held up a toy. I played Calculator King. She reached out to Li Kongjun. Daddy, you play too. Li Kongjun froze. Until promotion exam. 60 days remaining. Kim Bongu walked into the room. Good morning, sir. Did you sleep well? Crabslay raised his index finger. Shoo. Her Highness the Princess has not yet coughed. Please keep your voice down. Kim Bongu quickly covered his mouth. Sorry. Crabslay lowered his voice. I heard that you're starting special training with Lady Ireel today. Kim Bongu nodded his head. Yes. I don't know how it ended up like this. A glint appeared in Crabsley's eyes. Lady Ireel's training methods are extremely efficient. It will be of great benefit to your improvement. He added with a smile. At least, it's much better than being trained by our Lord himself. Kim Bongu was bewildered. Who's that? Bongu's memory flashed back. A woman with demon horns and red eyes. She's just a girl I want to protect. Yes, I really don't know. Crabsley's voice rang out. Bongu. The Inuk's empire reveres martial power. It's a battlefield of survival of the fittest. And for Lady Ireel to rank among the 5 ministers in a place like that is a remarkable feat. Kim Bongu had a realization. I see. For most people, fighting Lady Ireel means defeat before they can even make a move. Kim Bongu not that. I understand, but he still muttered under his breath. If possible, I'd rather be trained by Hyung. Crabslay said thoughtfully. Speaking of which, our Lord's judgment was truly wise and appropriate. Kim Bongu was puzzled. Why do you say that? Crabslay explained. Among the soldiers our Lord trained personally, not a single one was injured. So it's perfectly reasonable for Lady Ireel to train you. Kim Bongu was even more confused. No injuries? Is his training not that harsh? Come to think of it, my Hyung is surprisingly gentle and meticulous when he teaches soldiers. Crabslay smiled warmly. Not at all. Unfortunately, every single one of them died during training, so there were no survivors and naturally, no injured. Kim Bongu broke out in a cold sweat. Ireel's figure appeared. Duke, sorry to interrupt, but it's almost time for training. I must take this human away. Crapsley nodded. Ireel turned and walked towards the door. What are you standing there for? Kim Bongu shoot the... Why yes, my lady. Crapsley watched the two of them leave, lost in thought. Come to think of it, Crapsley muttered to himself. The death rate for soldiers trained by Lady Ireel is 50%. He looked down and smiled. But even if he dies, our Lord will just resurrect him as an undead. It's no big deal. Halfway up Guanik Sand Park, due to the appearance of a portal, there were no tourists here for the time being. Kim Bongu, panting, followed behind Ireel. Ireel stopped in her tracks. Today, we will conduct one-on-one combat training until sunset. Kim Bongu ko shusli remindite. I'm an awakened who specializes in magic. A cold glint flashed in Ireel's eyes. Talk back one more time without permission, and you will immediately become a cold corpse. Kim Bongu instantly fell silent. I'm sorry, Ireel added. Training to understand and use magic will be conducted at night. Remember that. Kim Bongu det pai internali. So, we're going to beat each other up until sunset and then start magic training? Isn't she overestimating me a little? Ireel's voice came coldly. Contrary to what you think, a day is very long. Kim Bongu was confused. Ireel looked at him. It's even longer if you count sleeping time. What? By sunset, you will understand what I mean. Ireel got into a stance. All right, let's begin. We'll start with hand-to-hand combat training. Kim Bongu began cautiously. May I ask what kind of training this is? Ireel cut him off. Attack me with the determination to kill me. Kim Bongu was aghast. What? This is too sudden. An ominous purple aura emanated from Ireel's body. If you don't take this seriously, I will personally execute you according to military law. Kim Bongu's body trembled. He clenched his fists. And no, my lady, I'll do my best. The corner of Ireel's mouth lifted slightly. Very good. From now on, see me as an enemy you've encountered on the battlefield. Kim Bongu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In that case, my apologies. On the battlefield, there's no sense in apologizing to your opponent. Kim Bongu roared and threw a punch. The fist carried a golden light. Ireel just sidestepped, easily dodging it. Like a phantom, she appeared behind Kim Bongu and kicked the back of his knee. He only saw the shadow of Ireel's leg flash past. The next second, his head slammed heavily onto the ground and blood splattered. Kim Bongu's consciousness began to blur. A peaceful pasture appeared before his eyes. Cows were leisurely eating grass. He seemed to hear a gentle voice. Oh my, the little calf finally stood up. Wonderful. Stand up one more time. Yes, just like that. Well done. Splash. Kim Bongu swayed, his legs trembling like a newborn calf. His legs gave out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Ireel stood to the side, watching him expressionlessly. Human. First time knocked down. Meanwhile, Lisiolare was talking in her sleep. Daddy, one more time. No, it's 8001. Please, no more. Dusk enveloped the mountain forest. Kim Bongu, gasping for breath, fell to the ground again. This was the 26th time. He lay on the ground, roaring in exhaustion. This isn't training, it's torture. Maybe it would be better to pass out one more time. Ireel's cold voice rang out. Get up. Ireel looked down at the fallen Kim Bongu. She poured a bottle of potion on his head. Holy water poured down. Gate of life and death. Resurrection skill. Ireel's voice was terrifyingly calm. Oh, your jaw seems to be broken. Let me fix it for you. She grabbed Kim Bongu's jaw and gave it a light twist. A sickening crack of bone was heard. Kim Bongu let out a blood-curdling scream. A thought flashed through his blurry consciousness. I want to go back to the past. Go back to the past. He remembered his request to Li Kongjun. I want to make up for my past self. Hyung, please help me. Ireel's voice interrupted his memory. All right. She turned and took a step back. Again, Kim Bongu stood up, Jemling. He looked at Ireel. This is the 27th round of torture. But this time I have to block it. Ireel's figure became a blur, and a hand chop came down. Kim Bongu crossed his arms to block, but Ireel's hand chop passed through his guard with ease. Once again, it struck him heavily. Kim Bongu was in disbelief. How is this possible? That slender, white hand could unleash such terrifying power. It was like being hit by a giant blunt weapon with no power to resist. Kim Bongu fell to the ground, gasping for air. Ireel clicked her tongue in disdain. That's all for today's hand-to-hand combat. Kim Bongu knelt on the ground, his eyes shining with the light of having survived a disaster. He survived? Ireel's voice rang out again. get up. We need to replenish our stamina immediately. Kim Bongu for the... Wait. He knelt on the ground, realizing with despair that this hellish training would continue for 2 whole months. And the so-called magic training hadn't even begun. Ireel stood by the bed. All right. Kim Bongu lay on the bed, his whole body aching. What? No magic training today? Ireel confirmed. Yes. The first day was a bit much. Kim Bongu closed his eyes wearily. Still, it's a good thing she knows how to be flexible. He fell into a deep sleep. Ireel's hand rested gently on his head. A blue light began to glow. Kim Bongu let out even snores. He found himself in a dark space. Where is this? Whatever. At least I'm free from training. He looked up. Isn't this my old school? Wait, why is Ireel here? All right, let's begin the magic training now. Kim Bongu covered his face with his hands. What? Why doesn't it hurt at all? Ireel's voice echoed in his mind. It's different from what you think. A day is very long. It's even longer if you count sleeping time. Kim Bongu sudenli zilit. Don't tell me. This is a dream. Ireel stood before him. That's right. This is a space created by your subconscious. Kim Bongu looked at her demonic form. How is this possible? You are. I am the empress of succubi, the ruler of dreams. Enough talk. Let's begin the nightly magic training. Blue lightning crackled around Ireel, and a magic circle formed in her hand. Just like the hand-to-hand combat during the day, this is also practical training. Kim Bongu thought in terror. Wait, do I have to train even when I'm sleeping? Ireel gave the command. Attack with every part of your body. Mix in magic occasionally. Kim Bongu det pai. She actually designed such a perfect torture plan, not even sparing my dreams. Ireel added nonchalantly. This is just your subconscious anyway. Even if you die, you'll revive immediately. Don't worry. Kim Bongu's hope was completely crushed. Isn't that even worse? A blue beam of magic shot towards him. Ireel held up a blue spear of light. Now, come at me with all your might. She took a step forward, her figure turning into a bolt of lightning, instantly rushing towards Kim Bongu. The blue spear of light pierced through his chest. He grunted and fell backward. How am I supposed to dodge? And how do I counter? Kim Bongu asked, trembling. Wait, didn't you say this was a dream? Why does it hurt so much? Ireel answered coldly. If you can't feel pain, how can you be immersed in the training? Blood trickled from the corner of Kim Bongu's mouth. You could have said so earlier. His legs gave out, and he fell to the ground. Kim Bongu's inner monologue. Can I really last until the end of the training? Ireel confessed. I'm not sure either. Ireel commanded. Again, Kim Bongu let out a blood-curdling scream as he was struck by blue electricity. Ireel commanded again. Again, Kim Bongu fell to the ground, electricity crackling over his body. Ireel watched him. Kim Bongu thought in despair. Just kill me. This is truly a hellish first day of training. At the same time, at Lee Kongjun's house, Lee Subin took out a cell phone. I figured you might need a cell phone. Lee Kongjun took the phone. Thank you, sister. I really wanted one. Lee Subin said, I've already saved my number in your phone. Lee Kongjun opened his contacts and saw sister. 39 days remaining. Lee Kongjun looked at Lee. Bongu has gotten a little stronger. Ireel stood to the side. He's quite perseverant. Lee Kongjun was a little surprised. Oh, really? Even Ireel is starting to praise him. Ireel recalled a scene from the training. Although it was unconscious, on the 31st day of training yesterday, he successfully blocked one of my attacks. Lee Kongjun placed. Was it a real attack? Ireel turned to face him. Yes. Lee Kongjun was impressed. Wow, Bongu has really grown a lot. The door opened, and Kim Bongu walked in. Hello, Hyung. Lee Kongjun looked at him, and we should probably get going. He sized up Kim Bongu carefully. It's only been 3 weeks. What happened to your face? Kim Bongu looked haggard, with deep dark circles and a scruffy beard. He looked 10 years older. Lee Kongjun pointed at him. Hey, at least shave your hair and beard before we go. You have that much time, right? Kim Bongu sat in the car. Hyung, why did you suddenly ask me to book a portal? Lee Kongjun looked straight ahead. For training, of course. Kim Bongu was puzzled. Training and earning money? Lee Kongjun admitted frankly. To be honest, it's mainly for money. Lee Kongjun looked out the window. The house was small to begin with, and now there are more people. Lee Kongjun asked, Sister, isn't it hard for you? Lee Subin walked over with a tray. It's okay. She smiled. Actually, I quite like the house being lively. It's nice to have people around. Lee Kong-jun watched his sister's back. She says that, but it's not really okay. He remembered the situation before his sister quit her job and the drawings she made as a child. I made her quit her job. I have to at least buy her a house or something. Lee Kong-jun's voice rang out from behind. Hey, aren't you going into the portal? W.O. Kim Bongu let out a blood-curdling scream. Please spare me. This time, just let me be a porter, earn a little, and come right out. Lee Kong-jun sat in the passenger seat, looking at his phone. We've arrived at the Bukhansan portal. Kim Bongu looked at him. By the way, it seems your phone is registered. Lee Kang-yun noted. Just happened to be. Kim Bongu suggested. Let me give you my number. Lee Kang-yun agreed. Okay. Kim Bongu asked. How should I save your name? Lee Kong-jun looked at his phone screen. Headless Horseman. Kim Bongu tilted his head. Lee Kong-jun looked down, typing in the number. There are 2 people in my contacts now, he thought. Kim Bongu checked his own phone. Oh, you set up a profile too. He tapped on Lee Kong-jun's profile picture. The photo made him freeze. This is Lee Kang-yun, was the emperor of the great Anux Empire, now struggling to raise a child. It's definitely not an easy task. People who want to pick a fight with me can send a text, but you're responsible for the consequences. Lee Kong-jun covered his face, his fingers sinking deep into his hair. Kim Bongu stared at the phone screen, his body stiff. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything. Outside an inconspicuous pawn shop, the street was deserted. A voice came from the shadows. According to orders from above, the recent operation to capture the target has failed. Another voice spoke up. Didn't that mission involve 12 executives and elite agents? That's right. The first voice continued. Not only did it fail, but it seems they were completely wiped out. 12 executives. You're saying they were all wiped out? Even if they were just the lowest ranking ones. What kind of monster could do something like that? He paused. So, the brothers have been asked to handle the target personally. Just because the target has become famous recently? That's right. We've already lost 2 executive-level powers because of this. Naturally, we have to take it more seriously. So when do we move? Why delay against a small fry? The sooner, the better. Bukhansan portal entrance. Kim Bongu rubbed his ears. Strange. My ears are ringing a little. Lee Kong-jun crossed his arms. Sounds like someone's talking bad about you behind your back. Maybe a few people are plotting to kill you right now. Kim Bongu Fadawen. Why do you always make jokes like that? I haven't done anything to deserve being killed. A staff member stopped them. Excuse me, are you Mr. Kim Bongu? Are there no other team members? Kim Bongu deeply. No, it's just me and my porter going in. Lee Kong-jun rubbed his stomach. I'm a little hungry. The staff member's voice came through. You cannot enter the portal alone. It's too dangerous. Kim Bongu tried to negotiate. But it's the rule. Can't you make an exception just this once? The staff member was unyielding. Even if you were Mr. Kim Bongu, this is too much. Kim Bongu was exasperated. I'll really be fine. Lee Kong-jun saw a convenience store not far away. Oh, there's a convenience store over there. Looks like this argument will take some time. The staff member's tone was firm. If necessary, I will have the management guild apply for an exemption. Kim Bongu walked over. Hyung, I'm going to go talk to them. I will definitely get the solo entry permit. He walked towards the staff member. Please wait a moment. Lee Kong-jun called out to him. Let me borrow your card. Kim Bongu looked stunned, reaching for his pocket. Wait. Lee Kong-jun grabbed his wrist. Hey, I came out early in the morning to train you, and I haven't even had breakfast. You can't even spare this little bit of money? Kim Bongu sit down. Oh, of course not. I just thought I should be the one to pay. He suddenly remembered something. By the way, Hyung, actually, I've been meaning to tell you. Lee Kong-jun looked at him quizzically. Kim Bongu said seriously. At the last award ceremony, I received a bonus. Lee Kong-jun's eyes lit up. It was as if electricity flashed through his body. A B bonus? Money? He asked excitedly. So how much did you get? Kim Bongu et lai. First, for subjugating the A-rank serial killer at the Giro Digital Complex Station portal, I received a full 100 million won in prize money. Lee Kong-jun was in disbelief. 100 million. Kim Bongu continued. And for my contribution at the Gangnam Station intersection, I received 200 million. 300 million in total. Thinking about it, this is all your achievement, Hyung. I think I should give it to you. Lee Kong-jun lowered his head, his bangs covering his eyes. No, you. Kim Bongu was a bit awkward. Come on, just take it. Lee Kong-jun suddenly grabbed him by the collar. Something this important. Why are you only telling me now? Kim Bongu hudiden et lai. It's not that I didn't want to give it to you. Lee Kong-jun's eyes were fierce. How could I not want it? You brat. Were you planning to keep it all for yourself? Kim Bongu sitam incohentin. I tried to tell you several times, but every time. Lee Kong-jun let go. With people you're close to, Financial matters need to be even clearer. Kim Bongu nodded quickly. Hyung, that's not what I meant. I really wanted to tell you. Lee Kong-jun patted his chest. All right, I'll take 200 million. You keep the rest. Kim Bongu quickly agreed. Igriegajis. Kim Bongu turned his head. I didn't really do anything, so all of it. Lee Kong-jun hurriedly said. But you still ran around with me and suffered a lot, didn't you? A greedy glint shone in Lee Kong-jun's eyes. Then I won't be polite. I'll at least make you worth 10 times that. A billion. Kim Bongu watched his back, his eyes shining. Hyung. Kim Bongu put his hands together, his eyes filled with tears. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. Lee Kong-jun patted his head. Okay, good luck with the negotiations. 100 million plus 200 million. That's 300 million total. Making money is actually easy. That trial taker I met last time had a bounty of 100 million. If I catch 10 weaklings like that, that's a billion. Even if I only catch one a day, I can save up a billion and then live like a bum. So cool. From now on, let's book 3 portals a day. A system notification sounded. You have entered the dimensional gate, Lizardman Forest. Kim Bongu heaved a sigh of relief. I got the exemption form, so we finally got in. Lee Kong-jun took a deep breath. The air here is also fresh, but I feel really annoyed. Kim Bongu looked at him. A roar came from the forest. A group of lizardman warriors revealed themselves, holding sharp blades. They let out a roar. Lee Kang-yun spoke. First, the experienced instructor will give a demonstration. Watch carefully. Kim Bongu note that. Oh, Ireel would just beat me to a pulp on the street, but Hyung is very gentle. This is a bit different from Mr. Suk-cheol's style. Lee Kong-jun's figure weaved through the forest. If you think about it, a weapon like a sword is fundamentally unable to inflict a fatal wound on a person up close. He suddenly accelerated and punched a lizardman in the face. So for now, practice your proficiency until you can attack freely with your fists. Lee Kong-jun clapped his hands, looking at the fallen lizardman. Wow, Kim Bongu sitam. By the way, Hyung, I actually awakened as a mage. Ireel made me do hand-to-hand combat, and now you too, Hyung. Lee Kang-yun explained. The reason mages are called glass cannons is that once someone gets close, they become extremely vulnerable. But he changed his tune. If you learn some martial arts, things will be different. Lee Kang-yun strukekin. Using his fists, he cleanly took care of another pair of lizardmen. You won't lose the initiative when an enemy gets close. Knowing how to use different weapons is even more beneficial. Wow. Kim Bongu watchet dumbao. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Lee Kong-jun knocked down a pair of lizardmen with a single punch. Especially when you need to improve quickly. It's more efficient to make up for your weaknesses than to develop new strengths. Kim Bongu looked at the lizardmen scattered on the ground, overjoyed and amazed. Lee Kong-jun opened his hands like a painter who had effortlessly completed a masterpiece. See? It's simple, right? Kim Bongu was shaken to his core. What? Lee Kang-yun points it forth. All right, it's your turn to try. 2 new lizardman warriors slowly walked out of the woods. Kim Bongu said, this Hyung is even more ruthless than Ireel. Around the same time, Lee Seolare said softly, I want to see Uncle Bongu. Lee Soo-bin was a little embarrassed. Seolare, you still remember that, huh? Lee Soo-bin held her and comforted her. Daddy and Uncle Bongu went to do something important. They'll bring back fried chicken and tofu snacks later. I should send a message to ask Kong-jun when he'll be back. Lee Seolare remembered what her dad taught her. Lee Seolare's eyes instantly widened, her cheeks flushing red. She excitedly shouted, Cult leader. Lee Seolare sat on the floor, excitedly picking up a banana. Lee Soo-bin looked at her. Oh, well done. Is my niece a genius? Kim Bongu was sent flying by a punch, his body twisting in midair. He let out a scream. Lee Kong-jun's voice rang out. I told you before. Structurally, a sword can't inflict a fatal wound on someone up close. Kim Bongu fell to the ground, struggling to get up. I can do it. He shouted loudly and charged fiercely at the lizardman. He threw a punch. The lizardman was hit, but only staggered back slightly. Kim Bongu was thrown back by the recoil. His body flew backward. Lee Kong-jun clicked his tongue. TSK, didn't I tell you to strike precisely so the impact is focused on one point? Lee Kong-jun walked up to the lizardman and grabbed its arm. One effective attack is better than 100 useless hits. He suddenly exerted force. The lizardman's arm snapped with a crack, and it let out a piercing scream. Lee Kang-yun est nonchalant. Hey, is this really that hard? Kim Bongu lowered his head. I'm sorry. Lee Kong-jun looked at him. Looking at you, you're not a complete waste. Kim Bongu raised his head. Oh, really? Lee Kong-jun added, a waste beyond my imagination. He glanced at the bound lizard man. Once you've caught your breath, start the next round. Immediately, Kim Bongu, and now, Lee Kong-jun glared at him. No one in this world will go easy on you just because you're tired. Kim Bongu clenched his fists. I'll try again. Lee Kong-jun looked at him. Maybe Ireel is a good teacher. His imitation isn't bad. Teaching people is actually quite interesting. Lee Kong-jun raised his hand in a good mood. For you. 2 lizard men were unbound, roaring as they charged, releasing 2 this time. From deep within the jungle, Kim Bongu's desperate cry echoed. Hyung. The air suddenly turned cold. The leaves stopped trembling and became still. The black shadow at the edge of his vision slowly elongated. The staff member looked troubled. Sorry, there's no temporary exchange station here yet. You'll have to go to the market yourself. Kang Yun Faunu. Lee Kong-jun asked curiously, Bongu, what's the market? It's a place where all sorts of items are traded. For example, magic stones from portals, rare elixirs, weapons, and alchemy materials. Most people go to the market to sell the spoils they get from their adventures. Lee Kong-jun thought to himself, I'd really like to go see it. Kim Bongu looked at his phone. My sister is opening her soy-marinated crab restaurant today. She told me to hurry up and buy the tofu snacks. Lee Kong-jun put away his phone. Let's go. We'll head home for today. Lee Kong-jun suddenly remembered. About that prize money. Kim Bongu didn't stop walking. Oh, right. I'll transfer it to you now. Lee Kong-jun continued. Speaking of which, at the dinner table that evening, Lee Kong-jun looked at Kim Bongu across from him. Hey, Bongu, why are you only eating crab and no rice? Lee Subin spoke up. Kong-jun, don't be so harsh on Bongu. He even found you a job. Let him eat as much as he wants. Kim Bongu mumbao indistin saw the Lee Kong-jun continued. By the way, Bongu, give me 5 million a month. Consider it living expenses. That way, we won't have to worry about expenses for a while. Lee Kong-jun calculated in the car. 5 million a month. That's 200 million in 3 years and 4 months. Living expenses are covered. Now I just need to save up to move. Thanks to Bongu, Kong-jun's debt problem is also solved. Lee Kong-jun looked around. Speaking of which, Crabsley seems to be missing. He should have been back long ago. Ireel's eyes sharpened. That guy went and caused trouble behind my back again. The phone rang. Lee Subin answered the phone. Hello. Her expression changed drastically. What? Lee Subin shouted in panic. The elder is at the police station. At the entrance of the police station, Crabsley rushed out. My lord. He reached for Lee Kong-jun and Lee Subin. Madam, young master. Lee Kong-jun was trembling with anger. Didn't I tell you not to cause trouble? Crabsley clasped his hands. It wasn't my fault this time. Kim Bongu got in between them. What happened first? A police officer walked over. Excuse me, are you Choi Suk-cheol's guardian? The officer explained. The elder must have been quite shocked. While he was working part-time at a convenience store, he was insulted and beaten by a young man. Lee Kong-jun's eyes turned cold. What bastard? The officer continued. The other party is a high school student from a Hunter Academy. A teenager in a tracksuit was sitting on a chair. It seems he wanted to buy alcohol. The elder asked him to show his ID. Flashback. The teenager grabbed Crapsley's collar. Old man, don't you know the customer is king? The officer added, if other customers hadn't called the police, the elder could have been seriously injured. Crapsley was full of guilt. Master, I am very sorry. Lee Kong-jun thought to himself. The former duke of the Inux continent was beaten by a brat. He was just faithfully carrying out my orders. The sound of Lee Kong-jun's footsteps echoed. He walked into the police station. He looked at the teenager's back. So, this is the little punk who hit our family member. Lee Kong-jun suddenly grabbed the teenager's hair. The teenager let out a scream. The teenager turned around in fear. Who are you? Kim Bongu and Lee Subin exclaimed at the same time. Kong-jun. Tears welled up in Crapsley's eyes. Guardian, the master actually did this for me. Lee Kong-jun's voice was ice cold. You just said the customer is king. He tightened his grip. So being a king gives you the right to hit our people? The teenager struggled. This madman. Let go. A glint flashed in Lee Kong-jun's eyes. I am the emperor. The police watched this scene in a panic. The teenager's face was contorted in pain. An angry roar came from the entrance. Who the hell do you think you are, daring to touch my son? A burly man in a suit walked in, radiating anger. Bastard, you don't know who you're messing with. Kim Bongu saw the man clearly, his pupils shrinking. The beast. A-rank hunter. The A-rank hunter, 10th in the rankings, the beast Nam Bo-cheol. Lee Kong-jun looked at the burly man expressionlessly. So what? Your precious son hit our precious one, so I just disciplined him a little. Nam Hyeon-cheol glared at him. Our people? Lee Kong-jun extended a finger, pointing at Crapsley, sitting on the bench. Our person. Nam Hyeon-cheol's gaze followed. He roared in disbelief. You call him one of your people? How old is he? Lee Kong-jun replied calmly. 1,200. Nam Hyeon-cheol's face turned red with anger. This madman. Nam Hyeon-cheol shoved Kong-jun aside and rushed to his son's side. Son, are you okay? The teenager clutched his head. Dad. Nam Hyeon-cheol was burning with rage. It's inevitable for kids to make mistakes while growing up. Did you have to be so rough with someone else's precious son? Lee Kong-jun repeated coldly. Make mistakes? Nam Hyeon-cheol roared. Yeah, so what if a kid is curious about alcohol and acts up a bit? Lee Kong-jun remained silent. Lee Kong-jun bowed his head. I'm sorry, sir. Nam Hyeon-cheol snot gun Lee, finally showing some sense. You think an apology is enough? He wrapped an arm around his son. Oh, he's dead. Nam Hyeon-cheol lauet Gavi Lee. Very good. I was just about to say that. He suddenly grabbed Lee Kong-jun's collar. Somewhere no one can see, I'll crush you completely. Lee Subin cried out, Kong-jun. Lee Kong-jun looked back to reassure her. Don't worry, sister. I'll go with him. Crapsley watched anxiously. Master, please have a fruitful conversation. In a back alley at night, Nam Hyeon-cheol cracked his knuckles. You have no idea who I am, do you? Nam Hyeon-cheol put his hands on his hips. Of course not. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant. Lee Kong-jun looked around. There are few people here and no surveillance. Nam Hyeon-cheol cracked his knuckles. Looking at your shabby appearance, even if I beat you up, a good lawyer can easily smooth things over. So, should I break your arm or your ankle? Or should I just knock out all your teeth? Nam Hyeon-cheol raised his hand and poked Lee Kong-jun's head with a finger. Hey, why aren't you talking? Lee Kong-jun remained silent. Nam Hyeon-cheol's magic power began to stir. Blue arcs of electricity danced around him. What? He released his intimidating aura. A normal person would have run away in fear long ago. Nam Hyeon-cheol's face was grim. Why is this kid so calm? He looked down at Lee Kong-jun. If you think you can survive after seeing this side of me, you're dead wrong. Nam Hyeon-cheol roared, prepare to die. Oh. Lee Kong-jun suddenly struck, grabbing Nam Hyeon-cheol's face. Parents are a child's mirror. They should lead by example, teaching their children to respect their elders, obey public morals, and be considerate and patient. If your child doesn't listen, the parents should step in and discipline them. If a child makes a mistake, they should be given time to reflect and help to realize their own errors. This is the role of a parent. Nam Hyeon-cheol's face contorted. If your child behavior is atrocious, you can't let it slide. Even if it breaks your heart, you must scold them sternly and make them reflect. Lee Kong-jun suddenly exerted force. Purple energy gathered in his hand, forming a giant snake, and instantly erupted. The crisp sound of hitting echoed in the alley. The teenager hiding in the corner peeked out. A parent's method of education during childhood greatly influences a child's entire life. It's too late now. A parent's wise discipline is the way to teach a child how to navigate the world. That's right. You should have educated your child properly. Lee Kong-jun looked at Nam Hyeon-cheol lying on the ground, bruised and battered. Maybe he was too tired. As soon as the matter was resolved, he immediately fell asleep. The teenager was dumbfounded. Lee Kong-jun looked at Nam Hyeon-cheol lying on the ground. No matter how I called him, he wouldn't wake up. I almost just left. But if his mouth was crooked or something, it would be a hassle. So I brought him along. Lee Kong-jun waved at the police officer. We've resolved it ourselves. We can go now, right? The teenager cried out, Dad. Lee Subin asked, Kong-jun, where are your shoes? Under the night sky, the group walked on their way home. Crapsley said solemnly, My master, I will offer you my life and eternal loyalty. But elder, what are you holding in your hand? This is the expired food the master gave me. Nevada, USA, Area 51, a top-secret military operations zone. A researcher shouted in panic. Doctor, Saintess Miriam seems to be waking up. A blonde woman lying in a life support pod slowly opened her eyes. A light flashed in her blue pupils. She took a sharp breath. A terrible calamity has descended upon the earth. That immortal, that calamity-like existence. Miriam trembled all over. She whispered, the immortal. A researcher asked urgently, Ms. Miriam, I know it might be difficult, but could you please explain in more detail? That calamity-like existence. His power is so terrifying that even the God I serve fears him. A true disaster. Wherever he goes, only destruction remains. The researchers looked at each other, bewildered. He is the king of the living who rules the dead. He is the calamity descended upon the world. The being that shook the entire abyss has finally appeared on Earth. Countless images flashed through Miriam's mind. She cowered in fear. This is the first time I've seen Ms. Miriam so distraught. Even when she prophesied the calamity-class portal in Southeast Asia, she always remained calm. The researcher asked in disbelief, "You mean this immortal is that dangerous of an existence?" Miriam suddenly looked up. Of course. The gods of the stars all call out to him. Watch him. The researcher couldn't understand it all. What did you just say? Miriam gasped for breath, her body curling up as if in immense pain. Miriam suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. She whispered, "Because the immortal's footsteps have already touched this land. This plane called Earth, its destruction, is not far off." The researchers rushed forward to support her as she swayed. One researcher muttered to himself, "The immortal. If such a dangerous being has already appeared, then why is the world still able to maintain this peace?" Meanwhile, Li Kangyun suddenly sneezed. He rubbed his nose and continued wrapping the package in his hand. Li Subin passed him a crab shell filled with mixed rice. "You're not catching a cold, are you? Try this." Li Kangjun wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. "I don't catch colds." He took the crab shell and put a spoonful into his mouth. The impact on his taste buds was instantaneous, like lightning striking the sea. The crab, soaked in artisan soy sauce, blended perfectly with the golden rice. "This taste is simply revolutionary." Li Kangjun also praised it endlessly. "Not at all. The taste is amazing." Li Zobin smiled. "Right? There's so much roe. It's really delicious." The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm. A week later, in front of the orc habitat portal, a fire burned fiercely. Kim Bongu took a deep breath, facing two orcs alone. "A few days ago, I wouldn't have dared to do this. Thanks to Li Kangjun, I've learned some combat skills. Now, I even have a weapon that suits me." He tightened his grip on the short sword in his left hand. He recalled Kangjun's teachings. Your right hand needs to cast spells, so your left hand should use a light weapon. Your main attack will always be magic. Swordsmanship and martial arts are just backup measures. I can do this. He suddenly charged at the orc, flipping in midair to dodge the swinging sword. He stretched out his right hand, lightning gathering in his palm. Lightning arrow. A blue arc of electricity instantly erupted, accurately hitting the orc's chest. Kim Bongu stabbed the orc in the back of the head with his sword. The electric current still ravaged its body. Time to fulfill the promise. The other orc roared, swinging its giant axe straight down. Kim Bongu dodged sideways, his short sword parrying the heavy axe blade, creating a piercing sound of metal clashing. He calmly judged, their speed is much slower than Li Kangjun's. Kim Bongu kicked the orc's leg. Blood splattered. He ducked and slid, dodging the orc's clumsy counterattack. Then, a heavy punch landed squarely on the orc's jaw. The sound of bone cracking was clearly audible. A golden light ignited in Kim Bongu's right hand. Kangjun Hyung, you were right. He slammed his palm onto the back of the orc's head, and the energy instantly exploded. In my experience, those mages who only rely on magic always die the fastest. In games, the jack-of-all-trade characters who learn a bit of everything are usually strong. In reality, if you want to survive, don't make excuses. Learn as much as you can. Sweat more now, bleed less later. Kim Bongu scratched his head, asking Li Kangjun a bit embarrassedly, "Is there any way to get strong quickly?" Li Kangjun looked slow. To be honest, I've been strong from the very beginning, so I'm not too sure. Not being in a hurry to succeed might be the secret to getting stronger. Kim Bongu seemed to have an epiphany. Hyung is right. He suddenly charged out, his figure as fast as lightning, and slashed off the orc's head with his sword. He dodged and weaved, avoiding the other orc's attack, his short sword drawing a sharp arc. The rhythm of the battle was fluid. Sword light and lightning intertwined. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Kim Bongu stood among the orc corpses, panting heavily. I don't want to become a headless horseman, so I struggled on the edge of death. I did it. I killed 5 orcs by myself. He wept with joy. Mom, I did it. This is all thanks to Kangjun Hyung. Kongot. He sniffled. Status window. A blue interface unfolded before his eyes, displaying his new title, The Diligent Mediocrity. The Diligent Mediocrity. Kim Bongu looked at the title. Even though it's only D class, I'm very happy. He was lost in his fantasy. The promotion exam is only 7 days away. As long as I keep working hard like this, people from large guilds will send me invitations. Mr. Kim Bongu, please consider joining our guild. Powerful people will extend an olive branch to me. You're very skilled. You need a fixed team. Even the guild master will personally show up. Actually, I noticed you at the awards ceremony. If I keep going like this, maybe I can too. Lee Kongjun's voice suddenly rang out. Bongu. He grabbed Kim Bongu by the collar. What are you grinning foolishly about? It's 100 years too early for you to puff out your chest. Kim Bongu looked innocent. Me? He subconsciously straightened his shoulders, striking a confident pose. Lee Kongjun clicked his tongue impatiently. Slogan. Kim Bongu's cheeks flushed slightly. He asked in a low voice now. Lee Kongjun repeats it expressionlessly. Slogan. Kim Bongu faiget. I just shouted it. Are you trying to rebel? He immediately straightened his body. Kim Bongu closed his eyes and shouted with all his might. I'm just a carbon trioxide emitter that wastes oxygen. Lee Kongjun crossed his arms. Not bad. Just like that. Tears welled up in Kim Bongu's eyes. Can we stop now? I might introduce myself like this from now on. Lee Kongjun's gaze was cold. Continue. I'm just a trash-making machine. Right, yeah. I'm just a talking potato. Yeah, good. Lee Kongjun batet Kim Bongu shobak. That's right. Always maintain a humble attitude. Kim Bongu replied as if his soul had left his body. Lee Kongjun, let's pack up the valuable stuff and head back. Kim Bongu dragged a huge duffel bag. The car is piled high like a mountain. I should go to the market today to sell some of this. Lee Kongjun replied, okay. I have something to confirm too. The market, this market, centered around Incidong, is composed of shops that sell goods from the other side of the portals. 80 of non-human races live here. The best-selling product is, of course, magic stones. Besides that, weapons, potions, and alchemy materials are also traded here. There are even things like human hands and souvenirs. That reminds me. Bongu, is there a goblin-run safe deposit box nearby? Yes. I think there's one near the pawn shop I usually go to. Then let's go to the goblin safe deposit box first. I think I stored some cash there a long time ago. Now that the living expenses are taken care of, the next thing to handle is the house. Got it. What's wrong? We're being followed. I guess they're hyenas that smell money. This place gathers all the valuable things, so there's a lot of crime too. Is there any secluded place in this market where no one would notice, even if you killed someone? There's a place in the back alley that's almost deserted. It's a high-crime area for murders and robberies. Lead the way. This is the place. Good job, Kim Bongu. I was wondering why he was in such a hurry to find you. Now that I see you've noticed us following, I understand a little. The black and white duo. S-Class from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. Kim Bongu thought in fear. The black and white duo. Why are they targeting me? Lee Kongjun asked, are they famous? Kim Bongu answered nervously, yes, very famous. Are they strong? Probably. Lee Kongjun recalled something. They're only holding a flute in their hands. They look just like my high school history teacher. That teacher always made students who talked in class play the flute. So even after 300 years, I still remember his name. Teacher Hyen Sung. Lee Kongjun continued, in my opinion, they are true villains. Kim Bongu thought to himself, they're wanted criminals. That's true, but why is Hyung suddenly saying things like this? Lee Kongjun listed their crimes. First, they look like a teacher I don't want to remember. Third, they're still wearing modified handboks in the 21st century. Therefore, I sentence you to death. Damn it. It seems that person from the Bureau arranged a very strong bodyguard for Kim Bongu. What is this power? Yes, we should attack immediately. Kim Bongu thought, I heard the black and white duo brothers not only awaken their powers, but are also proficient in martial arts. Is that martial arts? Lee Kongjun looked at them. Oh, could it be the heavenly demon divine art? The black-haired man asked, how do you know that? Meanwhile, Lee Seolra shouted, twinkle, twinkle. Fall down, villains. Ireel and Crapsley fell down. Buzz. Andy, at this point, you should play dead. I'm already asleep. No matter how much effort we put in, progress in martial arts was far inferior to magic. But ever since we got this book, everything has changed. The damaged heavenly demon divine art. S-Class. Even though it was just a heavily damaged copy, It granted us immense power. So we've been searching for the complete heavenly demon divine art. We joined the Anti-Bureau Alliance only because they promised to help us find the original text of the heavenly demon divine art, as well as a translator who could decipher the book. Li Kang Yunis, I sniffled. Oh, he spoke calmly. You mean the heavenly demon divine art? To hear that from a bureau rookie, the old man in white's eyes widened. The man in black questioned loudly, how do you know? Li Kong-jun stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although we weren't on good terms, I know the creator of the heavenly demon divine art. He recalled the past. To return to Earth, I once entered a place called Murim and fought with its absolute ruler, the heavenly demon. A grim smile appeared on the black-clothed man's face. If you have information about that person, maybe I'll let you live. Li Kong-jun's tone was flat. I'm not sure if that's possible. Even if you meet him, you won't get anything good out of it, because he messed with me and ended up losing control of his bowels. Li Kong-jun recalled the heavenly demon's appearance, but he was indeed quite strong. The man in black flew into a rage. You bastard! Let's see if you still dare to spout nonsense before you die. A blood-red aura erupted from his body. Heavenly demon divine art. Li Kong-jun looked down at the incoming energy. I can feel it. Power from the same source as that guy. Kim Bongu shouted in fear, Master. The man in black roared as he charged. Li Kong-jun didn't dodge or evade, letting the blood-red energy hit his body. He was completely unharmed. As expected, they're just desperately imitating the moves. Li Kong-jun extended his palm, not even reaching the heavenly demon's little toe. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers. The sound of bones cracking rang out. Li Kong-jun flashed forward and punched the black-clothed man in the face. A spray of blood erupted. Kim Bongu Wachet Dumbao. T2 terrifying. Master's fists treat everyone equally. The old man in white looked at his fallen companion and let out a dry laugh. Master, Li Kong-jun's tone carried a hint of pleading. Please, in your next life, don't wear modified handbox anymore. The old man in white roared, You deserve to be cut into 1,000 pieces. The blood-red aura around him surged. But Li Kong-jun just raised his hand. A purple-black magic power instantly enveloped him, floating him in the air. Resurrection. This is a special magic of a necromancer, reviving the dead as servants. The caster's level must be far higher than the target's. The old man in white twisted in pain within the purple-black demonic energy, his body being forcibly reshaped. He hissed in fear. He was completely stunned. Could it be he's a necromancer? What kind of power does he have? The resurrected man in black stood up, enveloped in purple-black demonic energy. He looked at his hands blankly. Master, don't tell me even I. A cold smile appeared on Li Kong-jun's face. He controlled the resurrected man in black. You want to kill me? You'll have to kill your brother first. Understood? Now, kill each other. The man in black suddenly turned and punched the old man in white. Flesh and blood splattered. The old man in white let out a piercing scream. And Master, Kim Bongu watched this scene, a chill running down his spine. He actually made the dead brothers kill each other just to live a little longer. He's a demon. Li Kong-jun turned his head and looked at Kim Bongu. That's right. I think so highly of you, but it seems you still don't fully trust me. His gaze was deep. Are they implying someone is after me? A moment later, only a mess was left in the alley. Li Kong-jun looked at the lizardmen corpses in the coffin and decided to leave them. He turned to Kim Bongu. Starting tomorrow, we'll spar with them. Kim Bongu screamed in devil. What? He couldn't believe his ears. You can't be serious about making me fight the black and white duo. Li Kong-jun patted his shoulder. Don't worry. Even if you die, I'll resurrect you. Kim Bongu was on the verge of tears. I don't want to become a headless horseman. Li Kong-jun looked at his powerful undead army and muttered to himself. It would be great if the ones I collected before were still here. What a waste. But I just need to collect some more. Goblin safe. Exile zone branch. A goblin manager was distraught. What kind of ill-fated connection is this? Manager Kazan, the person in charge of the goblin safe in the exile zone. He stared at the surveillance screen. A man in ragged clothes had been causing a commotion, claiming he had something in the storage. Kazan snorted contemptuously. I've seen all sorts of trash here. Damn it. If I hadn't embezzled public funds, I wouldn't have been banished to this godforsaken place. Li Kong-jun to the goblin staff. I'll handle this right away. You don't need to worry. Manager Kazan jumped in shock. What is this situation? He roared at his subordinates. What in the world did you do? Take them to the VIP reception room immediately. A goblin staff member responded in a panic. Ah, yes. Kazan was ecstatic. He's here, the savior who will change my destiny. Thanks to him, I was promoted from a staff member to an executive. Even after committing a grave crime like embezzlement, I was only exiled. It's all thanks to that immortal. Kim Bongu and Lee Kongjun were led to the reception room. Lee Kongjun crossed his arms. Are you the one in charge here? Manager Kazan immediately fell to his knees, prostrating himself. Oh, great immortal, please, with your ocean-like generosity, forgive these fools who failed to recognize greatness. Lee Kongjun waved his hand nonchalantly. Yeah, this kind of thing happens often. Kazan looked up, captivated by your presence. Lee Kongjun was a bit confused. Have we met? Kazan answered respectfully. Do you remember me, Kazan? I was actually the manager of the Goblin Safe in the Immortal's Palace. Lee Kongjun had a flash of realization. Oh, so was you? I'd like to withdraw something. Kim Bongu's heart skipped a beat. He really has savings. Did he forget about it? Because the amount was too small. Lee Kongjun spoke up. Let's withdraw 1,500 million won for now. Manager Kazan immediately complied. I'll prepare it right away. Kim Bongu was struck by lightning. 1,500 million? Is that an amount you can just forget? Lee Kongjun continued. I'd also like to see the valuable items I've stored. Manager Kazan bowed. I will open the vault for you right now. He inserted a magnificent key into the lock and turned it gently. A golden light shone. A huge golden vault door appeared out of thin air. Kim Bongu was amazed. Wow, this is the first time I've seen a dimensional vault. Manager Kazan bowed and introduced. It seems this is the first time the Immortal's attendant has seen it. The Goblin Dimensional Vault. Kazan pushed open the heavy vault door with effort. This is just one of the 90 vaults the Immortal owns, so it will take some time to check them all. The vault door slowly opened. Endless gold and silver treasures poured out, the light blinding. Both Kim Bongu and his imagined self were stunned. Wow. He covered his mouth in disbelief. Just one look is this amazing. And there's even more. Lee Kongjun suddenly spoke. Check if there's an elixir among the stored items. Manager Kazan immediately turned around. Please wait a moment. A moment later, Manager Kazan wiped his monocle and opened a thick ledger. He bowed regretfully. I'm very sorry. There are no elixirs in stock. Kim Bongu's eyes dimmed. He cheered up internally. It's not mine anyway. Why am I getting all excited? Lee Kongjun leaned back on the sofa and said indifferently, I see. I'll just go buy one. Kim Bongu almost jumped. An elixir is worth tens of billions. Lee Kongjun asked Kazan, how much? Manager Kazan replied, every time a new one appears, the price skyrockets, so I can't give you an exact number. However, in a month, there will be a bottle at an auction in Manhattan, New York. The bidding will surely be fierce. But no tycoon on earth can compare to the Immortal's wealth. You will surely win with ease. Lee Kongjun nodded. All right, I'll attend the auction. Kim Bongu was filled with questions. Master's wealth is indeed amazing, but why is he looking for an elixir? Manager Kazan added, if you sign an authorization form, we can handle all the procedures on your behalf. Lee Kongjun muttered under his breath. How convenient. The safe has this kind of service too. After all, you're a VIP client. The more Kim Bongu thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. The more I learn about Master, the more unfathomable he seems. Kim Bongu suddenly zembet. Speaking of which, the frost giant we met in the disaster level gate also called Master that. Kim Bongu was completely baffled. No matter how I think about it, I can't understand the meaning of that word. A golden light flashed. A giant hamburger appeared on the table. Lee Kongjun's voice rang out. Bongu, my treat today. Eat as much as you want. Kim Bongu looked at the hamburger. Master, isn't a hamburger a bit too frugal? Lee Kongjun drank his Coke. What do you mean? I'm being very extravagant right now. Is there enough ketchup? Kim Bongu was touched. He's so rich, yet his tastes are so simple. Lee Kongjun suddenly said, all right, I'll give you the elixir once I buy it. Kim Bongu was stunned. What? Lee Kongjun looked at him. You said your mother is sick. Kim Bongu's eyes instantly welled up. Master. He fought back his tears. Master. Lee Kongjun said calmly, it's going to be tough from now on, but you need to pull yourself together and focus on training. Even if your mother recovers, you are still the pillar of the family. You have to protect your family. Kim Bongu wiped away his tears and responded loudly. Yes, master. He was so moved, he was weeping uncontrollably. Thank you. I offer you my life and loyalty. Lee Kongjun took a bite of his hamburger. That's not for free. I plan to work you to death. Be prepared. While eating his hamburger, Kim Bongu thought with determination. Master is right. Gates are still appearing constantly. This world is dangerous. Innocent people are dying. I must become stronger just to protect my family. Lee Kongjun fell into deep thought. This is a tough problem. I've gone and done it. But how am I going to explain this money to my sister? He thought to himself, if she finds out, I'm dead. Around the same time, Lee Seolara was holding a puppy, affectionately calling out, Cutie, give me a kiss. She was licked by the puppy. Oh, you got me. A happy smile spread across Lee Subin's face. Thanks to Lee Kongjun and Mr. Bongu, I don't have to worry so much about living expenses. She gently stroked the puppy. I hope we can save up quickly and move to a safer place. Lee Kongjun muttered to himself, how should I give him money to my sister? He fell into thought. How about secretly putting it under her pillow while she's asleep? I guarantee she'd report to find the owner at first glance. She's the type of person who would turn in 5,001 if she found it. Kim Bongu suggested, Master, how about pretending you won the lottery? The recent first prize was around 1 billion won. Lee Kongjun's eyes lit up. Oh, he remembered what his sister once said. I really hope the lottery ticket I bought this week wins. We could live without any worries. I've been buying 5,001 worth of lottery tickets every year. Lee Kongjun clapped his hands excitedly. Since my sister said something similar, this idea sounds good. Lee Kongjun smiled. Well, I'll be. I never thought I'd see the day you'd give me useful help. Kim Bongu tilted his head. Is that a compliment? Lee Kongjun was thoughtful. Since we're doing this, it's best to start preparing from today. Kim Bongu asked in confusion. Prepare for what? Lee Kongjun smiled mischievously. Well, I have my ways. A few days later, a man sat in a humble room. Sunlight streamed through the window. He muttered to himself, my life has finally seen a sunny day. I actually won the first prize. He looked at the winning message on his phone screen, tears streaming down his face. I moved between various basement rentals, thinking I'd never be able to afford my own house in this lifetime. The screen displayed an amazing number. First prize winnings, 1,514,018,334 won. He trembled. 1,500 million won. He wiped his tears, a smile appearing on his face. After taxes and miscellaneous fees, I should have about 1 billion left. He clutched the lottery ticket tightly. Although I can't afford a luxury apartment, I can finally have my own home. The room's light suddenly went out. The man was startled. A power outage? A pair of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness. The man backed away in terror. I missed this kind of mission so much. Missed it to my very bones. The man was terrified. Could it be a robber? No, I haven't even claimed the prize yet. How'd he find me? A dark shadow appeared before him. The man hugged his arms and shivered. The shadow scoffed. Calling me a robber is a bit harsh. I'm just here to propose a deal. I don't want to use force, so please cooperate. The man asked, trembling. What kind of deal? The shadow's eyes glinted coldly. Hand over that first prize lottery ticket. I'll pay you a fair price. The shadow extended its hand. If you die just like this, how sad would your family be? The man understood instantly. He's going to kill me, trading the lottery ticket for my life. Isn't that just a robber? He immediately clasped his hands. I'll give it to you. Please spare my life. The shadow took the lottery ticket and let out a low laugh. A wise decision. A shopping bag landed on the table. The man knelt on the floor, sobbing dejectedly. Oh God, my lottery ticket. He suddenly froze. A mountain of cash spilled out of the bag. He was dumbfounded. This is the full 1,500 million. Tears streamed from the man's eyes. This is the principal amount after deducting taxes. Could it be that the person who came last night was Santa Claus? The next morning, Crabsley was prostrating, trembling all over. A voice rang out. Uncle, what are you doing? Li son da poiten et siten li. Grandpa is still exercising. He started last night. Kim Bongu watched the scene, cold sweat beading on his forehead. All night like this? Crabsley asked. Little Bongu, do you know what taxes and miscellaneous fees are? I heard those are fees that must be paid after winning. Kim Bongu thought. I see. Although he wasn't clear on the details, he was sure he had made a big mistake. Promotion test di. On the desolate field, Kim Bongu was panting, struggling to withstand the fierce attacks of the black and white duo. It's still too strenuous. Kim Bongu was sent flying by a golden light, landing heavily on the ground. Lee Kongjun said smugly, See, Getting beaten is the fastest way to learn. Kim Bongu pushed himself up, sweat rolling down. Now, I can handle a bit. He thought to himself, is it because of Lady Ireel's training? A light exploded in the center of the field. Two dark figures clashed again. Lee Kongjun's voice rang out. That's enough for today. Lee Kongjun stood up, but he felt the training was only half of the usual amount. The test is tomorrow. You need to be in your best condition. Kim Bongu had a realization. Kim Bongu looked dejected. I still don't feel ready for the test. How did time pass so quickly? Lee Kongjun responded coldly. That's entirely because your talent and skills are not enough. Who else can you blame? Lee Kongjun turned to leave. Let's go. I am hungry. Kim Bongu followed and asked, by the way, did you give her the winning lottery ticket? Lee Kongjun scratched his cheek. To be honest, I still haven't figured out how to tell my sister. I plan to bring it up around Christmas. It's coming up soon anyway. Kim Bongu note that. That sounds good. Then you should start thinking about Seolare's gift too. Lee Kongjun was taken aback. A gift? Kim Bongu et lai. Kids Seolare's age start counting down to Christmas at the beginning of the year. I was like that when I was little. So, I've also prepared a nice gift for her. Lee Kongjun asked curiously. What is it? Kim Bongu's not dit daifun. Are you worried my gift is better than yours? Lee Kongjun asks. Do you really think I'm that desperate for a rival? It's probably just some popular toy. Kim Bongu looked at him. It seems you already have something in mind. Lee Kongjun confidently flicked his hair. Of course. I've already thought of a brilliant gift. Anyway, let's have a good meal today and get plenty of rest. A stone coffin lay quietly in the center of a gloomy hall. There's a report. The whereabouts of the black and white ghosts are unknown. A figure in a cloak sat on the throne. He tapped his fingers on the armrest. I wanted to put a small fish in the fish tank, but instead, I lost 4 precious brothers. A message box appeared. Name, unknown. Codename, Leader. Leader of the Anti-Bureau Alliance. A man in black knelt on one knee. Leader, all preparations for tomorrow's operation are complete. The subordinate bowed his head respectfully. Please give us your next command. He was the first of the 13 executors. The leader's fingers tapped heavily on the stone coffin. His voice was hoarse. The plan remains unchanged. An ancient voice echoed. My throne, my people, my land, my body. I will have my revenge on the immortal who stole my power. Child, you must avenge me against the one who took everything from me. Therefore, use the forbidden art, recruit more soldiers, and expand our forces. Offer more sacrifices to help me regain my power. The Almighty, deposed King of Death, is aiding us with material and spiritual power to realize his will. As planned, tomorrow, right where those ignorant and fragile humans gather, execute the forbidden art bestowed upon us by the deposed King of Death. Bureau Soul Branch. Kim Bongu looked around. Wow, he recalled his past. I was F rank during my first evaluation. Later, I was promoted to C rank by continuously completing missions, but that was just by accumulating numbers. This is my first time participating in an official promotion test. Crapsley calmly encouraged. As long as you stay calm and perform at your usual level, you will surely achieve results you can be proud of. Lee Kongjun edit. That's right, just perform at twice your training level. Kim Bongu asked, exasperated. Are you kidding me? Lee Kongjun's eyes were contemptuous. If you can only perform at half your training level, are you even human? Kim Bongu turned and left. I'm going in first. Lee Kongjun took Crapsley. We should also go find seats in the venue. I remember it's in the basement. Crapsley bowed in response. Yes, my master. Lee Kongjun looked at the surrounding crowd. There are even TV broadcast fans. It's really like a major national event. He looked around. So many people. There should be a food court or something, right? I wonder if the cafeteria is in the basement. They walked into the building. Crapsley shouted, Master! A red-haired man threw a punch at Lee Kongjun's stomach. Lee Kongjun was caught off guard. Lee Kongjun crashed into the wall, letting out a grunt. What the hell? The red-haired man fell to the ground. A shock. What happened? Why did I fall? Lee Kongjun looked down at him. It seems you just hit your head. I suggest you go to the hospital. The red-haired man was in disbelief. I was actually pushed back by a rookie. He roared internally. Me, in terms of pure muscle strength, not only in the country, but even among hunters worldwide, I'm confident I'm at the top. S-rank hunter, ranked 6th, steel arm Gogiel. Gogiel stood up. Hey you. Hoi pointed at Lee Kongjun looked innocent. Me? Gogiel's fighting spirit ignited. That's right, you. How about a contest of strength with me? Li Kangyun looked indifferent. Why should I? Go Giol shouted excitedly. Why? This is a fated duel between two manly men, dripping with sweat, forging a friendship through intense clashes. Li Kangyun Hot. This guy is definitely a lunatic. Fire blazed in Go Giol's eyes. Well, isn't your heart already starting to burn? Li Kangjun was expressionless. This kind of lunatic won't stop unless I play along. He sighed. All right, how do we do this contest? Go Giol grinned. Have you ever heard of a slapping contest? Go Giol said. This is a match to determine the true man. Li Kangyun Hot. It sounds more like a contest to see who's dumber. He retorted. You want me to participate in such a foolish game? Go Giol's face turned red. Foolish. That's right. I want to settle this with a slapping contest. Simply put, we take turns slapping each other. Li Kangjun said, the one who falls first or gives up loses, right? Go Giol was impressed. You learned fast. But its official name is Slap Duel. Go Giol thought, this guy is definitely an unknown hunter. With his pure strength, he must be a talent. If he can withstand one slap from me, I'll write him a recommendation letter to the Solitude Guild. Ah, Li Kangyun Hot. All right, I'll just play along and get out of here quickly. He spoke up. Let's do it. Go Giol laughed loudly. Kuahaha. Go Giol said excitedly. You're not afraid of me at all. It feels like it's been a long time since I met a junior with such guts. Li Kangyun asked expressionlessly. What makes you think I'm your junior? Crapslay glared at Go Giol. Master, if you give the order, I will immediately dispose of this disrespectful fellow. Go Giol asked, who goes first? Li Kangjun raised his hand. Let the junior hit first. Go Giol asked, are you sure? Li Kangyun replied affirmatively. Of course. Go Giol patted his chest. However, I advise you to use your full power to hit. Li Kangyun asked, are you really sure? Go Giol roared. Yes, bring it on. Hit me with your full power. Li Kangjun raised his hand, preparing to slap. Go Giol thought, why? Wait, what is this? He suddenly found he couldn't move. Why? Can't I suddenly speak? Li Kangjun's eyes glowed red, a giant dragon-shaped shadow appearing behind him. You're the one who told me to use my full power. He said coldly, even if you die, I won't be responsible. 10 minutes earlier, a reddish-purple gate hummed and closed. A mysterious person in a black robe appeared. Entry into the operation area complete. A caster with a tattooed head raised his hand and announced, now, activate the forbidden art as planned. He was a tri-magic type awakened from the Anti-Bureau Alliance. The magic circle on the ground lit up with a crimson glow. Believers sat in a circle, chanting an ancient spell. This was the secret art taught by the leader through an oracle, a forbidden art personally bestowed by the deposed King of Death. The moment the spell activates, the life force of all living beings in this area will be harvested as a sacred offering for his return. The moment the great god reclaims his lost power and successfully returns, he will reshape all the laws of this world. The caster's eyes flashed with fanaticism. The sacrificed will turn into undead creatures, becoming loyal soldiers who obey only our king. If we succeed here, we can gain thousands of undead soldiers in one go. If even those S-rank hunters invited as judges are caught in it, this will be an excellent opportunity to expand the Alliance's influence. The caster recalled the leader's promise. As long as you successfully cast the forbidden art, when the new world is created, the god will acknowledge your contribution and grant you eternal life. The energy between his hands grew more violent. Eternal life in the new world. Crimson energy shot into the sky. The magic circle enveloped the entire bureau building. The caster roared internally. No matter what, I must complete this spell. Crimson chains appeared in the air, sealing all exits. Now no one can get in, and even Go Giol would need a considerable amount of time to break my barrier. The caster spread his arms. Most of the judges for the promotion test are mid to low S ranks. The only real threat is that top-tier S-rank hunter on site, Go Giol. Go Giol showed a crazed smile. Come on, just bring it on. Attack me with all your might. Li Kangjun's palm was filled with power. He declared coldly, here I come. Go Giol's pupil shrank. No, 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 no. A crisp slap echoed through the hall. Li Kangjun's palm landed squarely on Go Giol's face. The immense impact twisted and distorted his facial muscles. Go Giol fell to the ground, letting out a pained groan. Li Kangjun shook his hand. Oh, he actually withstood it. Go Giol struggled to get up, his cheek red and swollen. Now, it's my turn. Li Kangjun casually raised his hand. I lose. Go Giol clutched his face, blood dripping from his nose. What? Li Kangyun declared expressionlessly. I am completely defeated. Go Giol swayed. Why? Wait, the match isn't. Before he could finish, his legs gave out, and he fell heavily to the ground. Go Giol was completely knocked out, a clear handprint on his face. Crapsley checked his breathing. Master, thankfully he's still alive. Li Kangyun sighed. That's good. Li Kongjun sensed something was wrong. Crapsley looked up with a grave expression. Master, no, this seems to be the fluctuation of a forbidden art. Could it be him? Li Kongjun recalled the past. He fought with you before. Thunderous cheers came from the spectator seats. He ran away like a mouse. It's Hunter Kim Bongu. He instantly suppressed his opponent. A contestant fell to the ground, unconscious. Filial son Hunter Kim Bongu set the fastest KO record in this test. He looked at his result, surprised. It's over already? I just paralyzed him with a magic current and then punched him in the jaw. This is the result of my training. The black and white duo I fought against were faster than this even when hopping on one foot. He moved his shoulders. The written and physical tests were also near perfect scores. Promotion to B rank is pretty much a sure thing. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, he looked around. Aren't they here? They should be over there. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Please be advised, signs of terrorist activity have been detected inside and outside the building. An investigation is underway. The broadcast continued. There are guards inside the venue. Please do not panic. Immediately follow the staff to the main hall. A terrorist attack? Shouldn't we be getting out of here quickly? Why are they moving so slowly? Arguments came from the crowd. Move, I said move. Please let the child out first. Kim Bongu turned abruptly. This is no time to dawdle. Could it be that Hyung and that senior left their seats because they sensed signs of the attack? Bureau Test Center main hall. Crimson chains sealed the space. A bureau staff member shouted, "Everyone back away." Instantly, an ice wall shot up from the ground, blocking the crowd. A hunter gathered cold energy in her hands. She was S-rank hunter, ranked 15th, the ice which Seolun bin. Countless ice crystals gathered into a magic circle, violently striking the crimson chains. The energies of ice and fire clashed fiercely, but the chains remained unmoved. Zeol Oinbin panted heavily. Why won't it break? A red-haired man had a grave expression. He was S-rank hunter, ranked 23rd, divine, Ikong Ju1. He said to Seol Unbin in a low voice, "It seems only Go Giil can handle this." Zeol Oinbin was furious. That damn gorilla. Where the hell did he run off to? Kong Ju1 speculated. He might have sensed the danger and already gone ahead. Kong Ju1 looked at the holographic projection of the building and analyzed. They've completely sealed the entire building. They must be planning something big inside. I'm guessing a large-scale magic terror attack. If so, it will cause massive casualties. Kong Ju1 gave an order. Gather all junior hunters to assist with civilian evacuation. We will search every corner of the building. Seol Unbin and the others immediately responded. Understood. The hunters split up. Footsteps echoed in the empty corridor. The caster laughed maniacally within the crimson barrier. I can imagine those incompetent bureau fools running around in a panic right now. An ancient rune appeared beneath him. The King of Death is about to return. They will soon become living sacrifices for the sacred return. The caster's eyes burned with fanaticism. The caster's pupil shrank. A voice suddenly rang out. Hey, what are you doing with the lights off? In the shadow of the doorway, Li Kongjun stood quietly, the door behind him wide open. The caster's face paled. I definitely locked the door. How did he get in? A dog of the bureau. The caster forced himself to remain calm. You're too late. Li Kongjun's gaze swept over the magic circle. The vibrating magic in the air gave off a familiar stench. You were just casting his favorite forbidden art. Li Kongjun took a step closer. How do you know it's a forbidden art? Crapsley thought with a complicated expression. I myself have launched countless wars and destroyed several dimensions. But at least I wouldn't be as insane as him, treating human lives like grass. Is he going to just break the barrier by force? Li Kongjun walked step by step toward the crimson chains. He reached out his hand. A light touch. ZZZZT. The crimson energy instantly disintegrated. The chains shattered like glass. The caster gasped. What? He shouted in terror. How? How did you break the barrier? Li Kongjun's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Before I kill you, I have one question for you. The dark magic within him suddenly erupted. Like the abyss itself, it instantly devoured the surrounding light. The caster thought, this man's magic is even stronger than dozens of mages combined. Li Kongjun muttered to himself, that lowly rat. Where has he scurried off to now? The caster was drenched in cold sweat. Why you? How could you? How could you know that name? That's a secret within our alliance, known only to a few. The god we must serve with all our hearts. The deposed king of death. The sacred and noble true name. Suko. The caster was terrified. You. How in the world do you know that name? A cold smirk played on Li Kongjun's lips. How ironic. To think, the place he ran to hide would be here. The hometown I barely managed to return to after 300 years has already become a place overrun with the awakened. Portals and monsters. Even so, I was content with the ordinary life I was leading here. The old nemesis. Now, Suko, these things do not concern my resolve and my daily life. This is my command. Prime Minister, Shaitia von Klepsli. As you command, my master, this is a rare feast. Enjoy yourself to the fullest, without restraint. I shall obey. Meanwhile, Gogiol is next. The bench press. My soulmate. Your name is. He's so manly. It must be. Next. Dumbbells. Guac du Pia. It must be a name like that. Guac du Pia. He's having a sweet dream. As you command. Crapsley's figure, in the empty hall, walked step by step toward the dark cultists. His face was hidden in shadow. Only his eyes glowed with a cold, crimson light. The caster roared. What are you all standing around for? Attack him. The cultists moved at his word, instantly forming a magic circle. Crapsley just walked at a leisurely pace, as if strolling through his own garden. Another step, a golden magic circle lit up beneath him. Beams of energy shot out like sharp arrows, but they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. An afterimage flashed. Crapsley's form vanished into thin air. He's gone. The next second, the caster's neck was gripped tightly by a pair of hands. His bones groaned under the unbearable pressure. Crapsley looked down at him. His crimson eyes were devoid of any warmth. No matter how exquisite the delicacies of the Earth dimension are, they can't compare to this taste. Crapsley revealed his sharp fangs. Blood dripped between his fingers. He licked his lips, reveling in it. That old man, is he not human? The caster stumbled back in terror. His trembling hands formed a seal. The caster shrieked hysterically. What are you all doing? Cast your spells. Golden magic circles converged before them. Energy surged. Countless bat-like black shadows appeared in the air. The black shadows merged into a torrent, instantly engulfing all the cultists. The screams stopped abruptly. Amidst the crimson energy storm, only Crapsley's figure remained. He slowly stood up straight, as if he had just finished a trivial snack. Crapsley whispered in ecstasy. How sweet. This taste is so sweet, so intoxicating. Crimson energy erupted from within him, instantly sweeping across the entire hall. The energy transformed into countless sharp spikes, bursting from the ground, impaling the remaining cultists one by one. The caster collapsed to the floor, his whole body trembling. This is impossible. Crapsley licked the blood from his fingertips. Oh my, it seems this is the last bite. The caster scrambled backward. Please, spare me. I'll do anything. Li Kongjun watched him coldly, arms crossed. Anything. The caster nodded desperately. Yes, I'll follow any order you give. Really, I'm begging you. Li Kongjun's gaze didn't waver in the slightest. That's unfortunate. In the world my daughter is going to live in, I don't want trash like you to exist. The color instantly drained from the caster's face. His pupils shrank in terror. Before he could even make a sound, Crapsley's figure had already shot down. Don't resent me too much. The next second, the sound of cracking bones and a choked-off scream. In the silent night, Li Kongjun's voice was terrifyingly calm. This is what it's like to be a parent. You only want to show your child the best things. The very best. The caster's face contorted from suffocation, letting out a desperate plea. Please. Crapsley looked down at the body. No need to feel wronged. You've just died a step ahead of the others. Li Kongjun's face looked exceptionally grim in the shadows. I will find every single one of you, and then I will slaughter you all. Crapsley suddenly turned his head, sensing an unfamiliar presence. He instantly vanished, leaving an afterimage. Li Kongjun looked at the gruesome scene. Good work. Yes. Crapsley responded with a bow. Thanks to you. I'm very satisfied. Li Kongjun waved his hand. Purple shadow energy moved, swallowing all the corpses on the ground. Those useful necromancers. I'll collect them for now. This person, Suko, is far from the meaning of peace. I must find and eliminate him as soon as possible. Li Kang Yunis is sharpened. It seems there's one last order for tonight. Crapsley knelt on one knee. Please give your command. In the shortest time possible, find their headquarters. Find out where Suko is hiding. Crapsley bowed his head in acceptance. As you command. The main gate slowly opened. Kong Jun turned to leave. Let's go back. Crapsley followed closely behind. As you command, my master. On night duty. Again today. This brat. Li Kong Jun's gaze fell on the figure lying on the ground, still sleeping. He showed a look of disgust. Crapsley's eyes lit up. Master, I have a brilliant idea. This will wrap things up perfectly. I'm not bad. Damn it. Wake up. What the hell happened here? This idiot. He took care of it all by himself. Go-Gi-Yol let out a groan. Blood flowed from his nostrils. Hey, wake up. Did you fend off their ambush all by yourself? Ambush. Before he could finish, a heavy punch landed squarely on his face. The scene was empty. Not even a single body was left behind, as expected of a fellow S rank. The top-tier strength is on another level. Go-Gi-Yol was completely bewildered, full of questions. What did I do? On the TV news, the anchorwoman's voice came through clearly. Bureau Chief CEO Duchul held an emergency press conference, announcing that signs of a large-scale terrorist attack by an unidentified organization were detected at today's promotion test site. The TV screen continued to display text. The suspected organization is the Anti-Bureau Alliance. But thanks to the swift response of the people on site, there were fortunately no casualties. The official news stated, Go-Gi-Yol of the Steel Body single-handedly suppressed the initial terrorist attack. Kim Bongu was confused. The credit for suppressing the terror attack. Why did it all go to Go-Gi-Yol? What on earth did you do? It just happened that way. Go-Gi-Yol pressed in the car. Please tell me the details. What details do you want? Do you want me to make up a story about swatting a mosquito for you? Comparing an executive of the Anti-Bureau Alliance to a mosquito. You're really something else, Hyung. Li Kong Jun closed the storybook, and Snow White and the prince lived happily ever after. Li Seola's eyes sparkled. Wow, all right, we've read it once. Now, let's play something else. Li Seola's small hand slapped the book. No, read it again. He looked even more exhausted than when he was catching those 2 mosquitoes earlier. Once upon a time, on a winter's day, there was a girl with skin as white as snow. Crapsley, young Master Bongu. Isn't this sight heartwarming? My master has already memorized the story of Snow White, since he's read it over 500 times in total. It'd be strange if he didn't remember it. Kim Bongu said, 500 times. Crapsley, in the royal family, we call this the infinite loop torture. The name was personally bestowed by the emperor's sister, Hadhine Sobin, the Snow White fairy tale book. 10-hour continuous infinite loop reading. Kim Bongu not that. Wow, that name sounds incredibly fitting. Dinner's ready. Everyone come and eat. Li Seola turned away. No. Li Subin crouched down. Seola, you can have him read it again after you finish eating. Li Seola, want him to read about the princess. Li Zobin, Seola, if you keep being naughty like this, Santa Claus won't bring you a present. You know that. Li Seola asked, if Seola eats now, will Santa give Seola a present? Of course, he definitely will. Our Seola is such a good girl. Li Kong Jun scratched his hair. You're so naive. From now on, Dad will tell you the truth about this world. Li Subin rushed over. No, Kong Jun, don't you dare say a word. Li Kang Yun it. She'll find out sooner or later anyway. Still no. That night, Goblin Private Bank, a secret gathering place for the wealthy. Kim Bongu asked, by the way, why are you here again? Li Kong Jun, Christmas is coming. I need to prepare a gift. The Goblin Kazan, greetings to the great immortal. Li Kang Yun, there's something I need your help with. I want to commission you to prepare a Christmas gift for my daughter. Kazan asked, a gift? What kind of gift is it? The immortal has a daughter. Li Kang Yun, by tomorrow, buy a commercial building. Kim Bongu covered his mouth. What? He's going to give an entire commercial building to a 3-year-old. Holy crap, this is beyond my imagination. But there's one condition. 8 hours earlier. Li Seola's nap time. Li Subin asked Seola, what do you want for Christmas? Annie will secretly tell Santa Claus for you. Li Seola. Seola, I want Daddy to be with me forever and ever.